Good morning. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 8:17. First item is roll call. Carrie?
Chair Carvalho,
Here.
Vice Chair Downs,
Here.
Regent Ariscotta, Regent Boylan, thank you, Regent Brager. Here. Regent Brooks,
Here.
Regent Brown. Regent Cruz Crawford. Regent Del Carlo.
Here.
Regent Goodman.
Here.
Regent McMichael.
Here.
Regent Perkins.
Here.
Regent Tarkanian.
Here.
You have a quorum present.
Thank you, Carrie. Next item is public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID number 928-4944-5069 and enter passcode 555555. I will ask for public comment from the meeting sites first. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There's none at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
None in Reno.
Thank you. Is there any public comment here at DRI?
Yeah,
Regent Brooks?
well, it looks like there might be some additional public
okay.
comment.
We'll
Thank
go
you,
to
Chair.
at the end.
Thank you.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Doug Unger, DOUG, UNGER, President, UNLV Chapter, Nevada Faculty Alliance. Thank you, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, and Regents for your consideration. Higher education in Nevada is being scrutinized as never before. The NSHE Ad Hoc Committee on Higher Education promises to reform funding and budgets, but we don't know how. And the Question 1 ballot initiative may change the status and independence of the NSHE and the Board of Regents in our state's constitution. During the past legislative sessions, some very bad bills have suggested what might happen later. One in the 80th session proposed to turn NSHE into a state agency in Carson City, not unlike the DMV. In the 83rd session, a bill as thick as a novel laid out separating the R1 universities from the community colleges under governing boards like trustee boards. We don't know what changes are coming, and I don't think our legislators do either. So no wonder faculty are feeling insecure. One anxiety-provoking issue is Title IV, Chapter 4 of the Board of Regents Handbook governing professional staff collective bargaining units. It's obsolete. It addresses community colleges only, and the bargaining units are set up as they are now, deviate significantly from the language as written. Current Title IV, Chapter 4 process also differs from NRS 288, which may cause legal problems should the Question 1 ballot initiative pass next November. I know many in this room do not wish the amendment to pass, but wishful thinking is not a smart strategy. We request a possible revision of Title IV, Chapter 4 be placed on a Board of Regents agenda very soon, and you've all been emailed our proposed revisions. Also, to leave a code structure in place that may include faculty and professionals at our R1 universities. Let's please think ahead and be prepared. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Cardoza, C-A-R-D-O-Z-A. I'm a professor of English at Truckee Meadows Community College and the current state treasurer of Nevada Faculty Alliance. I stand here today in support of revising Title IV, Chapter 4, which does not reflect current and potential collective bargaining processes across our institutions. NFA's proposal for change attempts to open a dialogue with the system to make the policies and practices align. In these attempts, we keep hitting an obstacle that vexes me, the compartmentalization of Faculty Senate and Nevada Faculty Alliance. As past Faculty Senate Chair and past Chair of the Council of Chairs for this body, I understand the different roles these two faculty entities, but the reality is much more complex. To be a member of NFA, I must be faculty at an NSHE institution. Faculty Senate has the same prerequisite. Faculty members, especially faculty leaders, often engage in both roles at the same time. These roles are interconnected and complex. I'm a teacher, a colleague, a longstanding member of Faculty Senate's Academic Standards and Assessment Committee, an NFA representative, and a collective bargaining negotiator. None of these roles fully define me, but they do inform how I approach shared governance. So let's stop compartmentalizing and do shared governance. Work with the faculty to repair Title IV, Chapter 4. Thank you.
Good morning, Regents. My name is Dion Stanfill, and I am the former Nevada Student Alliance Chair. I'm a current first-year law student at the William S. Boyd School of Law at UNLV, and I'm a representative for the Student Bar Association. Before I get into my support, I want to say thank you to Regent Brown on the record for her tireless efforts in organizing the community events for UNLV students. It was really powerful to see the community come together in tragedy, so thank you, Regent Brown. But today I'm here to support the law school's 3 agenda items up for consideration. Item 21, our legislative priority quest. Item 28, the fiscal year 2025 increase in fee request. And item 30, the biennium increase request. I chose to attend the William S. Boyd School of Law based on its esteemed reputation and status as Nevada's premier law school. Our institution standing is shaped by the caliber of our students, the accomplishments of our alumni, the excellence of our programs, and the high quality of education that we provide. Maintaining the reputation of Nevada's law school holds significant importance for our state. While its reputation is currently very strong, it's imperative that we uphold this standard by approving the proposed line items. It's not common for students to be in favor of a tuition fee increase, but us students recognize the essential and inevitable need for these line items to pass. First, the legal clinic. It's an invaluable resource that not only provides experiential education to students, but also offers free legal services for those in our community who may not otherwise have access to legal assistance. Secondly, student success initiatives. Full-time bar prep and study is crucial for achieving high passage rates and ultimately becoming a licensed attorney. Bar exam study materials alone easily can exceed $5,000. By funding student success initiatives, we can support scholarships, including those specifically for bar exam study, thereby easing the financial burden of our students and increasing their chances of success. Now, regarding the fee increase itself, it is more than justified that we consider the need for cost of living adjustments for faculty and the necessity of providing financial assistance for student scholarships and supporting various programs and activities. I urge you to consider and approve the Boyd School of Law's legislative and fee increase requests. These measures are essential for maintaining the high standards of Nevada education and support what our institution is known for. Thank you very much.
Hello, Regents. My name is Braden Toybell, and I am an incoming first-year law student at the William S. Boyd School of Law in the fall. I've given public comment to this board a few times as a student at UNR, but today I am voicing my support for the law school's 3 items on your agenda today. Our legislative priority request, item 21, item 28, and fiscal year 25 increase in fees request, and item 30, the biennium fee increase request. As an incoming student, I look forward in taking part in the great programs the law school has to offer. With a base budget increase, the legal clinic can continue to serve the community and provide an experience students like myself can look forward to. Second, enhancing student success initiatives to help support those studying for the bar exam and providing scholarships is imperative to creating the future lawyers of our state. Finally, the fee increases will help the cost of living adjustments for the faculty and support the programs and activities the law school is able to provide. I highly recommend that you support Nevada's law school in approving the legislative and fee increase requests. This will benefit the future classes of students like myself for years to come. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Will Boyden, and I'm a 1L at the Boyd School of Law at UNLV. I'm here to provide public comment in support of the law school's 3 items on your agenda. First, I support Boyd's legislative request to enhance the law school's base budget to help the Thomas and Mack Legal Clinic and student success initiatives. There is no better way for law students to learn than through hands-on practice. The budget enhancement allows Boyd to continue provide free legal services to our community. Second, I support the enhancement for student success initiatives that would provide additional funding for student scholarships. More specifically, this funding is very important as it allows the law school to provide scholarships for bar exam study. Bar exam study funds will not only provide students with a valuable resource for their journey on becoming a licensed attorney, but will also promote and improve Boyd's bar passage rate. Third, I support the fiscal year 2025 fee increase as well as the biennium fee increase. The Boyd faculty deserve their cost of living adjustment, and additional fees are the way to make this happen. I think this measure is vital to show our great faculty how much we value them. One final thing, I also want to give a quick shout out to Regent Brown for her effort in planning a lot of activity for students following the tragic events of December 6th. Like Dion, I got to go to one of these events, the NBA in-season tournament, and it was so much fun and amazing to see how we can come together as a community in these hard times. So thank you, Regent Brown.
Good morning. Today I'm going to be speaking in favor of agenda item number 21. My name is NSHE Rodriguez, and I'm a current student attorney for the UNLV Immigration Clinic at the William S. Boyd School of Law. In law school, we are taught how to think like a lawyer, but the legal clinics allow students like myself to use the knowledge we've learned during classes and apply it in real life. As a student attorney for the Immigration Clinic, it has given me the opportunity to have real-world experience in practicing immigration law. I've had the privilege of working directly with clients and advocating for their rights. In my experience, I've learned that the clinic is not only helpful to my career and education, it is a lifeline for so many of our community members who are seeking refuge and legal assistance during the most difficult time in their life. The hands-on experience I've received at the UNLV Immigration Clinic are skills I will be able to use in any practice of law I choose to do after law school. To conclude, the UNLV Immigration Clinic has made a positive impact to my career and has provided me with the skills necessary to be an effective legal advocate for our community. I believe it's important for law students that come after me to have the same legal education and opportunity as I've had the privilege of experiencing at Boyd. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lindsay Reynolds, and I'm a third-year law student at the William S. Boyd School of Law. I serve as a student attorney for the Poverty Law and Policy Clinic, a Thomas & Mack legal clinic. I am here to provide support for two items, item 21 and item 28. I support the law school's legislative request to enhance the law school's base budget to help the Thomas & Mack legal clinic and student success initiatives. First, being a student in the Poverty Law and Policy Clinic, I can attest that clinical work provides invaluable experiential education to students while providing free legal services to community members. Clinic work is unlike any opportunity at the law school, as it allows students to engage in innovative work in and for the community, like changing Nevada policies that negatively affect vulnerable and low-income communities, while also allowing students to develop a professional identity. An enhancement to the law school's base budget would allow the law school to continue to provide the community with free legal help. Collaboration partners in the clinic noted that the work the clinics do at the law school addresses real needs in the community. Second, the enhancement of student success initiatives would provide additional funding for student scholarships. In particular, the enhancements would allow the law school to provide scholarships for the bar exam study, as costs can run up to nearly $5,000. Trust me, I know. Law school produces lawyers. Only by passing the bar exam do students become licensed attorneys. Therefore, it's imperative students have the necessary resources to become practicing attorneys right here in Nevada. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Shamoon, and I graduated from the Boyd School of Law in 2019. My time as a student attorney at the Thomas & Mack Legal Clinic, with Professor Kagan as my mentor, was without a doubt the most memorable and most life-changing experience of my law school career. Not only because I was able to directly advocate for clients and feel like I was making a meaningful difference, but also because I learned practical skills and got a chance to see what real lawyering was all about. To be frank, law school is not designed to teach students how to be lawyers. The dry doctrinal courses may help with the bar exam, but they do nothing to prepare young lawyers for the world of practice. The Thomas and Mack Legal Clinic is the only program that gives law students just that. Whenever I speak to 1Ls and 2Ls, I always stress the importance of doing clinic because I believe that it is the single most crucial component of a legal education. If I were the dean of a law school, I would make a semester of clinic mandatory for all students. I enjoyed being in the immigration clinic so much that I went on to complete a 2-year fellowship there as a staff attorney after taking the bar. And now I almost exclusively practice immigration law at my own firm. The Thomas and Mack Legal Clinic made me the lawyer that I am today, and I cannot even imagine the path my career would have taken without it. I ask that the Board of Regents support funding for the clinic so that law students can continue to receive a practical education that will benefit them for the rest of their professional lives. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Hugentobler, and I'm a third-year law student at the William S. Boyd School of Law. Last semester, I had the opportunity to be a member of the mediation clinic, and it was one of the most impactful things I've been able to do during law school, and is going to play a key role in my time as an attorney. When I was first being recruited to law schools, I had a friend who had gone to UNLV, and they had a very impactful experience in the law school's misdemeanor clinic. And so when I decided to come here, I knew that I wanted to do a clinic myself, and it certainly delivered. The clinic serves a dual purpose of providing practical experience to young future attorneys, as well as outreach to the community. By support of this budget item, it'll increase the law school's ability to provide more opportunities to students and to the community. And I'd ask that you would support. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Catherine James, and I too am a law student at William S. Boyd's School of Law at UNLV. I'm here to provide comment on support of the law school's legislative priority request as part of item 21, as I'm privileged to be a part of the public policy program in the law clinic last year. I'd like to summarize why a clinic experience is momentous to a law school's education and how my particular experience was of immense value to myself and also to its benefit to the public at large. In Professor Edwards' public policy clinic, we worked with nonprofits to help advance their public policy objectives. We did this by engaging with government agency rulemaking and the colossus that is the financial regulatory apparatus. The clinic gave me experiences that I couldn't have had otherwise, and a foot in the door for job opportunities. A clinic is akin to what I've experienced before with student teaching requirements that are for teachers and for rotations for medical students. It trains students to become lawyers by offering hands-on experience interacting with clients, with, of course, the supervision of a licensed attorney, and is one of the most authentic experiences one can have in their 3 years in law school. It is where the rubber hits the road as students truly learn what it is to be an effective and, importantly, an ethical attorney. But this and other clinics' availability is not a foregone conclusion. I was lucky that the public policy clinic was offered one time during my 3 years, and I had the good sense to apply for it when it was offered. If the clinic is added as an enhancement to the law school's base budget, it would allow the law school to expand the impact of the law school and its students. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Caleb Green, and I am a current attorney and graduated from the William S. Boyd School of Law in 2019. As many as my other colleagues and many of the other public comment you've heard today, I had the wonderful opportunity to be in our immigration clinic through the Thomas and Mack Legal Clinic. And I'm asking for your support for agenda item 21 today. I could sit up here and I could echo, and I want to echo a lot of the prior public comment that a lot of my colleagues and and current students at the William S. Boyd School of Law have made. But I'm going to add a personal note about how the Thomas and Mack Legal Clinic has not only benefited me in my career, but also how it's benefited the community. During my time in the clinic, I had the wonderful opportunity to represent a young woman who fled her home country and came to this country without any family, without any support, with their young 2-year-old son. I had the wonderful opportunity to represent her while in the Thomas and Mack Legal Clinic. And not only that, the clinic gave me the hands-on experience, as you heard before, to take what I learned in the law classroom and actually apply it in actual practice. And I've been able to take that and hone it into my own practice. And just a few months ago, I was actually able to get that client's case dismissed. I took it on as a pro bono matter after I graduated from the William S. Boyd School of Law, like many other clinic alum have done. And I was able to actually provide that pro bono service. Your support for agenda item 21 will ensure that other students can take on that same mantle and be the social engineers that this community desperately needs. I urge your support. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Todd Rucker, R-U-E-C-K-E-R, Associate Professor of English, President of the UNR NFA chapter, and member of our Faculty Senate. I am here to comment on agenda item 27, the concurrent enrollment fee structure. As you know, we have been facing a budget crisis at UNR that is negatively impacting the on-campus teaching and learning experience. With this in mind, I am concerned about the proposal to extend the concurrent enrollment fee structure of $75 a class for a third year, as that pricing does not sustainably allow us to provide high school students with a similar experience as their on-campus counterparts. For comparison, on-campus students expect to pay over $750 a class. High school teachers in our state often teach 200 students or more across their load, which means they do not have nearly the time as our on-campus faculty do to give feedback on student writing and engage individually with students. With the backing of our provost, whom I thank for his support, UNR has been able to do a tremendous job transforming the teaching of writing in high schools through a model that brings in extra support for teachers via instructional assistants who work closely with smaller groups of students to give feedback on their work. I think we have been truly doing pioneering work with this model. That said, that model is expensive at $300 to $400 a student and is at risk due to the current unsustainable bottom dollar pricing structure. Elsewhere, my colleagues in political science have struggled to offer quality concurrent enrollment experience as they've only been assigned one LOA for roughly 1,200 students and have struggled to obtain additional support for budgetary reasons. Please consider the possibility of a fee increase for next year so that we can continue to provide high school students with college-level instruction without further driving institutional deficits. Thank you.
Good morning. Kent Irvin, ERVIN, past president, Nevada Faculty Alliance. Good morning, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Regents, Chancellor, Presidents, Faculty Senate Chairs. As you know, the NFA is requesting revisions to modernize Handbook Title IV, Chapter 4, the policies for collective bargaining for professional employees. More than 30 years ago, the Board of Regents saw fit to establish collective bargaining as a way of improving labor relations with faculty. As Title IV, Chapter 4 was written in the early 1990s, it mostly followed the statutes at the time for local government employee associations in NRS 288. Those statutes have significantly changed over time, but the NSHE handbook has not kept up. Also, the definitions of bargaining units and collective bargaining agreements at the various institutions just do not match current practice. We have distributed draft provisions to the regents, system administration, and faculty senate chairs. Now is the time to work cooperatively to provide feedback so we can bring the best possible proposal to the board. On another topic, over the past several meetings, I have talked about transparency and accountability in the fiscal reports that are presented to the board. It's not really a choice between providing high-level executive summary that are digestible for board members and full reports that provide sufficient detail to see where revenue is coming from and how resources are being used. NSHE and the institutions can and must do both. The Board of Regents should not just respond to the details of the legislative audit, but you need to change the culture at NSHE for full transparency and accountability of the institutions in fiscal matters. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jim New, N-E-W, and I'm the president of the Nevada Faculty Alliance. Once again, just a gentle reminder that NFA shared with you, the Regents, yesterday some proposals for revising Title IV, Chapter 4 of the handbook. We certainly hope that you will take a look at that and engage in dialogue so that we can collaborate on this and bring that chapter of the handbook up to update it and use modern standards and reality in our practices. Today, you will also be hearing about the budget priorities for each of the NSHE institutions, and without exception, each of those institutions will ask you to consider capital improvement requests for new buildings. But as you heard from students yesterday, the effects of December 6th continue to dramatically impact so many members of our campus communities. Not a week goes by that NFA does not hear from one of our constituents who is battling the effects of trauma related to that day. And it's not restricted only to the UNLV campus. With finite resources, we hope the security of our physical plants will be the top priority in our capital improvement requests. Thank you.
Patrick Villa, V-I-L-L-A, CSN Faculty Senate Chair. You know what time it is. I'm going to say the same thing I always say. I'm going to say it a little different way here. A little probability, because I'm a math professor. I think we all know, Vice Chair Downs knows about class deadlines. You all know about deadlines in your businesses. I think we'd all agree that if you have a deadline, the longer you wait to do it, the closer you get, the probability goes down. Now, it's not a guarantee it's going to be a zero. Doesn't mean it's going to happen not going to happen if the probability is low, but as the days go on, the chances of something coming up to mess it up or something that's not anticipated is going to increase that probability of not happening, and it's going to fail. And I don't want to hear something like a failed search, so I'm referring again to the CSN Permanent President Search. It starts in 487 days now, and longer we wait, the chances of a problem coming up, and again, we don't know. Things come up. There is no harm in starting a search today. So I ask you to consider things maybe on new business or another time, kicking that into gear, because you guys are the ones that can make it happen. So thank you.
Good morning, Regents. My name is Peter Reed, and I'm the chair of the Faculty Senate at the University of Nevada, Reno, and also the chair of the Council of Senate Chairs for NSHE. And I'm here this morning because I was asked by a regent to speak during public comment to share the differences and commonalities between the faculty senates as part of shared governance and the Nevada Faculty Alliance. And so I'm going to do my best to articulate that difference in now a minute and a half. And I'm sure that there's much more conversation that can take place in these regards. So very briefly, the faculty senates on your campus are comprised of members who are elected by all faculty across the campuses, and the faculty senates speak on behalf of those faculty. Collectively, the Senate chairs speak on behalf of all faculty across the system. And we are written into the handbook, just as student government is written into the handbook, as the voice of faculty that speaks and engages with the regents on the agenda of the regents meeting as part of shared governance. The Nevada Faculty Alliance also is comprised of faculty from across the campuses and is a member or an affiliate of a national professional association called the American Association of University Professionals. And so they're an advocacy organization that advocates on behalf of the well-being of faculty. It is a bit complex in that on certain campuses, such as CSN, TMCC, and WNC, Nevada Faculty Alliance serves as the lead entity for their collective bargaining units, and so they have a direct role in engaging in governance issues on those campuses. At DRI, there is no NFA chapter, and at the other campuses, NFA serves as an independent, external advocacy organization representing the faculty who are their constituents. So you can see that both organizations represent faculty. The Senate represents all faculty in conversations with the regents, and the NFA advocates for the faculty who are their dues-paying members. The one thing they have in common is that they're all very passionate about the quality of life and well-being of faculty across our system and are committed to high-quality education in the state of Nevada. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Bill Robinson, Chair of the UNLV Faculty Senate. Faculty Senates are creatures of the code. We live in the code. We have numerous specific responsibilities in the code and the handbook. And there's an implication in that of shared governance between the leadership of the campus and us. I want to be nice but specific at the same time. You got the budget request that's on your agenda. I saw UNLV's budget request for the first time when the agenda was released. Normally, we expect that the faculty senates are part of that budget discussion. There's $27 million in there for one-time money for the police. Not detailed what it is, I'm sure it's necessary. There's $7 million for staffing for the police, which I guarantee you is more than necessary and might not even be enough. There's $11 million in there for campus security, not detailed in any way as what we're gonna do with it. There's $1.5 million for mental health. So there's well over $30 million that goes to security in the police. There's only $1.5 million to enhance the mental health resources on campus. That to me, and no detail, no breakdown of that either. We need to commit as a system to the mental health of our faculty and our students. The resources that are available for faculty in particular right now are extraordinarily poor. And we need to step up and make sure that we provide the quality, the things that people are going through right now, we have got to support them. It can't just be the PEBP and the other programs that we have. We need to do that. There needs to be more attention to that in the budget proposals, and it should have come through us. And the students need more than they're getting, and I don't know that the money in there is enough. On a side note, we need to talk sometime about the reports you get from athletics. If you haven't gone through the UNL report, let me just tell you a little secret. We meet Title IX because the women on the track team are each counted 3 times. So there's 40 women on the track team, they count as 120 female athletes, and that's how we meet our Title IX obligation. And you can see that in the report, but it's usually not something we talk about. So if you ever want to talk about that, more than happy to. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Chantel Marshall for the record. First, I want to say that you all look amazing with this backdrop, so I hope someone takes lots of pictures. I am an associate professor at Nevada State, and I'm also the vice president of the Nevada Faculty Alliance. I wanted to thank you on behalf of all of the faculty that you voted to approve tenure for yesterday. That wasn't me, that was a long time ago, but I know how big of a deal it is for them and for all of us who make tenure, which can be a really lonely process. I know for those of you outside of academia, that process can seem a little vague, but it is pretty lonely. We're teaching our own classes, we're publishing our own research, we're dealing with editors who are slow on their feet to get us their feedback, and so tenure is a momentous occasion. On some campuses, the faculty group together to create a collective bargaining unit. And I'm so excited that my colleague Peter Reed explained the differences between faculty senates and NFA, because there are very important distinctions and we do different things for the faculty that we serve. When faculty on a campus decide and vote for a collective bargaining unit, things must happen. And NFA is very concerned with what those processes look like so that they are transparent, they are fair, they are clear, and everyone who is at the bargaining table understands what's happening and how it should happen. That's the reason we have decided to advocate for changes to the handbook to make that process very clear. But I want to highlight that that only happens once the faculty on a campus have heard the information, have asked questions, and voted in the affirmative to create a collective bargaining unit. Outside of that, NFA, like on my campus, is an advocacy group. And one of the things that wasn't highlighted that I would like to share is that as a unit that is across all of NSHE, we are at a broader scope, and so we often engage with the legislature as well. So I just want to urge you to really think about changes to the handbook when it comes to collective bargaining units, because that is a different, separate process where we can represent faculty, and it's fun to do it, but we want to make sure it's clear. Thank you.
Hello, Roberta Sabbath, contingency faculty at UNLV. I want to speak to Bill's point and also Keith Whitfield's support of mental health services on our UNLV campus. This past week, we had a wellness event that Keith headed, and I think, over 100 students were there. I also teach composition, where we have second semester freshmen. They get to choose whatever topic they want to choose. 2 of them have chose mental health and the dire need of university campus students. That's really on the national radar. Just to our point, yesterday in their oral presentations, one of the students got up. Her topic is mental health for college students specifically. And the question was, does our campus respond? She said, yeah. Right after December 6th, we got a lot of emails. There have been a lot of emails saying we know where to go to help. So I think we have a good beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. And I appreciate your indulgence. Unfortunately, we continue to see a rise, frankly, an alarming rise in anti-Semitic behavior on college campuses across the nation. That has a direct impact on our Jewish population locally, particularly for Jewish students and faculty. Such hate-driven behavior not only violates the fundamentals of principles of tolerance and respect, but also undermines the educational experience and sense of security for Jewish students on our campuses. On Thursday, in a classroom at UNLV, an Israeli guest lecturer was interrupted by a student pro-Hamas supporting group. Now, the disruption lasted long enough for UPD to show up to de-escalate the situation. It was a hosting professor who determined that the lecture would end out of concern for safety of the students and the guest. The students who disrupted the lecture violated several campus codes of conduct. And frankly, I'm expecting to hear the results of any pending investigation regarding that very specific event. That event became, while it was not local news, became international news. In December of 2022, this board adopted the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism to support the recognition of anti-Semitism when it appears on our campuses. This is the same definition that is used by the U.S. Department of Education when they investigate anti-Semitic reports on campuses. Clearly, we have a system-wide shortfall with its implementation, and I'd like to see some improvements pretty quickly. Some Jewish students have safety concerns about addressing this body during public comment. So I'll continue to echo concerns of Jewish students who do not want to provide public comment, as well as my concerns as both a regent and a member of the Jewish community. Now, most of what I just said should sound pretty familiar because I said these same things in December. During that meeting, I asked that we have follow-up conversations to address how challenges regarding Jewish students and faculty are being addressed and can be addressed at our institutions. So I'll be reaching out to presidents and asking again, with an expectation that we can get together sometime this month to at least have a conversation to discuss how we can improve student experience for Jewish students across NSHE, because frankly, we must simply do better. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now go to SCS to see if there's any public comment on the phone line.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have a couple of callers. Caller with the phone number ending in 8015, please unmute. You have 2 minutes to address the board. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Yes, good morning. My name is Andrew Elkins, and that's spelled E-L-K-I-N-S.
And I would like to shift the conversation back to the School of Law for just a minute. I want to express my support for the school's 3 agenda items with an emphasis on line item 30, the biennium fee increase. I am freshly a Nevadan, having moved here from Northwest Arkansas in August of last year, and the sole reason I moved here was to attend law school at Boyd. And it was the prestige of the school and its established mechanisms for helping the community that ultimately led me to come here. I graduated from the University of Arkansas in 2022 and considered going to law school there. However, the administration of the school had undergone several changes in a short period of time. There was significant faculty turnover, and the school itself seemed unstable, largely as a result from a lack of funding priority. Speaking with coworkers at the time who were law students at Arkansas corroborated that suspicion and told me they were consistently unsure of who their next professor would be or how they were meant to build connections when there was limited static faculty. Some of them did not even know their course schedule until less than a week before the term started. It is my understanding that much of this tumult is the result of that lack of priority in the funding, as I said, and for this reason, several Arkansas students that I know, myself included, sought a legal education outside of the state. So I want to emphasize the importance of ensuring the school gets the funding it requires to retain its faculty and further its stability. Ensuring that the stellar professors and other faculty members at Boyd remain and continue to grow the school is an imperative in avoiding the problems I heard of and witnessed in Arkansas. This means that the fee increase is necessary to account for the COLA adjustments for the law school's faculty. To keep promising aspiring lawyers in the state of Nevada, the moves must be made to ensure that Boyd can continue growing at its current trajectory and that people continue to be drawn to the school. Aside from the stability that an established faculty cohort provides, a large part of the draw for me was the potential to work in the immigration division of the Thomas and Mack Legal Clinic. My prior job showed me the importance of practical experience in tandem with legal education, and knowing the law is not useful if you don't know how to communicate with a client and function in a legal work environment. And the ability of the school to offer this experiential education is paramount in producing successful lawyers straight out of law school. So I urge you to keep in mind the potential consequences for the Nevada legal community if the state's only law school does not receive the support it requires. Thank you for your time.
Okay, caller with the number ending in 2911, please press *6 to unmute. And you have state and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning. My name is Maggie O'Flaherty, and I am speaking today in my individual capacity as a Boyd School of Law student and president of the Student Bar Association at the Boyd School of Law. I am a product of Nevada education all the way through. I attended Nevada public education, received my undergraduate degree from the University of Nevada, Reno, and now my law degree at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I would like to speak briefly in support of the law school's 3 items that have been discussed by my colleagues as well. First, starting with item 21, which highlights our clinic and student success programs. The number one reason I attended Boyd was because of the reputation it's been able to make for itself in 25 years. It carries a remarkable name in the community, and it's truly through the effort of our clinic professors and our clinic students, as well as our other programs that have really driven our efforts towards the community. Those programs are a testament to how we are able to maintain our level of reputation in our community. And it is through those programs that we can stay competitive with schools that are top ranked across the nation. I would also like to express our support for the fiscal year 2025 fee increase, as well as the biennium fee increase. Both of these go towards very necessary functions. Our COLA adjustments for professors, attracting very, very good faculty is a priority of our school, and it should continue to be one. These are not just favorable policy considerations, but they are really necessary for us to continue to be competitive as the Nevada Law School. Thank you.
There are no other callers at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we will continue with the items that we were not able to get to yesterday. So we'll go to item number 12, Distinguished Nevadan Awards. So we have several nominated by Regents. Regent Brown, would you care to go first? Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Brown for the record. Today I am, hold on one second. Okay. It is with the utmost honor and genuine enthusiasm that I present the nomination for Mr. Dan Reynolds, the lead singer of Imagine Dragons, for the esteemed Distinguished Nevadan Award. In a state known for its vibrancy, innovation, and relentless spirit that resonates deeply, Dan Reynolds embodies the spirit of this recognition through his remarkable contribution to culture, social, and humanitarian fabric of our state. Dan Reynolds, a Las Vegas native, has transcended the boundaries of his musical prowess to become a driving force for positive change. His dedication to fostering a better world and unwavering advocacy for vital societal issues embodies the essence of what this award stands for. Beyond his musical achievements, Dan Reynolds has dedicated himself tirelessly to philanthropic and activism, exemplifying his exceptional service to Nevada and the broader nation. His unwavering support for crucial issues, notably mental health awareness, addiction recovery, and the promotion of equal rights, reflects his deep-seated commitment to the betterment of society. Through the power of music and his platform as a celebrity artist, Dan has been a beacon of hope, compassion, and advocacy. He co-founded the Tyler Robinson Foundation, a Nevada 501c3 organization that has raised an impressive $15 million and provided invaluable assistance to over 10,000 pediatric cancer families, underscoring his unwavering commitment to making a positive impact on lives. This commitment is further exemplified in his documentary, Believer, which stands as a testament to fostering understanding and acceptance, particularly within the LGBTQ+ community. Dan's impactful storytelling and heartfelt lyrics have transcended boundaries, touching the hearts of countless individuals and inspiring empathy and inclusivity across diverse audiences. Dan Reynolds' unwavering dedication, passion, and relentless commitment to uplifting marginalized voices, addressing societal changes, and enriching Nevada's cultural mosaic encapsulates the qualities of a distinguished Nevadan. His profound impact on our state and beyond, along with his tireless efforts towards positive change, render him an exemplary candidate for this prestigious honor, showcasing his undeniable influence on the well-being of humankind and cultural tapestry of Nevada. It is with sincere respect and heartfelt admiration that I wholeheartedly endorse Dan Reynolds for the Distinguished Nevadan Award. His legacy of compassion, advocacy, and positive change embody the spirit of the esteemed recognition. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm honored to present Dan Reynolds as a deserving candidate for this prestigious honor.
Thank you, Regent Brown. We'll take all of these combined in one motion, if that's okay. So for the next one, I will go to Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Because I know that we've got most of the information, the Regents could have read some of this. I'll just give a couple highlights for the nominee that I'm bringing forward as Mr. Joe Brown. There's a lot of things that I could say about him, but I'll be brief. Joe Brown's a former appointee of President Ronald Reagan to the State Justice Institute and the Foreign Claims Settlement Commission of the United States. Joe has served as chairman or director of many civic, business, and charitable organizations, including the Nature Conservancy, the Department of Wildlife, the Nevada Development Authority, the Nevada Athletic Commission, the Nellis Support Team, at the Catholic Community Services Board, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and he's the founder of the Nevada Military Support Alliance. Joe Brown is the only person in Nevada history who's been appointed to all three of the following commissions: Fish and Game, or Wildlife Commission, Athletic Commission, and Gaming Commission. He served on the Gaming Commission from 2009 to 2015. Governor Gibson appointed him, and then at the time, Governor Sandoval reappointed him. It's really my great pleasure to bring forward Joe Brown as consideration for this distinguished honor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, I will go to Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. My nomination is Margaret Cavan, who is a proud native Nevadan who was born in my rural area of Hawthorne, Nevada, and her parents, Don and Peggy Cavan. She was the youngest of 6 children. She had 5 older brothers. All 5 of her brothers all went to the university. They became pilots and different professional careers, but being the tomboy, because I know her mother wanted to dress her in dresses and she hated it, Margaret took the skilled trades route, which for a young girl in the 60s and 70s was really out of the box. So she became a plumber fitter, which is a skilled trades career. Margaret now is a partner in J&J Mechanical. She founded her firm with her partner in 1982. Her firm has provided installation of mechanical systems in numerous schools, government buildings, and properties throughout northern Nevada. I know they've done extensive work on the UNR campus. Margaret was appointed to the Nevada State Contractors Board in 2000 by Governor Kenny Gwinn, and she has continuously served under Governors Gibbons, Sandoval, Sisolak, and Lombardo, so under 5 governors. Margaret was one of the founders of the nonprofit charitable organization Friends of Ace High School. She has served as the president of the organization since its founding, which has she's helped raise more than $1 million to support Ace High School. And for those of you from the South that don't know what Ace High School is, it's a school for kids that don't want to go on the university track. It gets them into skilled trades, and we do wonderful partnerships with them. It's an amazing facility. Even though it's not part of NSHE, I would recommend my colleagues go see it. It's wonderful. Margaret was the first female president of the Nevada chapter of the Associated General Contractors in 1996, and we tried to do some research. She was either the very first one in the country or tied with another woman that year. So think back to 1996. This is not something typical that women would be doing, especially in a man's world in contracting. She was awarded the SIR Award, that stands for Skill, Integrity, and Responsibility, by the Nevada chapter in 2003, recognizing her leadership in the construction industry and contributions to our community. As a side note, Margaret's dad, Don, was also recognized as a distinguished Nevadan back in 2000. We'll have to do some history. This may be the first father-daughter. So Margaret was instrumental in the creation of the post-baccalaureate program at the University of Nevada, Reno in construction management. Margaret was a significant contributor to AGC's fundraising to support the creation of the construction management program, the construction of the new engineering school, the construction of the earthquake lab, and the construction management scholarship. When I called the CEO of the Nevada chapter of AGC to inform him of my selection of her and obtain her construction industry accomplishments, the first thing he said to me was, and I quote, "I can't think of anyone more deserving than Margaret for this award." Margaret is a very humble person, and her list of philanthropic giving is legendary. If you're looking for money, go to Margaret. Her dad one time told me, this isn't my thing, but he goes, "Carol, who do you think is my most successful of my 6 kids?" And he meant financially. I go, "Don, I have no idea." He goes, "It's Margaret, hands down." It's amazing what she's done in her career. It is my honor to nominate her for the Distinguished Nevada Award. And when I called to ask her, she says, well, she didn't even want her name hardly in public, but she said, "What happens if I don't get voted in?" Because that's how humble she is. And I said, "Margaret, you're like a shoo-in. Don't worry, you'll get elected today." So thank you, Chair Carvalho.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. It's my honor to nominate someone I've worked with. She's since retired, but worked with her from 2004 to 2015 at Western Nevada College. Her name is Dr. Doris Dwyer. Dr. Dwyer earned her bachelor's degree from Eastern Kentucky University and her master's degree also there from that same institution. Her PhD she earned from Miami University in Ohio. She hired on with NSHE in 1980 at the Fallon campus for Western Nevada College. And she's served the community very well throughout the area. She has served on several boards to include the Nevada Humanities Committee, University of Nevada Press Board, Nevada Historical Society Quarterly Editorial Board, Advisory Board of Historic Preservation, Nevada Division of Museums and History Board. She's an evaluator for the Northwest Commission of Community Colleges and Universities. On a more national level, she's worked with the U.S. Department of Education Program Significance Panel, the Organization of American Historians Community College Committee, and chair of the Organization of American Historians Executive Board. She also does a Chautauqua program, which is a very convincing. Does everyone know what a Chautauqua is? Okay. What's that? Okay. And 1 year we had, for Phi Theta Kappa, we had an event, and she came and performed there, and she was so convincing. She played a historical character. I can't remember who it was, but the person would be like 120 years old, and students came up and they said, "Wow, you're in great shape." So, no, they were not quite aware what the Chautauqua was about. So it was. She's a great person to work with and a true treasure to have in the state. So that's my nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Goodman.
Thank you, Chair. Throughout my career, I have been fortunate to know many strong, capable, and intelligent women who are incredibly accomplished and yet still maintain a beautiful home life where their family takes precedent. Camille Ruvo is one of these women. As Vice Chairwoman of Keep Memory Alive, Mrs. Ruvo leads the efforts of development, event planning, and all fundraising for Cleveland Clinic Lou Ruvo Center for Brain Health here in Nevada. Mrs. Ruvo is dedicated more than 20 years to help better the lives of those living in Nevada. In addition to raising 2 daughters, Camille coordinated major fundraising endeavors for the Meadows School, Alexander Dawson, and Bishop Gorman High School. Mrs. Ruvo has continued throughout the years to volunteer, support, and fundraise for various charities in Las Vegas. She served on the Andre Agassi Capital Campaign Board, and shortly thereafter, Mrs. Ruvo became an effective member of the Catholic Charities Executive Board for 6 years, earning her seat as president of the Catholic Charities Executive Board. The Woodrow Wilson Foundation, the Heart of Hope Foundation, Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada, and the Girl Scouts of Southern Nevada have recognized Mrs. Ruvo's philanthropic efforts. Camille Ruvo is proud to be the wife of Larry Ruvo, the mother of Lauren and Brianna, and the stepmom of Nicole. A true distinguished Nevadan, I am honored to nominate Camille Ruvo for this incredible award.
Thank you, Regent Goodman. Next, I'd like to go to Regent Tarkanian. Regent Tarkanian, you're on mute. There you go.
Some people prefer that.
No.
In addition to the esteemed individuals already mentioned, I am pleased to present the nomination of Dr. Russell Herbert for the Distinguished Nevadan Award in recognition of his outstanding and dedicated service to UNLV and his contributions to humankind through scientific research and innovation. Dr. Herbert is an accomplished professor within the UNLV Department of Psychology. After serving as chair of the department, he ascended to the rank of full professor. For more than 46 years, that's 46, Dr. Herbert has served as an instructor and mentor for countless students interested in the field of psychology. An exceptional scholar, he was hosted by universities and institutes in England, Germany, and the Netherlands as a visiting scientist and visiting professor. Throughout his career, he's received numerous honors, including the Barrick Distinguished Scholar Award, the UNLV Distinguished Teaching Award, the International Development Award, and the William Morris Award for Excellence in both teaching and scholarship. Dr. Herbert pioneered the investigation of what we call inner experience, including thoughts, feelings, and sensations. From there, he developed descriptive experience sampling, a method for exploring inner experience, in advancing the field of psychology through the application of psychological science. Through teaching, research, and scholarship, Dr. Hurlburt has positively impacted the study and practice of psychology, benefiting the lives of Nevadans and those well beyond the borders of our state. I respectfully ask that we honor him with this very distinguished award. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Tarkanian. Now, on behalf of the full board, I would like to present for your consideration Dr. Carmelo Urza. Dr. Urza is very deserving of this award. The University Studies Abroad Consortium, which is USAC, that he established in 1983, grew out of an informal faculty and student exchange between the University of the Basque Country and the University of Nevada, Reno's prestigious Basque Studies program. Beginning with a single site in San Sebastian, Spain, Dr. Urza gradually expanded USAC to sites on every inhabited continent. Today, USAC is one of the largest and most successful study abroad programs in the United States, with over 50 programs in 25 countries. Since its inception, USAC has placed over 10,000 students in its programs abroad. Among those, UNR accounts for approximately 7,000 students. The others come from UNLV, associated universities, and from students at any U.S. university who meets the requirements for acceptance. Dr. Urza has also encouraged collaboration with other Nevada system of higher education campuses and some Nevada high schools to introduce the idea of studying abroad early in students' lives. His program focuses on foreign languages and cultures, which equip participants for success in today's integrated world. As any student who has studied abroad with USAC will attest, the experience is fulfilling and can be life-changing. Dr. Urza served as UNR's study abroad coordinator for over 3 decades. He retired as CEO of USAC in 2017, leaving a legacy that will continue far into the future. The USAC brand is well established and respected in the universe of foreign study programs, enhancing the reputation of the University of Nevada, Reno, and the entire University of Nevada system of higher education. I'm proud to nominate Dr. Urza for the Distinguished Nevadan Award. So at this time, I would entertain a motion to grant Mr. Joe Brown, Mr. Dan Reynolds, Ms. Margaret Cavan, Dr. Doris Dwyer, Camille Ruvo, Dr. Hurlburt, and Dr. Urza as Distinguished Nevadans.
So moved. I'd like to make a motion.
I think I heard a motion from Regent Perkins, and I'll take a second.
Okay, thank you.
From Regent Del Carlo. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Next, we'll move on to item number 14, University Police Services Critical Labor Shortage Designation. And for this, I will turn it to President Whitfield.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Regents, fellow presidents. For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Law enforcement agencies all throughout the country are experiencing historic and unprecedented issues regarding recruitment and retainment. And University Police Services here in Southern Nevada are experiencing this more than ever. What I'd like to do is to ask Southern Command Director Adam Garcia to take the floor and to lead this discussion in this issue. Director Garcia.
Thank you, President Whitfield. Good morning, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, and Vice Chair Downs, congratulations on your PhD. Very good. Fellow Regents, Chancellor Charlton, and Presidents, For the record, my name is Adam Garcia, Vice President, Public Safety Services and Director, University Police, Southern Command. I'm here to provide you with information and to seek your approval in the designation within certain positions within University Police is critical hire positions. So I wanted to make sure that you understand that this is what the NRS calls critical hire positions. We are not at a critical stage, but this will assist us in moving forward at filling the positions, and I'll explain how we've gotten here and why here in a few minutes. As you may recall, or for those Regents who are new to the board, I had come before the board in September of 2022 to seek critical hire designations for police officers in dispatch positions. At that time, the board approved my request, and subsequently the Nevada Public Employees Retirement System also approved the request in December of that year. That designation and the subsequent approval was for police officer in dispatch positions only. And as per law, this was approved for a 2-year period. If conditions warrant, I will be returning with the approval of the President and the Chancellor at the end of 2024 to seek an extension of that designation for these positions. As you may recall from many of my other presentations to the board, between the pandemic, publicized scrutiny, heightened law enforcement accountability, cyclical employee retirements and resignations, transferring to other law enforcement agencies for increases in compensation, professional growth, or just a change in law enforcement specialties, agencies across Nevada and the country have experienced unprecedented impacts to recruiting and retaining employees. This is not a university police issue. This is a nearly universal issue across the country, and we are simply mirroring what we see in our profession. For instance, last May, the Nevada State Police announced that it would curtail early morning patrols in northern Nevada because of their severe staffing shortages. In Louisiana, the governor issued an executive order on February 16th of this year declaring a state of emergency in that state due to police officer shortages. This past Tuesday, the city of San Francisco raised the starting salary for police officers in that city to $112,000 in a bid to attract new officers. And just this past Monday, the Phoenix Police Department reported that for the first time since 2019, their department saw some success by, quote, emphasizing its officer wellness unit, marketing to a younger generation sense of community, and increasing pay, unquote, all of which we have also done. This request then is the next step. I'm requesting today for approval for the critical hire designation to be applied to sworn supervisory staff. So we already have the designation for dispatchers and patrol officers. This is for supervisory staff as well as non-sworn community service officers. Currently, the department has a total of 6 lieutenant positions, Southern Command. 2 of those are vacant. The department also has, again, Southern Command, 11 sergeant positions, of which 6 of them are vacant. Most of our supervisor sworn positions are initially recruited internally. However, the majority of our officers have been with the department for 2 years or less. So we are lacking that depth of experience. By way of this designation, the department will be able to benefit in a number of different ways. Number one, we can re-engage experienced supervisors who are PERS retired. Their training curve for these roles will be significantly reduced, and the recruitment and onboarding time for the positions will also be reduced. For the Community Service Officer Program, which is a new program that we initiated a year ago, 13 positions were created, and of those, the department has hired 5, but of those hires, only 2 remain. Nevada Revised Statute 286.523 requires this board to designate these positions as critical hires upon request, if approved. It also allows the department to expeditiously hire retired law enforcement and public safety positions without impacting their retirement benefits. This is the designation I'm requesting, which will allow the department to reemploy those eligible employees statewide. It will apply, again, only to police lieutenant, sergeant, and community service officer positions. I wanted to thank you for your continued support, and that concludes my comments. I'm available for any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for Vice President Garcia? Yes, please, Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. I think this is a worthy cause because I can see how we need more and supervisors as well as regular, you call them community service officers. I think your request is awesome. It should be done because what happens when we are in trouble, the first people we think of is the police. And they seem to be the least, they're not paid enough. I don't care how much money they get. They have to put their lives in danger every day, but it doesn't happen that they'll shoot somebody or get shot at, but there's still danger. And it was thanks to our young officers, Director Garcia, your people, who stopped a massacre at UNLV in December. It could have been worse, but thank goodness for them being there. I think we need more of them in more places at all times. So I support what you are requesting, Director Garcia. Thank you for everything you and your.
Thank you. Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Can you please let us know what would be the ramp-up time once this is approved? How long does it actually take to be able to fill some of these vacancies, particularly the sergeant positions that need to be filled, and then the others?
Adam Garcia, for the record. Thank you for that question, Regent Brooks. The next step, if the board approves this designation, is it goes to PERS, and they then approve it depending on the information that's provided by the system office. That typically takes 30 days or so. From that point, then we begin a recruitment process. And because most of these folks who would be hired under this designation have already been police officers in other positions, it cuts down the recruitment time, the time we need for backgrounds and training. So we could ideally, from application to date of hire, perhaps 3 months.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That seems pretty quick and efficient. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just before I go to Regent McMichael, I do want to point out that there are two parts to this item. If we are approving the written findings and also approving the designation. So I just want to make that clear for all of the regents. Regent McMichael.
Motion to approve both portions of this
I second
agenda
that.
item.
So I have a motion from Regent McMichael and a second from Regent Perkins. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 15, code revision, appointment and termination. This is for information only. This is the first reading of a code revision. And for this item, I will turn over the time to Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Renee Davis.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, and Regents. Here, as the Chair explained, to talk about a proposal to revise the code, and we will come back. We plan to come back in June at the meeting then. So this revision is to Title II, Chapter 5, Section 5.4, and the purpose of this revision is to provide a very narrow exception to the board requirement to bring multi-year contracts to the board for approval. In this case, the exception that has been requested by UNLV and is supported by UNR med schools has to do with creating a process where the president is authorized to approve a multi-year contract specifically for physicians to basically be approved to stay in the U.S. under a waiver program. Currently, the Nevada HHS is authorized by the federal government to allow up to 30 waivers be granted. And this would allow for the med schools, in particular UNLV at this point, to fill needed positions. And the issue really is one of timing, where having to come to the board to get the approval for the multi-year contract slows down and doesn't always sync up very well with the process that's required to get the waiver. So it really is very technical and, again, very narrow. And Dean Kahn is also here if you have any questions, but that's the explanation of this request.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments regarding this first reading of this code revision? Nope. Thank you for bringing this forward. I think that that it makes a lot of sense, and hopefully we can approve it soon. Thank you. Item number 16, employee contracts buyouts annual report, and for this I will turn it over to Chief General Counsel James Martinez. Thank you.
Good morning. Chief General Counsel Jimmy Martinez for the record. This is the time that we give the Chancellor's annual report for employee contract buyouts. Just a little bit of history on this. What this is for the terminations without cause. So there's a process in our handbook for termination without cause, separate process for termination with cause. When an employee receives a notice of non-reappointment of their contract or a notice of termination in their contract, which basically mean the same thing, the code just uses different language for different periods of time depending on start dates, they're entitled to a notice period. That notice period has a dollar value to it. So the purpose of this policy that came forward in 2019 was for the board to see the contract buyouts that were being negotiated and make sure that they're justified and or resulting in cost savings to the system. This year, when I gave this report last year, I let the board know we would be revising the reporting forms because some of the amounts that were being reported in it didn't quite give us the ability to see what the cost savings were because they included other amounts such as annual leave payouts that were going to be required regardless of the contract buyout portion. So when you drill down into the details of the justifications, it got kind of convoluted and hard to interpret. Of course, this is always a hard report to give because all of the backup documentation is considered confidential personnel records. However, we keep a courtesy copy of that in our office, and so any regents that want to review that data can make an appointment and come see that. The new reporting forms have a space where the institutions have to provide a justification for the buyout, as well as a cost breakdown of what the payment was for and the total cost of the notice period. So it makes it very easy now to determine whether or not there's a cost savings and whether or not the justification is there. If you look at the report itself, even though there's not a column in there, I can represent that the reported buyouts for 2023 do represent a cost savings over the notice periods of a little over $95,000. So it seems the policy is doing what it intended to do, which is keeping the system in line with the board's expectations for these buyouts. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Are there any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, this is for information only, so thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you.
The next item is item 20, but before we go to that, I'd like to just take a 7-minute break. Yeah, 7 minutes exactly. All right, thank you. 9:45. All right, we're going to get started. We're moving on to item number 20, annual athletics reports for UNLV, UNR, CSN, and TMCC. This is for possible action. I will first go to President Whitfield.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Regents, fellow presidents. For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. So to start our discussion on athletics, I'm going to ask my athletic director, Eric Harper, to come forward and do the presentation.
For the record, Eric B. Harper, Director of Athletics, UNLV. Good morning, Chairwoman Carvalho, Board, and Chancellor. UNLV Athletics is driven to continuously improve and push the trajectory of the department along with the entertainment division of Thomas and Mack Center in Coxville to the highest ever in its history. The primary focuses the past year was and continues to be the student-athlete experience and what we can do as a department to enhance their lives daily through the implementation of the student-athlete first mentality. As we continue our mission to graduate leaders, win championships, and excel in all we do, we will challenge our internal and external constituents to rebel up and join us in building UNLV athletics in a way to assist in elevating UNLV as a whole. This new vision, born in January of 22, which includes empathy, features an emphasis on the staff's mental, physical, and emotional health, has been activated and executed in building a truly engaged department to support each other. New Athletics Department Strategic Plan launched September of 22, aimed at delivering the premier student-athlete experience in college athletics, while providing opportunities for student-athletes to excel at the highest levels in sport and life after sport. The 6 pillars as part of that strategic plan was student-athlete development, athletic excellence, model enterprise, fan experience, community relationships, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. We are in economic uncertain times and must continue to remain steadfast and enhance our commitment to the student-athlete experience. The landscape of intercollegiate athletics has become the most fluid ever in its history. The adoption of new legislation related to NIL, transfer portal, and the most defining change driven by revenue has been and continues to be conference realignment. Who knows where we'll be in the next 3 to 5 years? Only time will tell. Regardless of what happens or doesn't happen, UNLV will be positioned to ensure a great student-athlete holistic experience focused on academics, athletics, and life after sport. Our student-athletes have achieved at a very high level, and I couldn't be prouder to represent them in the scarlet and gray. The athletics department and Thomas and Mack Center Vision has helped develop an outstanding culture that student-athletes, coaches, staff, and community members want to be a part of. The vision has featured a culture that supports the health and well-being of our student-athletes so that they can reach their absolute maximum potential in all areas that positively impact and elevate their experience. We continue to engage with all of our constituents to include the UNLV campus community, donors, corporate partners, and greater Las Vegas community. Other priorities over the last couple of years: build on and support our championship culture, nurture our supportive rebel community among all constituents, increase academic and scholarship support through new endowments, health and wellness, mental wellness, enhance new sports nutrition, the Switch Sports Science Studio to enhance use of science data to strategize for optimal performance athletically. Recently, I enhanced some facilities, Cox Pavilion and Thomas and Mack on-court lighting. In the Cox Pavilion is where our Lady Rebels play, as well as our women's volleyball team. Football field practice fields that were 13 years old have been resurfaced with brand new turf. Softball and soccer scoreboards, softball, soccer, baseball are planned to be replaced. Fields are planned to be replaced with the assistance of donors, including naming opportunities. Some notable benchmarks in 2023. The academic success of our student athletes has been widely publicized. The 88% graduation rate for our student athletes for a third straight year of a record. 12 straight semesters with a cumulative GPA of 3.0 or better for all students. And we just completed the fall semester, obviously, and now with 13 consecutive semesters with the 3.0 or better. Cumulative GPA of 3.19, semester GPA of 3.07. 76% of our student athletes had a semester GPA of 3.0 or higher. 61.9% in the spring of 23 had a cumulative GPA of 3.0 or better. And just this past fall, that number rose to 73.2% of our student athletes had a cumulative GPA of 3.0 or better. 169 of our student athletes earned academic All Mountain West and WAC honors. 100 student athletes made the Mountain West Scholar Athlete Award. 244 student athletes made the UNLV Dean's Honor List, which requires a 3.5 GPA with 12 credit hours. Cumulative GPA records: women's soccer, 3.68, women's tennis, 3.61, women's golf, 3.71, and women's swimming and diving, 3.39. Men got to get it together. Men's golf, 3.1 on a record. Semester GPA record set just this past fall. Football was 3.22, so men are getting it together. Men's swimming and diving, 3.0. Women's swimming and diving, 3.69, and women's tennis at 3.71. The academic progress rate has now reached an all-time record of 987. 7 teams tied or set records with a perfect single score of 1,000. I can't thank our academic success team enough, who reports up to the Academic Success Center. I can't thank them enough for their work with our student athletes and helping them reach the graduation rate of 88%. In competition, 5 conference titles, women's basketball, regular season and tournament, back-to-back, and just recently secured regular season championship for a three-peat in our Lady Rebel basketball program. And three-peat in regular tournament. Mountain West tournament starts on March 10th at the TMC. Men's swimming and diving is currently on a three-peat in the WAC and is off to a great start this week to accomplish a four-peat in men's swimming and diving. Women's tennis last spring finished with the Mountain West tournament with a championship. Volleyball was regular season champs with 5 straight postseason appearances, first time ever in school history. Football, 23 Mountain West regular season champions, and hosting for the first time and playing in the game for the first time in Mountain West history. 4 all-region district honorees, 6 conference players of the year, Rosa Santana in track and field, Isabel Martin in volleyball. 3 football players this past fall received All-American status. Jackson Woodard is the first ever UNLV football player to achieve academic All-American. 4 of our coaches earned Coach of the Year in Lindy LaRock, Ben Loers, Don Sullivan, who is now at a different institution. We hired Malia Shoji to take over our volleyball program. And then our most recent Coach of the Year in the conference is Barry Odom in football. We've had over 50 community service events, over 2,000 community service hours, and just coming up here on Saturday, April 20th, will be our second Build-A-Bed project as part of the Sleep in Heavenly Peace, where no kids sleep on our floor in our town. 100 beds for underprivileged youth will be built in the parking lot at the Thomas Mack on April 20th. The first time we did this was 2 springs ago. We had over 419 volunteers, to include Dr. Whitfield, sanding beds to be built for underprivileged youth. UNLV Food Pantry, our student athletes have participated in. CCSD's Nevada Reading Week, 3 Square Food Bank, Las Vegas Rotary, and most recently, and has for several years now, Women and Girls in Sports National Day. Some facility upgrades I mentioned just a moment ago, but just to add to that, was additional LED lighting in the Cox practice gym and also in the main gym. The Switchboard Science Studio is completely funded and construction will start late this spring. We just recently completed an economic impact study that was provided to us in January by a company called Lightcast, and we will be going to diving through that to determine exactly how to best suit us. The Rebel Up campaign, which I mentioned a moment ago, launched in October of 23. designed for philanthropic support. Student-athlete experience, health and wellness, scholarship and program endowments, capital projects, and sustained facility improvements. The Rebel Up campaign to date, with new cash and pledge commitments, the Boyd Gaming, excuse me, $6.5 million commitment, Boyd Gaming just released this week. $1 million anonymous donation that we will release later next week as it relates to where it will be used. We are currently in the process of completing another $1 million commitment, and it's in MOU phase right now and currently sitting with the legal teams. We've had multiple low and mid six-figure gifts totaling just over $850,000. $25 to $30 million in projected solicitation over the next 4 months, and $1 million plus solicitation. If I can get out of here today by 11:30, I will go do that. Primarily supporting, and this new solicitation and hopefully closure will be designed to support the career development for women. NCAA events that will be hosted in coordination with the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. The hosting of the 2023 NCAA Division I Men's Basketball Regional. We recently hosted the NIT Men's Final Four a year ago. Also hosted the NCAA Bowling Championships. Also hosted the NCAA Men's Regional Golf Tournament. And in 2028, we'll be hosting the NCAA Division I Men's Basketball Final Four. Some of the things that have happened on campus recently, I recently started meeting with deans of the colleges to collaborate in areas that both benefit each area, to include fundraising and research. We will be working with the Honors College with sports science data analysis. We have already been working with the College of Education on sports science data analysis. Hotel Hospitality College has been doing the meals in the Fertitta football complex for all student athletes. School of Nursing is in its infant stages of working with them as it relates to working with our ATCs during physical exams in the fall. And Kirk-Kerkorian School of Medicine working to develop more comprehensive care for student athletes through a medical model similar to many institutions across the country. Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. Are there questions, comments from Regents? I see Regent Perkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. I know UNLV has a rodeo team. They weren't mentioned in any of these reports.
The rodeo team is a club sport and not underneath athletics.
Thank you.
Yes, Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. So I was looking at the attachment 20A, page 35, and it talks about like operating expenditures, and it goes into athletic student aid. Going through this packet, I didn't see anything about the foundations, and I don't know if I don't even know if you guys would report on them, because I don't truly understand the relationship between the athletic department and the foundation. So could you start
The
there?
UNLV Foundation?
No, I'm sorry. Football foundation, golf foundation. I
Yes.
think there's a third as well.
Soccer Foundation?
Soccer, thank you.
Yes.
The original football.
All three of those are constructed outside of the university. We meet with them regularly with their meetings, and when we request funds from them, then they will in turn go to their board, have a majority vote before they provide to us. The Football Foundation recently, we received a check in May, $150,000 towards nutrition in football. Golf expenses are paid for, excluding salaries, are paid for by the Golf Foundation. And then soccer assists with promotions of our games, as well as they've worked with, they call them Normatec boots, which is recovery boots that student athletes put around their legs after practice, after games. They've assisted in nutrition and also assisting with field preparations.
Thank you for that context. And so with that in mind, when we see athletic student aid, this is not coming from the foundation. This is what, okay. So
the only thing that may come, like when I first arrived here in 2012, what came from the Football Foundation was the assistance on those student athletes that have exhausted eligibility and are trying to come back after 7, 8, 9, 10 years to complete their degrees. So the Football Foundation has helped in those manners as well.
that's great to know that there's additional support than what's in here. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Other questions from Regents? Yes.
Question
Regent
from
Good-
Reno?
Oh,
Oh,
I'll
go
go to,
You can go.
I'll go to Regent Ariscotta and then Regent Goodman.
Thank you, Regent Goodman. Thank you, Regent Carvalho. On the budget to actuals, please describe the variances from the prior year to the budgeted year. In addition to the budget projection actuals, what I'm looking at on page 24 are some of the budget to actuals expenses. And on some of them, there's a pretty large variation between the two, especially on the state appropriations and the internal revenues from the budgeted actuals. I just wanted to get a little bit of context on those two, if possible, please.
Yes, Regent Ariscotta, I will have my CFO, Sam Marone, explain that, if that's okay. State your name.
Sam Marone, CFO for UNLV Athletic Department, for the record. Can you help me understand exactly what you're looking at on page 24? I've got it here in front of me.
My pleasure. What I'm looking on page 24, under fiscal year both 23, I'm just going to focus on fiscal year 23.
Okay.
When you're looking at just both the state appropriations and the internal revenues, both the gift revenues, internal revenues, but also one of the concerning ones is, for me at least, is for student fees. Some of the budget to actuals, there seems to be a variance between some of them. And on the budget to actuals, I was just going to ask if you could describe some of the variances from the prior year to the current budgeted year, in addition to the budget projections for next year.
Okay, so you're looking at the budgeted for 23, the budget, and then the budgeted to 24? That variance is what you're asking about?
Yes, please.
Okay.
That'd be great.
I know that with the biennium, I believe our state funding changed. From my understanding, I wasn't here in 23, so when this budget came into play, so I don't know the whole history behind how those numbers came to us. But I do believe that the idea with athletic funding from the state was they were trying to get us back to our pre-COVID levels, because we did have a hit when COVID happened on what the funding from the state was to us. So that would be the variance increase from FY '23 to FY '24. And then on the student fees, our student fees are all based on enrollment numbers on undergrad, I believe. I could get you the breakdown on that, but it would all depend on what enrollment numbers are that we are projected for, would determine what our budget is looking at each year for fee revenue. So those change from year to year based on the projected enrollment status of the university.
Okay. This is purely out of just curiosity. Which sport is providing the majority of the revenue to offset some of the other sports that don't and are not producing a revenue that's beneficial to the athletic department?
Football and basketball. One, football has the most seats at a game to sell our tickets to and those kind of things. So football would be your primary, basketball would be your number two. And a lot of that has to do with attendance and things along that line compared to your other sports.
Excellent. Gentlemen, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Goodman?
Hi. Listen, I love athletics. I'm my glory days high school athlete, but so I just have a couple questions. The supplemental, I had the wrong document. The supplemental, when we look at projected, there's extra millions in there. Where did those, do you see what I mean?
Yes,
Like there was an initial document that was given and
Correct.
it's like 6 million short and 5 million short and.
We went back and relooked at what we had and did not necessarily account appropriately for schedule. Like last year, we got 1.8 million by going and playing that in Michigan.
Okay.
We've got 1.45 coming up.
Okay, I get it.
So those are the numbers.
That's great,
And
okay.
then adding Syracuse to a
Right.
home game, increases our revenues and also increases our season ticket sales too, because there will be some people from Syracuse, similar to Iowa State, that will buy season tickets to guarantee themselves a ticket in the arena.
That's great news. Thank you. Go Rebels.
Thank you. I do have a few questions for you. Some of it kind of goes in line with what's already been said, but the almost $10 million deficit for year 2023 it does look concerning. I don't know, I'm looking at page 25. But you do show that you're in the black for 2024 and then basically going forward, although the numbers are pretty tight. Do you have reserves that this came out of, or how did you cover this deficit?
Part of it, unfortunately, did make a coaching change a year ago, and so we had severance payments, and in one respect, we were paying 2 coaching staffs. Donor funds will be coming in to support that. And then the waterfall payment from the Las Vegas Stadium Authority is just now hitting the books because unbeknownst to us, in the year that we missed the $5 million by playing at Allegiant Stadium, the waterfall payment does not come until the subsequent fiscal year for us. So that doesn't show up, and it will show up this year. And then we had a double count on priority. Priority and in the past, priority was considered a donation, but when the tax laws changed, then it was no longer considered a donation. And just this past year, we combined all of the priority and ticket costs into one. We unfortunately, we counted that double in the years last year. We counted that double in the budget, so now we're with the launch of the Rebel Up campaign, those numbers will be taken care of at that point in time.
Okay. For clarification, I hope we can explain this here based on what you just said. Can you give a brief overview of what the waterfall payment is for those who were not familiar?
When the Stadium Authority, when the stadium was built and UNLV was termed to play there, and we did not have any more events at Sam Boyd, the number came down to an average of $5 million. So if our revenues minus expenses at Allegiant Stadium do not meet $5 million, the waterfall payment of the difference up to $3.5 million will be provided to us from the Stadium Authority, from the reserve to Stadium Authority. For instance, last year, we were 1.9 differential, and that's all because of attendance at the end of the day. So that 1.9, the 5 million minus the minus the 3.1 will give us the $5 million, and then that will go into our budget.
Thank you. I do have just okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho, because I remember when this contract was negotiated. So if I remember right, this waterfall payment only goes for, is it 10 years on the contract? Does anybody remember that?
I believe it's 15.
Since we're not sure, can we get that information
I'll
to the
get
board?
that
Because there's a considerable cost difference going from Sam Boyd to Allegiant. and
Correct.
I'm looking at the numbers too and wondering if this is
there
all
is
sustainable.
there is a considerable cost difference, yes.
Sure. Thank you for that clarification. I do have some other questions regarding Regent Brown's questions regarding the foundations. Are those foundations, do their funds get reported to the board, or how does that
They're
work?
under third-party funds
Okay,
on the annual report, but they have to submit an audit to the UNLV Foundation per the rules of the UNLV Foundation annually. So
Okay.
those are reported under donor third-party funds.
okay, thank you for that. And my last, this is more of a comment than a question, but, and I've spoken to President Whitfield about this before. NIL is just, I know it's the wild, wild west, and there's just so much happening, and it changes all the time. I really think it's important for more information to come before the board, especially since in the report, you mentioned NIL. There are some comments regarding NIL from the NCAA in the report. And I think it would be very helpful for the board to understand that. Athletics is a very important part of our institutions. NIL is going to be a very big part of that as well. But I appreciate the report. And I feel like your projections for your budget are very conservative. I hope that we can, with the momentum that especially football has right now, that your budget will be blown out of the water is what I hope. So
Exactly.
I appreciate your report. Are there any other questions for Mr. Harper?
One more question for Marina,
Sure. Regent Scotta?
and I'm gonna ride your coattails with those statements, Chair Carvalho. AD Harper, what is your attendance? How is it trending for each of the sports?
Football trended up, of course, over the course of the season. Our single game revenues in football this year, in ticket wise, was just over $1 million. And the previous year was right around 700,000. Basketball right now is trending up. Our crowd has gone, 2 weeks ago, it was at 90, we were at 9,500. The next game was unfortunately on a Tuesday, so it was 8,500. But we are continuously, and Lady Rebel basketball just the other night had close to 1,500 in the crowd. So we continue to trend up in a way that will allow us not only on the ticket side, but also on the concession side as well. And we've had the very unique and not always opportunity this year in basketball to have double headers. So our Lady Rebels have played in the Thomas and Mack on a couple of occasions, and then an hour later our men have played, and also our women have played also due to TV issues, have played in the Cox Pavilion, which they will play on this Saturday, and then the men will be playing in the Thomas and Mack Center for both of which are senior night, and then also our football coach will be riding a bull over at South Point to generate additional revenues for the program.
That's awesome. And on a side note, congratulations on the GPA, the cumulative GPA for athletics. That is a strong kudo and strong representation by yourself and the academia support staff in which you have.
Thank you very much.
Regent McMichael?
Yes, motion to approve.
Regent McMichael, I was hoping to take all of them in one motion, if that's okay. Oh, okay, all right. But we haven't heard the others.
Is there actually a need to hear the others when we've already gone over the reports and have read the information pertinent to each of these? Unless there's individuals who object to the fees, I would like to go ahead and proceed and take all of them at once and give the motion for approval.
Well, since these reports come to the board as part of policy, I think it's important for us to give each of the athletics departments the time to present their information. So I think that it's important for us to hear what they have to say. I will ask Mr. Wixom to also comment.
Thank you, Michael Wixom, for the record, Chair and Regent McMichael. Technically, the other reports have not yet been presented to the board because they aren't before the board yet, so it's not possible to present a motion to approve the report that has not yet been given. And so from an overall perspective, if it's within the chair's discretion to accept individual motions, to accept each individual report, to accept them as an entirety, as an aggregate, but it would be under Robert's Rules of Order inappropriate to bring a motion to approve a report that has not technically been presented. And so until the others present, then it wouldn't be appropriate to move to approve them.
All right, then I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to UNR, President Sandoval.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor Charlton. For the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. First and foremost, I want to thank you all of you who've taken the time to attend our events, our athletic events on our campuses. We're very grateful for that attendance, as well as seeing the importance of the exposure to our community, our region, and our national exposure associated with our athletic teams. Very proud of our student athletes and our coaches who do a wonderful job. Very proud of Athletic Director Stephanie Remp and her staff. She's done a wonderful job. And with that, I'd like to introduce Stephanie Remp, the Athletic Director at the University of Nevada, Reno.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Good morning. Stephanie Remp, the University of Nevada Athletic Director, for the record. So I wanted to start with the priorities. And so there's a list of priorities that we focus on as a department, and it's obviously the student athlete experience first and foremost. In addition, we want to develop and grow relationships on our campus, make sure we are creating a transparent environment with our campus community and our athletic department. It's critical that we support our coaches. We invest in the community as an entire athletic department. We are always focused on philanthropy. Our facility projects, both maintenance and capital projects, are a huge priority for us. We want to enhance the game day experience. We want to invest in our personnel, and we want to invest in student athlete focused positions. So those were some of the driving priorities for us this past year. So some of the highlights that we have, our GPA from the fall of 2022 was a 3.13 as a department. In the spring, it was a 3.17. And we finished last spring with 18 straight semesters of over a 3.0 student athlete GPA. And we're very proud of that, and had another one this past fall as 19 straight. We had 140 student athletes receive Mountain West Scholar Athlete of the Year awards, which is a 3.5 or better. Our graduation success rate was an 89%, and we had 76 student athletes graduate last year. We completed over 2,200 hours of community service. We had several of our teams receive updated or renovated locker rooms. Women's swim and dive, men's and women's golf, men's and women's tennis, women's track, men's cross country, softball, football, and our ski program all now have much upgraded locker rooms, and we're very proud of that. We broke ground for the Eric and Linda Lannis basketball building, which is a locker room facility for both of our teams. We completed the Cashel Fieldhouse project that was several of those locker rooms, as well as an equipment room. We renovated the track and our turf in Mackey Stadium. We also partnered with the Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Bureau for a state-of-the-art indoor track facility that will be able to host home meets this next indoor track season, host championships, and our team will be able to train there, which is a huge positive for us. We returned the ski program. I don't know if I said that last year. It was over the transition. It was the summer of 2022. We added skiing back as a Division I program. Our men's basketball team returned to the NCAA tournament last year for the first time since 2019, and hopefully we'll continue that again this year. Women's track and field finished the season with three school records and 2 conference champions. Softball last spring recorded a 30-win season, which was the first time since 2017. And we had several new coaches that we hired over the last year. In addition, Joel and Courtney Batonio, Joel Batonio is a current NFL player. He and Courtney donated $1 million for our football weight room. And in addition, last year raised more than $7 million philanthropically, and looking to improve that even more this year. So with that, it completes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from Regents? I don't see that we have any. So thank you so much for your presentation today, Athletic Director Remp. So
Regent Carvalho.
Oh, I'm sorry. Regent Arascata, please.
No, that's not a problem. Only because there's equal opportunity up here. I want to make sure that AD Remp, on the budget to actuals, please describe the variances from the prior year to the budget year, in addition to the budget projections and actuals, please. I'm looking on page, I believe that's 12.
Okay, happy to do that. I'm actually going to have Matt Smith, our CFO, come up and address those specific questions.
Excellent, thank you.
This on. Matt Smith, Associate AD for Business and Finance, University of Nevada, Reno, for the record. So if you actually look at page 25 of the report, it provides more details as it relates to the variances between the budget and actual, more on a line-by-line basis, which gives a little bit better discretion as far as what those changes make up for. And it also includes the tuition and fee waiver amount, which is about $3 million, which would be the difference from what you were seeing on page 12. And then if you just go through different lines, one big area when you look at a budgeted expense amount, at least how we do it within our system, is we're not going to include anything that we expect to be covered by fundraising, budget on a specific expense line, where we may receive donations so that our team may take a certain trip or participate in certain things or purchase a new uniform, where donor funds will come in to cover those items, but it's not going to be a part of the budgeted line item on an expense side. But when we report the actual expenses, the expense of buying those uniforms or taking those trips are going to show up, which is going to cause some variances that were, for the most part, then covered by donor funding specifically.
Excellent, thank you. And one last question, I'm going to present this to both y'all. What are the top sports that are bringing in the majority of the revenue in order to assist the other low revenue sports?
So UNLV answered this question very similarly, but men's basketball and football are the two of the main driving revenue sources for it. A lot of that is determined by the capacity of those venues and the demand for tickets in those events, and then also the way it works from a revenue distribution standpoint from our conference, which is predicated based on us participating in football, receiving money from the conference for broadcast of those games, then also the college football playoff.
That was a big one. And last one, this is on a purely selfish note. Both athletic departments, I want to give strong kudos to the upcoming football schedules. Your home schedules are extremely impressive. And AD Harper, I will be traveling down there for a game. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question from Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I seem to recall from our December meeting that you guys didn't have external foundations, but I wanted to, one, clarify that, and two, if you do, is it similar setup that we saw down here at UNLV?
We do not have external foundations.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, I will move on to, I'm sorry, Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I ask a general question of all the heads of the athletics right now? Is that the right time to ask a question?
I suppose so. It might be better
Okay.
after we've gone through all of them, but if
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, I'll go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, then we'll move on to CSN. President Zaragoza.
Madam Chair, Regents, Chancellor, colleagues, and guests, here to present the CSN Annual Athletic Report is our Athletic Director, Yvonne Wade. Yvonne, it's all yours.
Is this on? Thank you, Regent Chair Carvalho and Regents. I'm very honored to be here. As you know, I'm 8 months into this gig, and so I'm very blessed for the opportunity to take what former Athletic Director Dexter Irvin has built. Currently, we're at 10 sports and 220 plus student athletes, and we're very proud of what they've done and what Dexter Irvin has built so far, so I'm very blessed and honored to take over this year. We're committed to providing opportunity for our local high school students to have a place in Southern Nevada to pursue higher education while competing in the sport they love and assist them in transitioning on to the next level and hopefully to become a Rebel or part of the Wolf Pack. 80% of our student athletes come from right here in our local backyards. And with the addition of sports like basketball and soccer and other sports in the recent years, we've been advancing the mission of the college to encourage a college-going culture and provide opportunities for underserved communities in our group. Many of them are first generation. We are very proud of that. Our student athletes have one of the most successful cohorts on campus who enroll full-time, excel academically, graduate, and transfer on. Last year, we had 6 teams above the 3.0 GPA, and unlike the other schools, our men actually are leading the way last year. Men's cross country was at a 3.64, baseball was at a 3.5, and real proud moment for the baseball team, 100% of their sophomores transferred on to 4-year colleges. So we were really proud of that team as well. Some things that we're really, additional things that we're really proud of, our student athletes' commitment to giving back in the community. Last year, we clocked over 30,900 community service hours, which include opportunities like Opportunity Village, Just One Project, 3 Square, and more. They compete against each other, so it's a really cool, scenario for our student athletes to be out there in the community. Last spring, we were able to work and revamp a strategic plan to make sure that we were in alignment with the college's plans. And we created 5 goals, 5 tiers that we're gonna focus on moving forward. The first is student athlete development, the second, athletic excellence, the third, campus and community engagement, 4, financial performance, and 5, compliance and integrity. 2 years ago, 2022, we started a program called SCORE with the brainchild. It was the brainchild of Mayor Goodman. She had issues and concerns with the quality of our officials here in Southern Nevada. And I think Dr. Z came to Dexter Irvin at that time, and we launched the SCORE program. We were just on Fox 5 News last night, so if you can have opportunity to watch that, please do. But at that time in 2022, Southern Nevada officials had 670 some odd officials here in town. With the increase of population and teams and kids and youth coming in, there was a big need and a big shortage of officials here. And so we were charged with increasing those numbers by 10%, 60 or so. We were able to add 300 plus officials in year 1, and we are on track to do that again this year. So there is no shortage anymore, and as more and more youth and high schools and junior high schools are built and those youth teams are coming in, we are able to provide those spaces for officials to go. Let's see. Our most pressing, future considerations actually, we're want to see where we're, as I'm learning this role, really want to see where we fit in with the CSN vision as a whole. I think athletics provides a great space of front porch, if you will, to the college. It will improve enrollment for the college. So we want to really work with campus leadership to see where the Coyotes fit into the future vision of CSN. I think we have great opportunities moving forward for curriculum, for engagement, for retention, and we want to play a big role in that with the college. Another thing we want to consider is kind of commingling our athletic staff. We are a very small staffed department, and commingling those roles with other campus positions so that we can keep and retain really good coaches and staff at CSN. Our most pressing challenge currently obviously is our budget. With increased number of student athletes, travel expenses, our budget is going to be very difficult to sustain. So we have to be creative and innovative in ways that we can bring in those dollars to support what we're doing for our students from this community. On a side note, I just want to praise we just came from basketball last night, and our women's basketball, who are 25-4, is just praise to what we do at CSN. They're young women, no scholarships, great coaching, great academic advising. Their academics are over 3.0, and we're winning, just like the other women basketball players in this town. So I'm really excited that CSN is a part of that we can continue that vision and that mission. And without anything else to say, I'll take questions. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I am looking on page 23 and looking at operating revenues, operating expenditures. So last month, we approved changing the district that you guys played in.
Yes.
And we acknowledged that there'd be about a $60,000 leftover, savings. Looking at this, is that $60,000 going to be reinvested back into the athletics program to improve certain areas, or is that covering a deficit?
Right now, I think we're covering a deficit, to be honest. Our charge is to always improve our, our situation and make a better experience for our student athletes. But we are in a deficit, so we'll be meeting this spring to kind of see where we go moving forward with our budgets and what we can do. The change from Region 18 to Region 1, it actually will be more than $60,000 because Region 18 has increased the number of sports and the distances for travel for our teams. That change and the shortness of travel time on the road, need for hotels is going to be significantly improved. And so, those dollars are going to kind of feed the deficit going forward, but hopefully that we can find new avenues to fund what we're trying to do at CSN.
I appreciate that, and we'll definitely keep an eye out, because I think this is a smart financial decision, obviously, and we covered in the last meeting. It's good for the students, good for the university, good for the community.
Yes.
And so hopefully over the next couple of years, we'll see that starting to give you a little bit more padding so we can reinvest in the department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I just want to say thank you, Athletic Director Wade, for what you do.
Thank you.
Next is President Hilgersom at TMCC.
Good morning, Regents, Chancellor, colleagues. It is my great pleasure to introduce the TMCC Athletic Director, Jeff Hawkins. Jeff has done a great job, and we've had some really good successes, and I'm delighted that he is here today to talk about what has been a successful year. Jeff.
Good morning, Chancellor Charlton, Chair Carvalho, Regents, and members of the board. My name is Jeff Hawkins. I'm the Director of Fitness, Wellness, and Athletics at Truckee Meadows Community College. Today, I'm honored to be here to present our annual athletics report for fiscal year 2023. With me today is Mike Pearl, our Vice President of Financial and Government Relations. As you all know, we have a young history at TMCC Athletics. We first broke ground in 2018 on our athletics field, and our inaugural season was 2019. Since that time, we've had 4 very successful seasons, both on the field and in the classroom. All the way, we've been leading the way in diversity, gender equity, and inclusion. With regard to fiscal year 2023, we've had 5 major objectives. Number 1 was to recruit 80% of our student athletes from local Nevada communities. Number 2 was to increase access for first-generation student athletes. Number 3 was to maintain or improve our academic success and persistence rates. Number 4 was to continue our philanthropic work in the community. And number 5 was to increase our branding and media exposure. I'm very proud as I stand here today to say that we have accomplished all 5 of those objectives. In addition to those objectives, we hold 3 NSHE objectives of paramount importance. That is 1, student success, 2, athletic support, and 3, student access. With regard to student success at TMCC, it is a direct reflection of our hard work of the Student Services Division, Academic Advisement, Disability and Resource Center, the coaches, and of course, the student athletes themselves. We take a 4-pronged approach to student success. Number 1 is academic support services. 2 is academic-focused policies, such as missed class policies, travel policies, playing time policies. We always keep a close eye on our analytics for academic success rates, and of course, degrees awarded. In fiscal year 2023, although we were heavy on freshmen, we still graduated 18 student athletes with associate degrees and skill certificates. In addition, we had commendable GPAs and 51 declared degrees. With regard to the NSHE objective of athletic support, we provide mandatory study hall, tutoring, homeroom, progress reports, mentors, and liaisons. All of these help navigate our student athletes through their academic path. I must mention 2 individuals in particular. Tara Conley, who was our lead academic advisor, and also Dr. Olga Messina, who helps with homeroom, which is a college skills course, as well as counseling services. We really appreciate their efforts in helping our student athletes achieve the successes that they've had. The third NSHE objective is student access. We are proud to report that we have 90% local Nevada residents as our student athlete population. In addition, we increased our first-generation students and those with no other opportunities. We always keep an eye on diversity, inclusion, and gender equity. We recruit those athletes with a broad range of interests, and, of course, we always look for those athletes with the traits that will become leaders and ambassadors to our local communities. The year's highlights of fiscal year 23 start with our on-field performances. Both teams accumulated new records for wins in both the Scenic West Athletic Conference as well as preseason winning records. I must highlight our women's team here. For the first time ever, they qualified for the prestigious NJCAA region tournament. And although they lost in the semifinals to the eventual runner-up of the national championship, their accomplishment in a young program has to be recognized. They truly were, both teams, the standout in the Sierra Nevada region. In addition to their on-field accomplishments, they received numerous awards. First, we had 4 players that received first-team all-region awards. We had numerous academic awards from our conference. And for the first time ever, we had 4 student athletes named to National Academic All-American teams. Finally, we had commendable GPAs, and I would be remiss not to mention our women's team, which continued its multi-year streak with team cumulative GPAs above 3.0. Perhaps my favorite highlight of fiscal year 2023, and closest to my heart, was the development of our youth soccer camps. These camps increased the visibility and reputation of the soccer program, generated revenue for our athletic department for equipment, operation, and facility enhancements. But perhaps most important, it built relationships and camaraderie amongst the local community. With regard to our financials of 2023, as with most athletic programs, we are funded by 3 basic sources: student fees, departmental fundraising, and institutional support. Currently, our program provides access for 50 to 60 full-time student athletes. We have submitted, along with this report, detailed financial metrics. But what must be highlighted is that each year at TMCC, we have maintained a positive fiscal balance. Other highlights include our philanthropic work. It continues to be a primary focus of our programs and a source of pride for TMCC. We love to give back to the community. A few of our favorite partners are Food Banks of Northern Nevada, the Washoe County School District, RAVE, which cares for families with special needs, Northern Nevada Animal Shelters, and of course the Eddie House, which works with the homeless and at-risk youth. And no report would be complete without a review of compliance. I'm proud to report, again, we are 100% fully compliant in fiscal year 2023. We didn't have one major violation, not one minor violation, not even a missing piece of paper. And we have no one to thank more than our compliance officer, Archides Eldel Katlora, for this excellent service that he's provided us. As we move into the future, we will endeavor to constantly improve our program and enhance the many objectives where we need improvement. In an effort to continually improve strategies and develop to address the needs and remedies of the program, we constantly reflect. With regard to moving to the future in fiscal year 2024, we set 4 primary objectives and 1 objective for fun. First, we want to improve our sports medicine equipment and services, to build a grants and scholarship program, to develop and implement a fundraising campaign, and to continue the growth and development of our marketing campaigns. And of course, I mentioned 1 for fun, and that is what we've now termed the tailgate, where it's a campus-wide community event to play our arch rival CSN. And we encourage everybody to come out for our little rival. Indeed, TMCC will continue to ensure that their 2 soccer programs continue with their strong academic performance and athletic performance on the field. What remains important is that they remain an integral part of our TMCC student life and the Northern Nevada community. We are proud of our little program, and we believe the future is mighty and bright. This concludes my presentation of our annual athletic report. Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Chair, Regents, and members of the board.
Thank you. I have a question from Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, and nice report. And I think it was 2018 when the board approved TMCC at athletics. Was that right?
I think it was 2017, and we broke ground in 2018 on our athletics field.
Okay. Because I know most of us weren't on the board then, and I bring this up because the students, it was a student-led petition that did this, and I remember it was David that had the mustache, and I just remember the mustache. But the students really wanted it, and the students stepped up and asked us to charge them $5 more per credit, with $4.50 going to.
It was the facility build-out.
Right,
So
and then
our-
the 50 cents was for operations.
That is correct.
So it was not a unanimous vote on this board, and there was quite a lot of discussion because we know athletics is expensive,
Absolutely.
and that's been the concern. So I'm all for it. I thought it was wonderful. I think it's great for the students. Hopefully, it's been a retainer for, I know the kids are going up to Lake Tahoe Community College rather than going to TMCC. Have you stemmed that flow? And I'm getting to my question in a minute.
We absolutely have. So we do recruit against Lake Tahoe Community College on a regular basis, but I think they're, unfortunately for them, yes, we do retain probably at least 80% of our local athletes. There are a few that we still lose, but I'm happy to say that we keep most of them home, and it makes financial sense. And we provide a great program and great competition. So I think for most of the athletes, it's a no-brainer for them to come to our program.
Okay, I'm on slide 7, and I know when you start something new, there's lots of excitement for it. I'm looking at the categories, donor/foundation funds. A fiscal year 32,930 was raised. And then, of course, in 20, we know we had COVID hit, but you still had it went up a little bit. But then, since then, it's really gone down, and I'm concerned that it's only 3,540 in fiscal year 23. And I know I joined in fiscal year 19, whatever your program was, I joined. I was happy to join. But I never got a renewal, and I don't think to renew it unless they send it to me, like UNR is really good about sending me stuff. And I've been a booster for 25, 30 years there.
So certainly for example, the donations, gifts in kinds, they did go down, and it was a large portion of the pandemic, right? Some of the businesses had to tighten up. We are renewing what is known as the Mighty Lizards Club, and you will be getting a letter probably within the next week or two. It's already been drafted. We're putting the graphics on it to renew our donations and funds. You will notice that, fiscal year 21 and 22 were a little bit light, but we've bounced back in fiscal year 23 of this report. We had, from the donations and funds, yes, it's still a little bit light, but we did have big donations, gifts in kind of $15,000, which brought us back up. And you'll be happy when I come back to report on fiscal year 24 as it continues to rise.
Okay. Yeah, just, you got to I know you got to mark it. You just got to, have to. So thank you.
Thank you. Regent Prager.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for doing your youth summer camps. That is impressive, and I haven't heard that anywhere else. But what a difference that has to make within the community. And I know you're, a rural community. Sometimes that's maybe a little bit easier to do without the competition we have here, in the valley. About how many do your students work alongside whoever does that program?
Yes, so we do have, it's very important to the campers, right? That these players, these student athletes are role models to them. So we always have them, along with our coaches, we always have camp counselors that are student athletes.
Right.
And it's a combination of payment. A lot of them are working off their Promise Scholarship donation hours. So it's a combination there, and that's how we fund that. And like I said, it's a big deal for the youth campers because they get to see what they're achieving, what they're aspiring to, and believe it or not, in a smaller community like ours, that this really gives back to the community, creates bonds, relationships. They start coming to our games. We saw a significant increase in attendance after we did youth camps. And it's also very nice to see them running around town with their little TMCC soccer camps, and it's a great way of branding. And we have some fantastic pictures. I know a couple of them are in here as well, but
They are.
those kind of melt your heart. So
Right. Thank you for doing that. It's quite impressive.
thank you.
Thank you. Regent Ariscata.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Last year, I can proudly say that myself and my son attended 2 of the Lizard soccer games. Opening season, and the rally beforehand. That was wonderful. Strong kudos to yourself and the entire TMCC Lizard community. My question to you, and I'm going to actually steal the question from the paperwork that was just provided by CSN regarding their minimum credit load for a 2-year graduation. Does TMCC student athletes still require that also?
Absolutely. So part of the requirements of compliance is they have to take a minimum of 12 units to be full-time. We encourage our students not only to be at 15, but also 16 and 17 to ensure that they're meeting the 60, on average, I should say, the 60 to 66 credits to achieve their AA and ASs.
Excellent. And my son, he also ran around with the Lizard shirt for quite a while. Bright chartreuse green. You could not miss him. So thank you.
Well, we hope to see him back. We have 3 new sessions this year. There's going to be a half-day and full-day option. So please send them, and we'll be happy to entertain them.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Boylan next. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. Just something to say to you, but after that, then I'll ask the question I talked about. Is that okay, Chair? All right, because that's for everybody. When you say soccer, which is actually the real football, because you play it with your feet and you don't grab it in your hand and run, so the real football, and then you mention also helping animal sanctuaries, or what was that you said?
Animal shelters.
Animal shelters, I love it. You've got my ears and my support totally if you mention those 2 things. There's a few other things I can't mention them here, but those 2 outstanding work you're doing. After this, I'm going to ask the question of all the directors, the one simple question. Thank you, ma'am. And this is for all the directors of sports. And it's based on safety, especially safety of the women athletes. My question is, it's all over the country, schools, colleges, universities. How many, or do we have any men masquerading as women playing in any of our teams and hurting any of the women? Do we have that issue here in NSHE? Anybody? Yeah?
Sorry, Regent, I don't know. Let's take this as a hypothetical. If in fact we did, I would not be able to divulge that.
You could not, okay, and that's also for the rest of the directors or presidents, because that's an important thing, and female athletes are getting hurt, so it's important to know. We don't have any records, we don't keep. Why don't we keep those records? Anybody? It should be something.
I think it's a disclosure and privacy issue, and we would need, we're not allowed to disclose any sort of that private information when it comes to those things.
Oh, okay, thank you. Any other directors of?
If I may, Michael Wixon for the
Yes.
record.
Yeah.
I think what you're asking them to disclose would be a violation of federal law. And so I don't think they can make those disclosures. So I think if your question is about transgender athletes.
Oh, that's the term, yes, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
then that needs to be agendized separately and addressed separately. But the disclosures you're asking them to make, they cannot make.
Even to say how many athletes we might have?
No, they cannot make it because it's a matter of privacy and the individuals involved are entitled to privacy. So if you wish to discuss this matter on a separately agendized item, you surely may. But I'm going to direct the athletic directors to not respond because to the extent that they do, they would be in violation of federal law. And also, I'm guessing they don't have that information.
Okay.
Because if they had the information, they would be in violation of federal law.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Wixom. Appreciate it. Thank you, folks.
Regent Brown? No. Okay. So at this time, I don't see any other questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Regent McMichael.
I guess my question goes out to all the athletic directors. I'm just curious, with all of these world-class students going through these athletic programs. Have we had any students participate in Olympic trials?
Well, I can answer that from just in general and athletic director position. And in fact, I used to be a coach at CSN, believe it or not, and they had a student named Liana Soifua who competed in the Oceanic Olympics, not just in the past, but also this recent year, as a matter of 3 weeks ago, for qualifying FIFA rounds. And she actually was her captain of her team. So to answer that, not Team CC yet, but CSN, in fact, with their women's soccer program, has had an Olympic athlete for Samoa, and she was the captain of her team this last year.
Okay. Any of the other directors had any students inquire and participate in Olympic trials?
Yes, previous to being at CSN, I had the privilege of being the head track and field coach at UNLV, and we developed quite a few Olympians and Olympic trial competitors. Currently, I have 2 sprinters that were under my helm at UNLV that are on the bobsled, Olympic bobsled team for US. And so they like how our sprinters come out the blocks and they can push those things down the slippery ice pretty well. So they came out and recruited, and now I have 2 that are U.S. Olympic bobsled teams. We had a hammer thrower that was out of Silverado High School that went to the Olympics and was an American record holder. We had a coach that was in the Olympics. I was in the Olympics twice. And so it can be done, and it will be done. We also have Bryce Harper, who is in the, a professional baseball player that's a very famous CSN Coyote. So they're there, and we're building more.
Thank you.
Eric Harper, UNLV for the record. We've had some in swimming, and then just on top of what, in men's and women's swimming, and on top of what Ms. Wade said, the young ladies in track and field that are participating on the bobsled team.
Thank you. I'll just see if AD Remp wants to chime in on that as well.
We've had some success with our swim and dive program, including our diving coach representing as a coach in the diving program.
Thank you. Did you want to say something else, Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Yes, I just want to say that the student that Athletic Director Empey is referring to also started at Western Nevada Community College and got her associate there and then transferred. And she did get a bronze medal in the last Olympics, and she is training for the next Olympics next year, which is really exciting.
Great, thank you. So in answer to your question, Regent McMichael, it sounds like we've got quite a few Olympians in our midst. So very proud of that as a Nevadan and a Regent as well. I don't see any other, oh, I do. Regent Cruz Crawford.
Regent Cruz Crawford for the record. Thank you so much for your reports. I'm just really impressed with the graduation rates and as a first generation college student myself, I know this is an access point, and I appreciate that. I did notice that there was a high percentage of undeclared. I think I saw it at UNLV, but any other institutions that want to chime in. Is there any additional mentorship that our student athletes get just based on the level of physical and mental scrutiny that they have to undergo, as well as being a full-time student and athlete?
Well, I can answer for TMCC. I can tell you that we have mandatory academic advisement meetings bi-monthly. So they're constantly meeting with their academic advisors. We also have mentors in place to talk to them about career pursuits, what path may be appropriate for them. And of course, we always talk about how we can give back to the community as community leaders, and things like when we talk about our youth camps, how young children look up to them and how they need to behave on and off the field. So we have quite a few. For us, we had 51 and 53 declared majors in fiscal year 2023. There were 2 undeclared, and usually that just relates to maybe they're just not sure what their career path is yet, and they're still exploring.
Yeah, at CSN, we're definitely providing those spaces for our student athletes to seek those services. We work well with our CAPS department. On our staff, we have academic advisors, we have counselors who are invested in our student athletes 100%. And we can't get them out of our offices. They come and hang out with us. And we definitely provide a space where we can mentor them and provide a safe, great experience through the 2 years or 3 years that they're here and help them transfer on for sure.
Eric Harper for the record, UNLV. We also have a lot of our student athletes, once they get on campus and determine what they want to study. But on the other side, we have a mentorship program within our career development and career life skills program led by Associate Athletic Director Mallory Poole and her assistant Keontae Gaines. They work with all of our student athletes from a mentor perspective, and we actually have 2.5 FTEs on mental health within our athletic department. We also utilize CAPS on campus. When in the future, hope to add more on the mental health side. And we also work with Helinski's Hope, which is a national student athlete mental health space that we utilize as well. And we also get some support from a Mountain West Conference office in that space.
Thank you. Regent Goodman.
Thank you, and this is for all of you as well. I'm completely in support of what you're doing. It's just really incredible, and I just feel like sports is such an important piece of students and just growing up, and I'm a big sports advocate. I'm also a big sports advocate of women's sports, and I didn't know if there is a policy within NSHE or within your varied institutions where you do require that only biological women play women's sports. I don't know, sorry.
This has obviously become a national issue. What I would say is what the NCAA, right, Division I, Division II, NCAA, their policy, which NJCAA normally follows. So they allow NCAA to make the ruling, NJCAA will follow suit. Currently, the NCAA's policy is that they're going to allow the governing sports to determine any and all regulations regarding that issue. So, for example, for us, soccer, it would fall to U.S. Soccer Federation to determine those, and then the NCAA would follow those, and by there, the NJCAA would follow those rules and then implement it, and because they're our governing association, we would be expected to follow those. Hopefully that answered your question.
We would be in a similar space, but at the same time, we don't ask the question.
Same here, we would be also in a similar space.
Thank you. So seeing no other questions, I'll entertain a motion to accept each of these institutions' athletic reports.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion from Regent McMichael. Is there a second?
Second. Regent Break.
A second from Regent Breaker. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you so much to each of the athletic directors. We'll now move on to item number 21, which is 2025-2027 biennial operating budgets, 2025 capital improvement projects. And for this, I see that CFO Vitone is at the podium.
Chair Carvalho, if you don't
Yes.
mind, if I could just give some introductory
Of course.
comments. So first, want to thank the board for the time today to be able to communicate information that our office and our team has been working with the institutions on in gathering priorities for the 2025 session. As you might recall, on January 26th, I provided to the board the policy framework for Governor Lombardo, which was sent out to us about at that same time. And so as we move forward in our process and building our 2025 legislative requests, we will be aligning and need to align the priorities of the board and the institutions within that framework for consideration to the governor's recommended budget. And so with that, I know that Chris is going to be talking about that, and then also he'll provide some overview, and then we're going to kick it over to the presidents for them to speak specifically about their institution needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chancellor, and thank you for that introduction. CFO Vitone.
Carvalho and Regents, Chris Vitone, Chief Financial Officer for the system. I know we have a presentation. Is it? Are there? Oh, thank you.
Can you move your microphone just a little bit closer? There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. How's that? Okay. Topics for today. I know if you've noticed in the materials, there's quite a few slides. There's only about 15 or 7 so that are mine. I will get through those rather quickly, and as the Chancellor mentioned, then we'll hand it off to the presidents to hear their priorities. So we'll walk through a little overview of our framework for this biennial cycle's budget preparation, and then I'll also take a step back and walk through the kind of the starting point being the 2023 legislatively approved budgets. I know I mentioned, and we did do a little overview in your January special meeting with where we shared some risks to look forward to in the next session. We'll review those again today. Then we'll go through the summary of the high-level system-wide priorities that we identified from our campus visits, and then again turn over to the campuses for their presentations. Shared this timeline with you in the January meeting, and just to review it again, in January, the first 2 weeks of January, we spent half a day with each of the institutions, going through and hearing from them their priorities for the next session. Today, we have brought those common themes together to present to you as system priorities and to hear your feedback on those as we go. Next week, March 6th, the Chancellor and myself and our Budget Director will be in Carson City for the state's budget kickoff workshop. So we'll hear there the first direction from the Governor's Finance Office on the biennial cycle process. So we'll get a better sense there of what to expect our starting point and direction to be. And then you'll see the remainder, as I mentioned in January. There's quite a heavy schedule through the summer leading into the fall, when we'll last step being an August special meeting to have your approval and recommendation for the system's budget request to move forward for the next session. I will take a step back there, though. I mentioned at this meeting today, we're presenting primarily operating priorities. You will hear from the campuses their capital priorities as well. But we do have a process that we'll be going through in April and May with the campus business officers and presidents to prioritize the campus recommendation, the campus request for capital, with the expectation we're bringing back to you a recommended prioritization at a meeting in hopefully May, in time for submitting that prioritization to Public Works prior to June 1st. So just that also be coming up quickly on the schedule. So just starting with a summary of the 2023 legislative approved budgets, provided for you here a comparison of the second year of the last of the 2021 approved but general fund appropriations for the system, and comparing that to the 24 and 25 legislative approved general fund appropriations. Mention that these appropriations do not include the COLA funds, which are separate, so this is just apples to apples, the general fund appropriations before the 24 and the July 1st, 23, July 1st, 24 COLAs. And also would note that while that increase looks significant from 23 to 24, the majority of that actually represents budget restoration, the restoration of the position funding that had been replaced with ARPA funds and the restoration of the otherwise operating cuts that were part of last session's enhancements. Shared this with you also back in the January meeting, but just keeping it together as we move forward with the presentation. These are all of the one-shot appropriations that were included in the 23 session that are now getting worked into campus budgets. One-shot appropriations are not part of the base budget, so I've identified them here, and we'll talk about them a little bit as a risk, and you'll see them reflected again in the campus's priorities with concern for restoring or retaining as many of these as possible. Larger ones here, nursing program, the enrollment recovery, some of the statewide compensation related to retention and service, and a large one for the UNLV School of Medicine. So all of these are important to the campuses, and again, you'll hear about them in their presentations. Again, today you'll hear about capital recommendations from the campuses that we'll later prioritize. This slide just summarizes for you those capital appropriations that were approved in the last session. There was not a building appropriation, but the system-wide $50 million deferred maintenance appropriation that was in addition to the normal HEC-SHEC $15 million deferred maintenance appropriation. So we had one other non-deferred maintenance project that was approved for DRI in the last session. So we talked about these risks in January. They are those one-shot appropriations, again, are important programs to the campuses, and because they're not part of the base budget, there's concern about being able to continue those programs without those appropriations being renewed or otherwise incorporated in the base budgets. In addition to that, the large item that'll affect not only NSHE but all state agencies, obviously, is the roll forward of the 2023 approved COLAs. And we'll see this on a later slide, but again, that amount for NSHE is about $384 million over the biennium, about almost $200 million annually. There is another item that'll hit all state agencies, anticipating a 2% PERS contribution increase, which is based on an actuarial analysis at the state level. And then, of course, we have the formula committee recommendations and the timing aligning with the completion of our work in preparing the biennial budget request. The Chancellor mentioned the governor's priorities for the next 3 years, and those priorities were shared with us. These are 6 high-level priority areas. These priority areas are further detailed with about 4, in most cases, 4 sub-priority areas, and within those another 3. As we go through the systems priorities, you will see a connection very easily for many of the systems priorities to the governor's priorities as well, and I'll try to highlight those for you as we go through. So starting here, again, as after visiting the campuses in January, we came back and we pulled together the information and tried to combine requests into common themes. Not, as you're well aware, top priority for all campuses at this time, campus safety and safety enhancements. I know there was a mention at UNLV of $27 million for the police department. That's actually part of just a campus request, so it's included within this $50 million number that's system-wide, and primarily there we're talking about items in the facility, equipment, and technology areas. So you've heard about locking mechanisms, 911 emergency telephone routing, and emergency notification applications, all those technology-related tools and facility-related enhancements. So the $50 million request is essentially one-time needs, and then There was additional staffing and other recurring costs, such as the maintenance on some of those capital, the facility enhancements and technology enhancements that represents about $20.6 million biannually. Again, I mentioned the 24 and 25 COLAs being brought forward and rolled into base position budgets represents system-wide on the state-funded positions about $368 million. And continuing a top priority for the system, returning the state's budget approach for NSHE to funding 80% of COLAs when they're approved, rather than the approach that's been taken over the past two bienniums, where the COLAs are tied to the proportion of state funding in our state budgets. In the governor's priorities, there's emphasis on education, workforce, health and wellness, and economic growth and development. And these programs, several of which were part of those one-shots we talked about, but the medical residence also being an enhancement request you'll see in this year for the new biennium, are directly tied to the governor's priorities. In fact, the medical residence is listed specifically in the Health and Wellness Initiative. and the economic development and GOED as well, so in the Economic Growth and Development Initiative. So there's actually some call-outs there in the governor's priorities directly tied to NSHE. Another common theme that we heard throughout the campuses, and I think you hear it rather regularly in our discussions at your meetings, concerns about food and housing insecurity and addressing mental health and graduate student support, graduate stipend, both levels and numbers of positions. So in addition to carrying forward one-shots, but also recognizing the need to continue to grow in those areas. Here again, I'm just calling out some of the one-shots that were approved last cycle that are expected or are high priority for renewal for the campuses. I want to mention one correction here. When I pulled the information together from the campuses, the prison expansion estimate from the campuses is actually closer to $3 million, not one. So just a note about that correction. And that, just to highlight that is another priority for the system that is actually closely tied to the governor's recommendations as an initiative to in the I have all the initiatives for all of them down there, and I'm not recalling which one specifically it falls under, but the governor's priorities do have several that are tied to prison education and opportunities that directly tie to that NSHE initiative. And there was also sorry, I'm just lost my space there. Several of these initiatives, tying them to the governor's priorities, those priorities are closely, are commonly looking for cross-government collaboration, and you can see that in many of the system's priorities. Another item that I know comes up often at your meetings, so not surprising that it's raised as a priority by the campuses, is the unfunded mandates in the form of mandated fee waivers. So we have here the current estimates. I know that there's, I think that we're still fairly early on in the Native American fee waiver changes that were introduced in the last session. So while we have this estimate, I think our current year experience alone suggests this estimate is too low as a biennial cost, because we're already seeing first-year cost of the new waiver of approximately $2 million for the system, so. I mentioned and many of us working directly on the higher ed funding committee. That timing again is scheduled to end with recommendations coming out in the July timeframe following a workshop there. We do plan and expect to be able to see and bring forward some modeling of any recommendations, and that is we'll be able to do that. It'll be a tight timeline, but in line with the bringing forward the budget for final approval at your August meeting. We have next up on the, coming up on the next Formula Funding Committee meeting, a presentation from the consultants that were engaged by the committee to provide some of the landscape and some information in particular around self-funded accounts. That's an item I think that's quite new for discussion around the budget cycle. So again, going back to some of the things that we'll be working on and trying to bring together those recommendations in this process as well. I mentioned the capital priorities just to give you some scale here. You'll hear from all the presidents on their campuses, but the total priorities that were discussed at the various campus meetings total to $700 million system-wide. We do not have yet a estimate from the governor's office on what will be available for the biennium. Again, I think we'll hear that next week, but certainly you know that is a significant number. So we'll have a job to do prioritizing those requests, and again we'll be taking that with the business officers and presidents over the next couple months and bring it back to you in May. I've listed there the considerations that were used last cycle. We expect to use those again. We'll be ironing out that process next week with the business officers. We're kicking off that process then, and we'll be working in earnest over the next couple of months. And I will stop there for questions. And
Regent Breaker.
This is to you as chair. How do you, from what he shared, are we waiting till UNLV and each college gives their presentation, or I've read the material, so something you want us to wait on?
Well, I think it's important for each of the institutions to give their presentations as well.
Okay, no
But if
problem.
you have questions for the system level, okay, thank you. Any other questions for CFO Vitone? Oh, yes, Regent Perkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment, I'm really happy to see that we're going to be asking for the fee waivers to be reimbursed to us, because that is, it grows every year and it gets exponential, and it's very hard to budget for that without being funded for it. So I'm really happy to see that in the report. And also the prison program, which I saw firsthand, the lives that it changes, and really appreciate that being like a priority.
Chair Carvalho, if I might, for the record, Interim Chancellor Charlton. So Regent Perkins, also just to let you know that particularly as it pertains to fee waivers, as part of the Interim Committee on Education that operates in between sessions, there's also going to be a deep dive by that committee specifically on fee waivers, and so they'll have another opportunity at that time too.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Hi, Chris. On slide number, I think it's 11, recurring staff maintenance and licensing costs. What do you mean by recurring staff? Who's that?
Thank you, Chair, Regent Del Carlo. All I mean by recurring there is that these would be permanent positions, so the cost would be recurring annually. So the distinction between the two bullets was just one representing a one-time cost estimate versus a cost that would have to be built into budgets going forward. So those are some primarily public safety positions, but some other public safety support positions as well.
Thank you. And one more question. And the licensing costs, is that like the licensing to use Workday and those kinds of things?
Same area, but this is licensing and maintenance costs for some of the things in the safety enhancement requests. So costs of the cost associated with storage and maintenance on surveillance equipment, for example, or other vehicle maintenance, things of that nature. It's the ongoing, continuing cost associated with those things that would be put in place under the one-time costs.
Okay, and what about SCS? Is that part of their budget, or is that separate to them?
These are costs that will, so there's infrastructure, public safety infrastructure at the campus level that's generally put in place at the campus level and becomes part of a maintenance expense at the campus. So SES may be involved to some degree to the extent statewide network connectivity may be an issue, or if there's some coordination, collaboration on a statewide notification application, things of that nature, but where it's campus facility infrastructure related, or in particular, the public safety surveillance tends to be rather, controlled through the University Police Commands. So those we see more as campus costs that need to be built into the budgets that are supporting those.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next we'll move on to UNLV. President Whitfield?
Do they need that?
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Regents. For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. I hate being the first one, but we've been asked to focus on just the CIP piece, and so let me advance past our lovely presentation to get just to that slide. All right. So here is a list of our capital improvement projects that we're asking for consideration. Number one is the Lee Business School. I think that that's semi-self-evident of why we would be interested in that. But actually, even before the incident on 12/6, we were looking for ways in which we could think about building a new business building. The goal of it would be to put it on the west side of campus. That would help to activate and really help to showcase that part of campus, to better fully just think about our campus as an engaged space across the entire campus. The next one is the College of Education, and this is one that we've moved up for several reasons. In part, thinking about what NSHE has as one of its priorities, which is to produce more teachers. We think that it is important to make sure that our School of Education has a 21st century building. It has a building arguably from the 70s. And it would provide the ability to be able to train more teachers and to make sure that they are trained in the best pedagogy possible. And then third is our College of Fine Arts. We've done some of the preliminary work for the Fine Arts building and have some general ideas. But we would be looking to try to get State Public Works to be able to fund the planning that needs to be done, and then ultimately for the building to be done. In terms of deferred maintenance, we have the Barrick Museum at $4 million and the Thomas and Mack Center at $3.4. And just to note, we are, of course, very supportive of the renewal of the system-wide ask for $50 million in deferred maintenance. And with that, Chair, that's my report.
Thank you, President Whitfield. Are there any questions? Yes, Regent Breaker.
Since we have the students here in regards to students and lawyers, in regards to where you have FY '26, 1 million, and FY '27, 1 million, how will that enhance that, since it seems to be a very big question for all of them, and it makes sense of how well they can get out of law school and be much more prepared than the book learning is great, kind of like real estate. It's nice to go to the classes and get your real estate degree. It teaches you nothing about real estate, quite frankly. How will this help them?
Without having the details in front of me, actually, interestingly enough, we have Dean Leo Grinvald, who's in the audience, and can come and provide some more granular details on that ask.
Thank you, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Leah Chan Greenwald, Dean of the William S. Boyd School of Law at UNLV, for the record. Thank you so much, Regent Breger, for that question. So our legal clinics are unique in the state. It serves a double purpose to educate the students who serve as student attorneys, and you heard from some of them today, and provide free legal services to those in need in our community. And just to give you a little context, over the past 2 years, we've provided approximately $3.4 million in free legal services, and that's helping over 500 clients with their legal issues that range from immigration, poverty, and misdemeanors. And so with the addition of the enhancement, we would be able to maintain the funding that was provided as a one-shot funding that Chris Vitone mentioned, and also have money to expand by hiring at least one additional tenured track faculty member to lead a clinic in a new area of need, such as veterans benefits or homelessness. We get lots of community asks of us, and so we would want to think about how we as a legal clinic could best support our mission of education, but also helping the community areas of need.
So you would be expanding it by one additional person so that would more of the students be able to get the time there along with that?
Absolutely, and it would be at least one, if not more. We'd have to, dig down, but just doing a very overview look at our budget of how much we spend now, where we get grant money and the like. That would be it. In addition, though, we would also be able to hire more what we call clinic fellows, and those are practicing attorneys who come and work part-time for us to help with the supervision of our students. And so we could expand the number of students we have in each clinic, which right now is small, to give that personalized attention and make sure that they're actually, doing quality, ethical legal work. Because as student attorneys, they are actually held to the same standards as regular attorneys.
And just one follow-up. So the attorneys that come in, when you say work for you, are they paid or do they?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they are paid and we call them clinical fellows.
Okay. And then I guess I'll have to ask the question in item 28 when we get to that one. Kind of relates to this, but I'll wait.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll go to Regent Del Carlo.
This is for you too, Dean Grivald, is that right?
Greenwald, yes.
Greenwald. And one of the students came up today in public comment and said that they wished that this was a required, not an elective course. And I know I'm putting you on the spot, but have you ever considered that? And then if you have, what kind of, what kind of cost would that be for a future ask?
Yeah, no, I would love it if we could require it of all students to have a clinical legal experience. It is truly a capstone in the legal education. And our clinics, I'm so proud of our clinics. We were innovators when we started 25 years ago. We were one of the first to tenure clinical faculty members, faculty who teach clinic, and the rest of the nation's law school followed suit. And so, we are highly regarded in that space. It's hard to put a number, more fully, but, thinking about, could we require, we would need spots for about 130 students. And right now we have spots for about 50 with the current funding we have. So we would need to scale that up greatly. And we're absolutely open to it. And just to let everyone know, we do fundraise for it. But, in terms of having endowment funds, we would need approximately $67 million in an endowment just for the clinic in order to, have that be self-funding from gift funds. So.
Thank you.
Yes, Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Chair. Ma'am, yes, it's for you. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if that was a, wave goodbye or.
No, I'm curious now, these free clinics you have, are these only for immigration issues or is it for anything? I have an accident and I don't have money and I can come to you and you'll help me with that? Or is it just for immigration issues?
It's not just for immigration issues, although we have an immigration clinic that does help with a variety of different legal matters related to immigration, but we have other clinics that help with other types of issues. So for example, we have our mediation clinic that helps with family mediations and other types of issues that may arise that need mediation. So we have very specific clinics that are focused on, overall specific areas in the legal field that help with issues, but it's not just anybody can walk in with any issue. Although we do provide referrals to partners that we work with, like Legal Aid of Southern Nevada and other, senior legal services. And it would be great to be able to expand to other areas so
Right.
that we can help more people. But it really is an educational component to it too. So that's why they're taught, all of our clinics are taught by full-time tenured faculty members with the assistance of other attorneys who work in the field to help with that supervision, because it's a very hands-on work, as you can imagine, to make sure students are getting the top-notch education and then become the top-notch attorneys we want for our legal community.
Sure, that's outstanding. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Chair.
President Whitfield, I just want to make sure that I'm appreciative for any time you've given back, but in case you want to go into any depth on your operating budget at all, I just want to give you that time. It looked like you had some other slides, but if that's where you're at, then we're fine with that too. I just wanted to give you that extra opportunity.
Thank you, Chair, but I think I will pass on my time to my colleague, the president of UNR.
Okay, thank you. For UNLV? Okay, just real quick, Regent Brown has a question for you, Regent Whitfield. I'm sorry, President Whitfield.
I just had a quick question. Can you remind us or explain, what is Yes UNLV? I see it on slide 27. Fiscal year 26, it's 260K, and fiscal year 27, 260K. I don't remember seeing that program, so I was just curious what that is.
It's not sparking my memory either what it is. Let me do a dive into that, and I'll get back to you before the meeting's over.
Okay, so then we will move on to President Sandoval with University of Nevada, Reno.
And good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor, for the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. And respectfully, I appreciate the time given to me, from my friend and colleague, the President Whitfield. I'm honored to present the university's budget priorities for 2025 to 2027. And this request reflects our commitment to your 5 goals, as well as the Chancellor's priorities. We really want to align with those, which are enhancing campus safety, restoring funding for the cost of living adjustments, promoting workforce development, bolstering student services, and fostering collaborative initiatives with our fellow R1 university, UNLV. So our top priority, Madam Chair, members, is campus safety. And you will see in this first slide that we are seeking the hiring of 10 new peace officers and 6 community service officers, along with a dedicated social worker. This expansion is critical, and I'm going to move through these very quickly, Madam Chair, but bottom line is we have not been able to increase our staff in the past 2 decades. And so there's been a 42% increase in our student population during that period. So we just need more people. So I'll move to the next slide. Facility upgrades. We also seek to install surveillance cameras at our campus entrances and additional cameras on building exteriors to monitor and deter potential security threats. We also want to upgrade our building card access systems and install new security doors to enhance controlled access into our facilities. So obviously we have a safer environment for our students, faculty, and staff. Training and support, again, self-explanatory, but it's very important in terms of preparedness for everyone on our campus. Also, acquisition of mobile operations equipment will significantly enhance our capability to manage incidents. So the total funding request is $5.6 million for all campus safety enhancement, which is an investment in, obviously, the safety, security, and peace of mind of our entire Wolfpack family. You heard from Vice Chancellor Vitone with regard to the COLA funding. And essentially, again, bottom line, Madam Chair, that gap is 80% or is $10.7 million for us. The state funding that we received was 60.53%. So we'd like to get to that 80%, which the legislature had done in previous administrations. And we hope that the legislature will restore that. But to our bottom line, that means $10.7 million. You also heard some discussion with the mandatory fee waivers, and again, to accelerate through this, for us, that's $10 million over the biennium. I think you heard during public comment from Dr. Rucker, who works in our writing department, during public comment with regard to the gap associated with dual enrollment and that $75. And rather than vote to increase that fee, I would rather see state support for that. So that's something that we are going to seek. Student food security, insecurity, you heard me talk about that during my introductory remarks, the PAC provisions, but approximately 24% of our students have risks associated with food insecurity. So we'd like to ask for some assistance with regard to our PAC provisions program. Another thing that you have all heard is associated with mental health on our campuses. And again, the slide is self-explanatory, but we would like to hire 3 additional staff members, a crisis and high-risk student coordinator, and 2 licensed clinicians with emphasis on trauma and assessment and support for neurodivergent students. Again, these positions will provide vital counseling and mental health services for our students. The Digital Wolfpack Initiative, you'll hear a little bit more about that during the provost presentation associated with Nevada Fit. But we have surveyed our students, and overwhelmingly 98% of our students acknowledge that this iPad program is a valuable tool for their university education, and 95% of them attribute it to their academic success. So this funding request aims to sustain the Digital Wolfpack Initiative. You also heard from me previously with regard to my introductory remarks and the university and our team selection as a tech hub, and I just got an email this morning. We successfully pushed the button and submitted our phase 2 application on time, and it was received. But as part of that application is a position on our campus, would fund a regional innovation officer to steer the project and would act as a partial match for our phase 2 application. And please keep your fingers crossed for our application. Online Learning Initiative, and again, the remarks within the slide are self-explanatory, but we seek to expand our online learning initiatives on our campus to expand our online offerings, and we're very excited about the opportunities that would provide for potential students in going to the students where they are. Nursing, and again, this is a discussion that you're very aware of in healthcare. This additional funding would be crucial to address the evolving needs of the Orvis School of Nursing and to meet the goal of expanding nursing program enrollments. The funding will enhance faculty resources, development, and boost research productivity, which is pivotal to maintaining the school's competitive edge and contribution to our university's R1 status, but specifically the investment is needed to expand the current nursing simulation facilities, which are vital for student training, but are currently inadequate for the enrollment growth that we seek. So this is one of our, again, the Chancellor's priorities is for us to continue to work with our sister institution, UNLV. One of those is to collaborate with them to establish a data-driven center focused on enhancing healthcare delivery across Nevada. This initiative will engage statewide healthcare facilities and professionals to tackle patient safety issues, leveraging population health data policy innovation and advanced simulation techniques. And again, we're really excited about partnering. You know, this is consistent with Regent Goodman, with her discussion with the Healthcare Committee. Again, I think everyone is familiar with this, but I will throw in that the state of Texas allocated $200 million biennially to graduate medical education programs, and I think ours is very modest compared to Texas, which would be $20 million over the same amount of time. But we're seeking to expand residency slots with a focus on critical areas such as OBGYN and cardiology, and request funding for faculty recruitment, resident salaries, and educational resources to sustain and the growth and quality of medical education in Nevada. So the next is academic health at the University of Nevada and Nevada, Reno, and UNLV. We aim to improve population health and reduce disparities. And again, just to be very brief, and the slide is self-explanatory, but to work together with UNLV and our healthcare schools to provide improved healthcare both within urban and rural Nevada. So graduate degree program growth. And so Nevada faces significant healthcare challenges, notably the shortage of speech pathologists and laboratory scientists in hospitals. So these professionals are vital for the essential services like hematology and chemistry labs and for navigating clinical trials in academic health centers. So to address these needs, the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine aims to increase graduate student numbers by developing new graduate and postgraduate programs in healthcare professions, targeting an addition of 48 students over the biennium. So this would include masters in speech pathology, an audiology doctorate, masters in laboratory science and health sciences certificates, and masters such as clinical research administration. And again, some of these areas that we normally don't consider. And then you heard from President Whitfield, our CIP request is for a new life sciences building, and I believe this is the third time I've been before you all with regard to this request. And some of you have had the opportunity to tour our Fleshman Sciences building, and we love that building, but it was built in the late 50s, and as I shared with the Legislative Interim Committee, there are members of those committees that were students on our campus, and those labs have not changed from 60 years ago and is the way they are now. So we're really hoping to get the funding for that building. And just to put it in context, because of construction inflation, we first asked for this in 2021. The planning cost has gone from $7 million to $18 million. And the cost of that building, the construction cost was $80 million in 2021. It's now $140 million. So the longer we wait, the harder it becomes. And then finally, actually two finallys, CIP request. We have buildings that are from 139 years old on our campus to some newer ones, and we need to replace, this is really basic roof. You know, the roofs on each of these, there are 323,500 square feet of roof replacement and repair that we need on our campus, so that is quite extensive. And as you see on the slide, that $18 million for that request. And then we have HVAC and chillers, and similar to what happened with our sister institution, DRI, last session, they fortunately were approved for that, but we need to update and improve those types of facilities on our campus. And finally, to improve the research and lab upgrades, similar to what I talked about with regard to our life sciences building. We're very proud to share the distinction of being a Carnegie R1 high research university, but you cannot do 2024 research with 1970s and 1980s buildings. So we truly need to update our labs on our campus so that we can keep pace not only with other institutions across the country, but remain competitive. So with that, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, that completes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, President Sandoval. I have a question from Regent Arascata, and then I'll go to Boylan and Regent Goodman.
Thank you, President Sandoval. In regards to the nursing program, I've been Actually, a lot of the regents have been inquired about differential fees, if that can be expanded upon.
Yes, Madam Chair, to and through to Regent Arascata, and for the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. There is a gap right now in terms of the cost of instruction at the Orvis School of Nursing. This is something that the nursing dean, Dean Duncan, has, I understand, been having conversations with all of you. I guess it's similar to what you're going to be seeing today with the law school and some of the other professional schools at UNLV. It's just simply the cost of providing a high-quality education does not meet the tuition that we are collecting.
Regent Arascata.
I'll take that.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go to Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, President Sandoval. Regent Arascata stole one of my questions, but my first question was, you mentioned in your first slide about the security, the police, and the lack, and we haven't increased that in, what did you say, 20 years or something? And everything else has increased. Why is that? Is that a lack of funding from NSHE or from the state? Why did we end up in such a situation? Are we going to wait for another terrible tragedy before we all decide, oh, wow, let's get the right police officers because we need them? So is there a reason why that's happened over this?
Thank you. Madam Chair, to you and through to Regent Boylan, Brian Sandoval, for the record. And first, let me start with this. I want to compliment Chief James and his team at the University of Nevada, Reno, and also at the other campuses. They do a fantastic job. And obviously with technology and things, it's allowed us to be able to do more things with the same amount of people. But we have reached that point, and it doesn't mean we don't have coverage. What it means is we're paying a lot more overtime for our officers. So yes, that's part of what we would like to see is some more state support for campus funding of our campus law enforcement activities, also to update our vehicles and equipment as well.
One more question. So how could this board help besides going to the legislature when the time comes? Is there funding that we could supply and she could supply you? Or do you know of that? Who would know that?
Yeah. Madam Chair, to and through to Regent Boylan, unfortunately, there's no money, just to be blunt. And that would come within our budget, and we have some budget challenges, so that's why we are seeking this additional funding from the legislature to get more state support for those positions. Thank you.
Regent Goodman.
Thank you. Thank you, President Sandoval. I had heard that GMEs used to be significantly funded by the state for UNR. What was that number? Do you know what that number was when the state funded our graduate medical education?
And Chair, to you and through you to Regent Goodman, and for the record, Brian Sandoval. And just that was something we established in my former job. We created a graduate medical education program, and my recollection is it was $10 million, and I believe it was also prior to the establishment of the UNLV Medical School. So now that what GME money there is shared by the two institutions, but we would like to see a lot more money. And as you expressed in your comments, we're one of the worst in the country with the number of residency slots. So we'd really like to see more state funding to have more of those residency slots. And the I believe the example you gave is 70% of the residents stay where they are. So I hope that responds to your question. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Regent Brown.
Thank you. Regent Brown, for the record. I just wanted to confirm on slide 38, which is not, sorry, 38 of the overall package. I know it's not your 38. The 5.6 additional campus safety funding, that's represented in that first number that CFO Vitone gave of $50 million. Is that correct, or is that separate of?
Madam Chair, to you and through to Regent Brown, I don't know, I'll have to phone a friend here.
And I need to apologize and ask if you could repeat just to make sure I'm clear.
Absolutely. It'll lead into my later question of how the president see us working together as a system when we go up to the legislature. So I'm curious, from your slide, you said it's 50 million for campus safety funding, and then each of the institutions are breaking out campus safety numbers. And on slide 38, there's a 5.6 million in additional campus safety funding on the UNR slide. So I was just trying to get to the point of, should I be doing math either in subtraction or in addition when I'm looking at that 50 million?
That, sorry, Chris Fatone for the record. That campus request should be included in our 50 million, and I would be able to go back and confirm that from the worksheets that we have that rolled these items together. So some of the campus presentations do include details that are behind the rolled up figures, and we did put those rolled up figures together with the help of the campuses kind of reviewing what was provided to us. So I can confirm that item specifically with the information we have.
Awesome. And I appreciate having both sides, so that's why I just wanted to clarify. Sorry.
Madam Chair, if I may, to Regent Brown, I just received the thumbs up from our CFO that it is included in this amount. So there's no additional money here.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments for President Sandoval? Regent McMichael.
Yes, I had a question in regards to the roofing. Are these roofs already leaking, or they're due for refurbishing?
Madam Chair, to you and through you to Regent McMichael, Brian Sandoval, for the record, I wouldn't say they're leaking, but they're well past their useful life. So our facilities people do a fantastic job, but it's not like the water is coming down. But again, there are recommended warranties and life for each respective roof, and they're well beyond that. And our facilities do an incredible job. And that's part of what Vice Chancellor Fatone had presented in terms of getting additional money for campus maintenance. And we would like to use that for the roofs on campus.
Okay, and a follow-up to that. Do we have any programs in our colleges that teach carpentry or roofing? Do we have any programs like that available? We do?
I believe our community colleges have some of those programs.
Hi, Kyle Dalby for the record. Chair Carvalho to Regent McMichael. We do have several programs at WNC that deal with construction management, and the like, which may include some roofing as well, plus apprenticeship programs.
Now, can this be a teaching situation where we can repair our own roofs and these individuals can learn these trades, whether it's a degree or a certificate, and we're accomplishing two things at the same time?
So again, Kyle Dalby for the record, Regent McMichael, as much as I would like to loan our students to President Sandoval for his roofing needs, the final slide in the presentation has several of our own things, but I do get your question, and I do think there's an opportunity there. We are finding lower enrollments in some of those programs because they are getting snatched up for jobs out in the industry at this time with all the building that's going on. So it's a tricky situation. It's even trickier, and sorry, again, President Sandoval may add his own experience, but we are having trouble getting contractors to even bid on jobs at this point. So that's where we are.
No, that's the whole situation I'm looking at. If we can, I am assuming, contract out to repair our own institution's infrastructure. Like I said, this is a great opportunity for teaching and also getting our infrastructure repaired using our own personnel. And I'm pretty sure that students will flock to the institutions that are teaching these and are awarding contracts for roofing that needs to be taken care of, I assume immediately. So, we can snatch these people up faster than contractors who will probably try and overbid anyway.
I think Chancellor Charlton has something to add to this as well.
Yes, thank you so much. For the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. So thank you, Regent McMichael, for the question. And often, I know at some of the community colleges, you may have some of the students that might have an opportunity to either apprentice or work alongside a licensed contractor, but there are licensure requirements that are mandated by state regulations, and so we do have to be mindful, but it's certainly always something to explore because we do not have enough contractors to support all of the needs within our state and even within our different entities, both north and south, as well as our rural communities. But thank you for the recommendation.
Thank you. Regent Breaker.
Thank you, and I think this has been answered before, but I believe it's for our CFO. Do we have a deferred maintenance fund? And we don't do any, I didn't think we did at the university or college system.
Thank you, Regent Breaker. Chris Fatone. There is not either a central or a state specific O&M deferred maintenance fund other than the NSHE funds that are part of the system's biennial normal appropriations. The $15 million that the system receives for each biennium is the only source specifically dedicated to that.
But that goes along with the credit rating, correct? I mean, if you use too many funds, then if there's something we need to do or build, does that then affect the credit rating, or we don't have a problem? I know that the different entities would come to the commission for us to approve whether people could do more than they should within the municipalities, but not particularly the universities. Or I can talk to you later. I don't mind. I just think that a deferred maintenance fund can be very useful, even though we need all the money we can. But if it's somewhere where it can grow, then you have what you need for what President Sandoval is speaking about, instead of having to, hopefully have to beg the legislature for different things on a 140-year-old campus. So I'm good, unless, I'm
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Just a follow-up on the NSHE, because since I've been on the board, we get $15 million a year, and that was done through the legislature, has to do with slot machine. You can explain it if you would, President Sandoval, because we've never gotten more than 15 million. And at the time, I remember a long time ago, we had 100 million needs system-wide for maintenance, which is way more now. So how does that NSHE ever get higher, or does it not?
No, Madam Chair, through to Regent Del Carlo, and you're correct. It's $15 million per year, or over the biennium, that has to be shared by all of the institutions. And we're grateful from the legislature and the governor that we got an additional $50 million to the system, again, which has to be shared. But it is a formula. I would say that our CFO, Andrew Klinger, could probably explain that a little better than I could. So maybe I'll ask him to come up.
Madam Chair, Regents, for the record, Andrew Klinger, Vice President, Administration and Finance at the University of Nevada, Reno. To Regent Del Carlo, one thing I will say, so it is 15 million every 2 years, and it's spread out among the institutions based on a gross square footage calculation for each institution. But that 15 million for every 2 years has been the same since 1985. So in 1985, we got 15 million for a 2-year period. And so our student population as a system since 1985 has more than doubled. And so you can imagine the buildings that have been built since 1985, let alone the inflationary impacts that you would see on those funds. So it hasn't changed since 1985. Oh, I'm sorry, and I didn't even answer your question, sorry. So the funding comes from a slot tax, that's part of it. But that slot tax revenue in recent years has actually declined. So the state actually backfills that with state appropriated funds to keep it at the 15 million level.
So, Andrew, it's a slot machine, but now we have a lot of video poker and stuff, so it's just specific to the slot machine? Because I'm thinking we have all these new casinos, so this is not kept up, and I want to ask Siri on a break what $15 million is. That was 1985?
1985.
And what that would be in today's dollars. I'll ask Siri later.
Yeah, it's Madam Chair, through you to Regent Del Carlo. So it is based on the slot tax, but it's capped. It's limited at the 15 million. So even if the state brought in more slot tax revenue, and I believe that goes to K-12, the other portion of that slot tax.
So I would say that then we're not looking ever, Interim Chancellor, to Patty Charlton, that we wouldn't be, that's not an ask we'd ever go to the legislature for in our stuff to make that to 2025 sevens dollars compared to 1985.
For the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. So I will say that we have asked for increased deferred maintenance allocations, and many of the projects that you will see from institutions is just for that. It's for deferred maintenance. Last session, we were fortunate to receive $50 million for the system, and from speaking with the institutions, they all came to the table and said, we need to have that as a biennial amount, and that will hopefully even start to impact the backlog of deferred maintenance, because the number across the system is very large. We are a heavy infrastructure entity, and so with those buildings and with the age of the buildings, it becomes more and more difficult. With the challenges that institutions have, either between their operating funds, and they leverage their capital improvement fees already as much as they can just to support ongoing needs, there's just never enough in the space of capital. And so we will continue to ask for those larger amounts to support our institutions and these needs.
Madam Chair, if I may, to you through to Regent Del Carlo, this exact issue is something that we will be submitting to your interim committee as one of our suggested budget changes for higher education.
Thank you. I appreciate knowing that. Appreciate everybody's response.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you, President Sandoval.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can I make one more comment? Regent or Vice Chair Downs looked it up. $15 million in 1985 is over $56 million today. So that just shows you how the state has neglected us.
Okay, so we're going to go to Nevada State University. I just want to let you know that after Nevada State, we will take a lunch break.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Regents for this opportunity to share a few observations regarding the 2025 Nevada State University legislative priorities. Unlike my colleague, President Sandoval, I have on sitting shoes versus standing shoes. So I'm going to sit, if you don't mind, for this presentation. But it is a consolidation of a much longer report that we were able to offer. And thank you to the Interim Chancellor for her leadership in bringing the system to our campus. So what you will see is a reflection of the presentation that we share with them that consolidates observations regarding our priorities from my team, which includes student and faculty perspectives here. So we've organized, the English professor and me could not just give you a list of things without some type of conceptual framework. So for me, I love a little bit of alliteration. So you're going to see the fact that our deck here is going to be organized around people, programs, policy, and places. We know that the most distinctive part of what we do at Nevada State is delivered through the people that we have the honor of working with and the students we have the honor of serving. We do that through distinctive programming within a policy framework that allows us also to advocate for very specific spaces to do the work. You've heard many of my colleagues talk about some issues regarding COLA and other things. We endorse that, and you'll see some of those in terms of policy for me. But I want to emphasize in terms of people, safety, egress. And you're going to hear this theme continuously throughout the presentations today. The photo that you see on this particular slide was taken on the day of the attack at UNLV. And as you all know, our campus was recommended for vacate as well. This is actually leaving our campus parking lot. It was referred to in a newspaper not too long ago that Nevada State's campus sits at the end of the longest cul-de-sac in the city of Henderson. There is not an ability for people to leave our campus on multiple venues. There is one major venue in and out, a single artery. This is, in my mind, a miscarriage, and it's really waiting to see what will happen at this particular point. Not only can people not get out, as this picture indicates, but the travesty is that also our emergency workers would not be able to get into campus if they needed to do so because we have this one artery. So if indeed we value people, they say budgets are a reflection of values. For us, people are our value, and we need to make sure that we have the ability to respond to people accordingly. If we think about programming, our faculty, staff, and students have brought up several types of programming that we should be thinking about on our campus. Obviously, as you've heard here, campus safety measures. What I find quite intriguing to share with you is that Nevada State University, unlike many of our peers, was never designed with a campus safety infrastructure in mind. We did not have a police force on our campus. In fact, because of the Southern Command, we work deeply with our peers here, but we pay a fee to the University of UNLV, who helps provide as a part of our work campus safety services. We need an ongoing director of campus safety to design out as we are becoming at Nevada State University. That requires us to put the infrastructure in place to do that. All of the things you've heard my colleagues talk about as well, cameras, lights, bulletproof filming, film for entryway, mandatory training, flashing lights, traffic, boyards. Those are all things that you will hear repeatedly, but for us on our campus, this is what we've indicated. We've had a very successful campus commuter service between our campus and the campuses of CSN. We recognize that we know who we serve. And our students' transportation is oftentimes a barrier to higher education. So the ability to maintain this camper commuter service is essential to advancing economic mobility and higher education in our region. And our students and our faculty have been very thoughtful about trying to reduce textbook costs. I would indicate and support a continued effort to move toward OERs where possible, but also build in a support so that our students are able to access those materials thoughtfully and deliberately. You will also know that Nevada State, we excel, I believe, in the robust support services that we wrap around students in and out of the classroom. Our signature programs such as Nepontlus and COFA, FAME, those programs as well as our mental health programs, many of those are funded on soft money. And we are trying to move them from soft money into resources that can be more stable and predictable for the institution. And we believe that if this is indeed one of our keystone projects, again, you must treat it as such. Nursing, we know that nursing continues to be the bread and butter of Nevada State University oftentimes. So we want to continue to see that, including looking at how we can increase to offer a master's in nursing administration, which has been asked for by our partner hospitals, as well as looking at other opportunities to expand programming for students by additional students, night programming, and so forth. We are very excited, and we want to continue to build more robust partnerships with our sister community colleges, so the opportunity to enhance transfer functionality is essential. We've been doing some good work in this space, but we also know there's additional work that can and should be done. The city of North Las Vegas came to us. We have a significant portion of our student body who comes to Henderson from North Las Vegas. And as they look at meeting the needs of this particular portion of our community, they would like to see us partner with them to advance an educational opportunity there, where we would have the opportunity to serve about 2,500 students and about 240 courses per semester at Nevada State. What's very exciting for us is that they are building out the North Las Vegas Development Agency is building a 19-acre development that will transform their downtown area and to create a space that has residential and business, but they would also like to see anchored in that as education. So this will allow us to build what we believe with them, a groundbreaking model in Southern Nevada, where we would have the opportunity to bring educational delivery in a roughly 35,000 square foot facility, accomplishing many things in terms of testing, computers, online courses, looking very specifically at our core curriculum, but also degree completion programs with our sister institutions, and more importantly, career coaching, workforce development. The city of North Las Vegas is going to construct this project and work with us in terms of a short-term 5 to 7 year strategy to pay that, but we're looking for operational dollars to actually deliver coursework and programming there. This can be a game changer in terms of meeting the needs of a community, but more importantly, doing it in the communities of which they are living. Policy priorities, not unlike many of which you've heard from my colleagues: campus safety, restoring the COLA, renewing nursing expansion and funding formulas for unfunded fee waivers, and renewing of WIN funding. All of these things we support and look forward to the guidance of the system and advocating for those NSHE priorities. We are a growing campus, and last year we were so excited to have made it, or the year before, to the top of the list for a new capital project, but we also recognize the need with our peer institutions to support, as we talked about earlier, deferred maintenance. That moved to the top, and there were no capital projects provided. So I bring this project back, and a series of them, with hope that we will be able to seek additional support from this board and then with the state to support that. You would not be surprised, many of you have heard me talk about many of these projects at a redundant level. Our academic village, which will allow us to provide a number of support services to students, planning, in that building will be essential. This is where we would co-locate our support services and move them from a number of our academic spaces. STEAM building, we know that STEAM is the future, present and future of Nevada. We believe that there's space to be done on our campus in that. Water infrastructure, I have 250 acres of land that we're in the midst of working to develop. Key to that is a need for water storage tanks. So you will hear me say this until I'm blue in the face. I will remind you, when I interviewed for this job, this was a $4.6, I believe it was, $1 million project. It is now a $9.6 million project. I love the observation that President Sandoval raised earlier. These costs are not going down, the same as with the academic village. They continue to grow over time. A reoccurring theme, our safety egress. We need to pay attention to that, so I put it under people and places. You can never do it too often. And then a safe students' wellness facility. We have received some federal dollars. We want to expand on that to expand the capacity here. Last but not least, Nevada State has a statewide mission, and we have been thoughtful in our conversations, both with our sister institutions in the north, in particular with TMCC and WNC, where we offer some degree completion programs. How do we look at showing up more deliberately in those spaces? We do not need a space there by ourselves, but here's an opportunity for us to partner. Our colleagues at DRI and TMCC had already been in the midst of planning a shared facility. And when we talked to them about the possibility of Nevada State having presence there, they were very excited and accepted my excitement to join them in that space. So we are looking to think about how you might reimagine higher educational delivery and workforce readiness through an innovative partnership where we would have a few classrooms and spaces to, one, provide opportunities for students who want to explore undergraduate education at Nevada State University in some specific areas, but look at the synergies that also might come from that when we are working so tightly together. So with that in mind, I'm happy to respond to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, President Pollard. Questions for Nevada State? Yes, Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dr. Pollard. What would you say is your top priority? Would that be safety, egress, and all that, or your water supply? Because if you don't have water up there, you're going to be in a wee bit of trouble, I think.
I agree that more than a we, but
Right.
I'm trying to add that to my vocabulary, the we. I would offer that we have water right now, but we aren't able to expand. And as we know, Nevada State is rapidly growing, so we need to have that water pressure issue resolved in order to do that. But I have to say safety is number one. No one wants to come to campus if they don't feel valued and safe. And more importantly for us, we know this has been an issue that has been kicked down the field. Or is that the right word? Road, thank you, kicked down the road. That has been, when I talk with our elected officials in our area, they know for a fact this needs to be remedied. It will require an investment of public dollars to do that, but also some will to challenge some of the assumptions about space and space utilization, and more importantly, what the future of the area should look like. So I would say public safety is most important for us. Thank you, Regent Boylan.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Regent Cruz Crawford.
Regent Cruz Crawford for the record. I just wanted to let you know I got to sit with the city of North Las Vegas and see this development from the inception to what they envision right now. And the most exciting thing for them was bringing education, educational space in maybe non-traditional way.
Yes.
This really is an education desert, this area. There's a lot of workforce development gaps, and I think this is going to just be so valuable to our state as a whole. And so I'm really excited to see the North Las Vegas development project, also partnering with CCSD to provide some continuing ed and training for our teachers, which is also very necessary. So I'm really excited to see this work.
Well, thank you, Madam Regent. And I'll also share with you that we also had conversations, maybe 2 months ago with our colleagues at CSN, because one of the things as I shared with this idea and concept with many of you, you were very clear to me about cannibalization. And you were very thoughtful about the idea that we should be working together, which is a core to my ethos. And as a result of that, we've already started talking with our colleagues at CSN to how to co-design programs so they are truly a 2+2 opportunity. And I have a phenomenal new provost who has done some of this work in other spaces, is committed to thinking differently about how we do delivery of higher education in this region. It is a travesty that we've allowed this educational desert to be maintained. I'm always struck by the concept of master planning. And I always think about master planning as an opportunity to plan for things and communities better. I often think that sometimes, though, we master plan to keep things just as they are. So unless we are intentional about master planning something different, we will have the same thing happen over and over again. So I am excited about this opportunity to expand the mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Brown?
Thank you. Regent Brown for the record. Going to the egress plan, obviously we've been to campus. It gets tucked up there, and it's almost kind of, when I drive in, I'm like, oh, I'm going in the back, right? And like,
yes.
So I see this as a priority, and thank you for thinking about this. I'm assuming this is not the same as campus safety funding that we kind of addressed earlier. So to the CFO, I'm assuming this 10 million is not going to be included in the 50 million.
Regent Brown, Chris Fatone, yes, that is correct for that 10 million. We do have that 10 million captured in the capital priority requests total.
Thank you.
Regent Ariscata.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. In regards to your last slide, we have, it's the DRI, TMCC, NSHE, Dandini Commons. You mentioned this thought or this proposal about a month and a half, 2 months ago to me. And I did not like it then, and I still think it's somewhat disingenuous now. I don't ever foresee Arizona State University moving down the street from Arizona, and or Washington State moving their campus down the street in Seattle. I would like to get a little bit more reasoning for this grandiose proposal or thought.
So, Regent Ariscata, I thank you for the question. I'm not quite sure if I understand the modifiers in your description, but I'll be happy to share some of the thinking behind the project. As you know, we currently deliver 3+1 and a program with TMCC in graphic arts. We also do education programming with WNC. And as a result of that, we've recognized that, again, Nevada State does indeed have a statewide mission. And in fact, typically when we are submitting our budgets, there's a considerable line within our budget that speaks directly to implementing or executing a statewide mission of which we're charged for. When I first arrived and spent time in the North and in the South and other regions, it was very clear that a group of my advisory committee there asked, well, do you ever have any ideas about Nevada State having a presence here in the North? You are called Nevada State University, and college at the time. And I was struck by that, and so much so that I kind of sat with it and said, this isn't a project that I am prepared or interested in doing right now. I need to understand the feel and make sure this is something that can and should be done and explored. So I sat with that idea for quite some time. And then in the midst of our conversations we've been preparing with the presidents for the conversation regarding budgets and how we might deliver and have a presence there, there were a couple of things that came about. Our colleagues, as I described, at DRI and TMCC had been already planning a co-shared facility. We've been having some conversations about what does higher education look like in the future. We certainly have, I think, great opportunities in the state to talk about mission differentiation. We have great opportunities to have conversations regarding service areas. But what I think in the absence of those conversations having taken place as of yet, for me, this was an opportunity for us to think about how do we deliver a Nevada State mission, which has a very different one than the institutions that are currently serving the North, whether that be our phenomenal R1 institution, our phenomenal community colleges, and our phenomenal research institution. As such, we have a different mission. We have a different admissions requirement. We have a different cost structure. So we may be an option for students who want to pursue the baccalaureate degree, but would not be able to apply for an R1 institution, who may not be able to afford that, or someone who has other interests. Just as we have students who attend and live in the South who have an outstanding R1 institution here, they may choose to go to UNR because there is a better fit for them. So I think our job as an institution is to provide options, is to think about what might be in the best interest of residents. It is not in the, this would be a very, very, very small function that we would have within this facility. I believe we talked about 2 or 3 classrooms, not unlike what we currently do there working. We actually have a faculty member and space on the TMC campus already. This would be a way for us to establish presence, to offer options. That's really what it is. It's not an attempt to be grandiose. It's not an attempt to move beyond our mission. It is literally a way of providing more opportunity to residents, whether they be in the North or in the South.
The mission for the entire system is to deliver education, a high education, a quality education. The students at Truckee Meadows Community College have a great opportunity to go, I think it's 4.5 miles down the road. It's obvious, and there's an obvious reason why DRI and TMCC have a shared vision of working together, because they share the same hillside. That's understandable. This will be another topic we can definitely venture upon down the road. But as of right now, it is not something that is palpable, at least to me, up on this Northern Nevada campus. Some of the reasonings why you're stating of a state university has a mindset of venturing out of the area in which they serve. I don't know of any other state universities throughout the country that have that same mindset. Mind you, I will do the research and I will find out. However, that's like stating, well, if you're the first land-grant institute in your state, well, we're the first ones here. We should be able to venture anywhere. It's not that mindset. This will be a discussion we'll definitely venture upon down the line. So thank you.
Certainly, and I look forward to it, Regent Arascata. I do think that there are a number of state models in other states that could be quite informative to the conversation. Thank you.
President Hilgersom.
Hi, I would like to chime in since I really view this project as quite historical, from the sense that we've got 3 different types of institution joining together, because we obviously aren't doing great with capital in the state of Nevada for public higher education. And so maybe joining together will get us more votes, for one. But I want to speak a little bit as a bit of a NSHE historian, even though I'm on my 8th year. When I first arrived, I perused many board documents. And I was so interested in some of the documents that I discovered in the late 90s and early 2000s developed by the Board of Regents. And these documents highlighted mission differentiation, and they highlighted a vision. And the vision to me was so beautifully captured in these documents, and that was a vision for 2 amazing universities who were sort of both accepting the very best students of the state at the freshman level and then transferring in the students who maybe needed a little more help at the 2-year college level. And Nevada State College was the state college, sort of that middle tier entity similar to the state college that I graduated from in California. Turkey Tech, Stanislaus State, right? I paid my tuition by plunking my tips on the cashier because I was a waitress. My family didn't know how to help me fund college. It was a wonderful mid-tier that got me a full free ride to the University of Oregon, one of the top universities in the country. So I see Nevada State as a mid-tier institution that was literally designed and created to be that for the entire state, all right? I think one of the things that concerns me, and that I'll highlight now instead of during my presentation and save us a little time, is that I think what I've noticed in the last few years is that the mission differentiation among the institutional types is just gone. It's just lost. And in the future, that's going to be a problem. That will be a problem. And I'll tell you why. When I taught at Gonzaga University off and off for many years, the incoming freshman GPA was about a 4.0, maybe a 3.8. When you look at some of the best universities in the country, the incoming admission for freshmen is typically around a 3.8 and higher. Clearly, the universities were needing the very best students so that they can really churn out the very best research, right? And again, that doesn't mean that students won't get to a place like the University of Washington. It just means they may have to really hone their skills at a Eastern Washington, which is more of the state level, the middle tier, or start at a 2-year college and move up from there. I think what's going to happen 10 years from now is that the universities may, by necessity, need to sort of stop enrollment, which means they may, in effect, bring a much stronger student. And not that all of our students aren't wonderful and strong. They are, right? Because they're motivated to be here. And that's the beauty of what we do. But there may come a point where if the admissions bar is increased at the university level, that creates a much greater need for Nevada State University, being sort of this mid-tier option that is statewide. So in answer to your question, Regent Joriscata, I think for me, it's about a vision. It's about a vision that might be 10, 15, 20 years ahead, and that is the role of this board, and that is why we are proposing this project now. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Downs.
I want to echo what President Hilgerson said. The state schools, I graduated from California state schools as well, and I found it was a great experience, a great opportunity, and there are last I counted 23, there's probably more than that now. So, and they go throughout the state. And that was always what I thought with the Nevada State University, is it would be something that would be planted throughout the state to serve more of the population. And that might be something, and if we just talk about mission differentiation at some point, it might be part of that conversation. So, thank you. And I really applaud your vision on this at President Pollard. So it's exciting to see what you have going.
Thank you, Regent Downs.
Thank you. Yes, Regent Del Carlo.
I can't go by and not echo my colleague, Vice Chair Downs's comment. I agree. I mean, this is a state university now. It should be all over the state. And by joining forces, we're talking one building. We're not talking 3 separate buildings. We're talking a joint combination building. And I think it's the graphic arts program is where the professor is on the TMCC
Yes.
campus. And I've met students that have taken that program. They get their AA from TMCC, and then they go back to TMC under the guise of really going to Nevada State. It's a fabulous program. I mean, I will bring up under new business, we have to have the mission differentiation and service area conversation. It's been so long that I've asked for it. We have to. I'll do the nuclear option if I have to. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. There's been so much that's been said. I will go to Regent Brown.
I'll be quick. Regent Brown, for the record. I want to echo what Vice Chair Downs and Regent Del Carlo said. I think that this proposal is the quintessential systeminess that we talk about. We talk about ourselves as a system, and this proposal does that. We are offering wraparound services in so many different areas. We're expanding amazing work statewide. We are just thank you. I want to thank all 3 of these presidents, because this is the kind of vision, and as a regent, I want to see more of this. I know early days, I heard something about a campus in Pahrump, maybe with partnership with CSN and GBC, and I believe there was maybe Nevada State was also included in that. I want to see more of that. That only makes sense, especially when we look at the budget and we just don't invest in education in the way that we should. And so we have to maximize every dollar, and this is how we do it. So I just want to say thank you.
Okay, we have a lot more comments now. I'm going to go with Regent Perkins and then Regent Cruz Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's exactly what I was going to say, Regent Perkins, for the record. This is systemness. This is, to coin a phrase that President Helens mentioned earlier when she first came aboard. This is systemness. This is what we're about. We need to leverage our system so that we can provide a better experience for the students, so we can move up the ladder and provide more workforce development, and do it effectively and as efficiently as possible. And this is a big vision, and thank you for bringing it to us. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Regent Cruz Crawford.
Regent Cruz Crawford, for the record, I'll be very, very brief. I do want to revisit what the mission differentiation is. I think that's really important. And just kind of putting it into like my K through 12 lens, we always look at the student that we're servicing. And then we partner resources. At my school, or within the K through 12 setting, we call that multi-tiered system of support.
Yes.
We look at the child, here is an adult student, the need, and we take city, local, state, federal resources to meet that student's need. When we start looking at land and territory for that student, we start segregating. and not giving students the opportunities they need. So I want to caution ourselves and make sure that we're meeting the student where they are with that mission differentiation. I think this is a wonderful, wonderful combination of powers to meet that college student where they are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there's much else that I could add to this, but I am in full support of this as well. But I just did want to extend an invitation to our student leaders who are here if they would like to say anything. Yes, President Gomez.
Brayson Gomez, President of the Student Government Association at TMCC. I do really want to add the student perspective. I think it's really important. This proposal is a wonderful opportunity, quite frankly. We have talks about access to education in Nevada, and I think this project in collaboration with TMCC, the DRI, and NSU brings just that. I really like what President Hildretham expressed in that how this will increase options, and you know it's called Nevada State for a reason. It's going to be, as everybody mentioned, it's a statewide institution. And having this partnership will not only increase options for those students in the North, but also bring an increase of programs and, you know, just diversity in the North. Right now, we have the DRI, WNC, UNR, and TMCC, but we're lacking that, you know, middle tier institution, which in this case is Nevada State. And so I am in full support of this. I know other students are also in full support of this. You know, as students, we really want options in our education, and this partnership brings just that. So, yeah.
Thank you, President Gomez. As I've given students the option to chime in, I'd like to do the same for faculty. Dr. Appel?
Thank you so much, Chair Carvalho. I just wanted to, well, first shout out Regent Brown for coining systeminess. Just wanted to give a nod to that for a moment.
Excuse me, I said it yesterday.
I pulled that. No.
I should have, I'm so sorry.
For the record, I got that from former Chancellor Urquiaga.
Well, my citation was an error.
I appreciate you.
I will revise and resubmit. But I do just want to make the observation that I think equity in what we strive for in each of our institutions, educational equity in our mission, is really about giving students access to choice. And I worry that ascribing choices and opportunities to our students based on essentially competing regionalisms and ideas of zero-sum proprietary missions is not in line with that search for equity. And I would just be very excited to see a robust mission differentiation conversation. I know that at Nevada State, we're very proud of the distinctiveness of our mission. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Chair.
Thank you. So with that, we will break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:15. Thank you. Okay, we will continue with item 21. Next up is DRI. President Acharya.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Regents, Chancellor, and colleagues. I'm going to get to the point right away and skip a few earlier slides. So just wanted to start from this slide just to give you an idea. So even though our typically state appropriations or from general fund is very small, but our actually FY23 total operating revenue was about $50 million, of which about $7 million, about 14% came from the general fund. That in FY23, there was a little bit of capacity building funding, so we got about 16% of our funding. So it's small, but the total operating revenue is not that small. But since that's why we're self-supported, most of our funding comes from grants and contracts. So just wanted to also give you a perspective. DRI's portion of the state funding is really tiny, less than 1.5% of the overall NC funding. So of the money that we get from the state, almost 80% goes to salaries and fringe, and remaining 20% goes to O&M and operating costs. The reason why this is important is if you look at this slide, the utility increases, that $2 million, pretty much most of that goes to utilities, most of it. You see that in last 2 years, our utilities have gone up by 42%. So I think this is something, the reason I wanted to put this slide is I wanted to bring this here so that maybe there's a way that collectively all NC institutions ask for some utilities funding, because this is ridiculous, 42% over 2 years, you know. So our biennium request is about $10.7 million. This is our regular operating cost, operating ask. We have a couple of capital improvement projects. We are asking for about $1.2 million to install fire sprinklers on our 7 buildings. This is very important to avoid risk. And we're also asking for, this actually, we had this slide way before the UNLV incident. It was not related to that. We also need to install safety equipment, camera, surveillance on our campuses. And so we began that process last year. So we'd like to ask some money for that. And I wanted to provide a little bit of background information on this request that DRI, TMCC, and NSU. This is not a new request. DRI is growing, and so is TMCC, and we have a need for additional space and a large conference center. 2021-23 biennium, we actually had this planning request, and the board actually had ranked this #1 among all the planning requests. And when the planning and construction requests were combined, this fell off because the construction requests were prioritized. This is nothing new for us, and now we have NSU as a third partner, but this is something that President Ilgersom and I have been talking about, and we've already identified a land between DRI and TMCC. It's both walking distance for us, and it's at DRI Research Park. And so this is something that's needed. We're growing, and I'll tell you that if I'm able to build this building, I'll be able to host our board meeting in Reno campus as well. So think about that, you know. So with that, our requests are very simple. We're not asking for funding formula change or anything. We did that last year. So that's about it for us. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, President Acharya. Any questions or Regent Del Carlo?
I just have a comment because I know the formula was wrong, and I appreciate the legislature fixing it for you last time, but this is just, you're so little of the state budget, and thank you for, I know you had your evaluation, but you've done a wonderful job financing DRI and setting it up for complete success and money rolling in the future, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for DRI? Wow, okay. We will move on to CSN. President Zaragoza.
Madam Chair, Regents, colleagues, and guests, for the record, Federico Zaragoza, President of the College of Southern Nevada. And again, thank you for this opportunity to provide the CSN budget and CIP highlights for us. So first and foremost, I need to emphasize that CSN has many budget-related funding gaps that are critical to student success and that are aligned to the NSHE goals. So this afternoon, I will speak to several of our unranked priorities in the context of the NSHE goal categories. And I'll start with access, which directly impacts our strategic growth efforts. Of particular importance to CSN are dual enrollment, Nevada Promise, the Prism Education Program, and the non-credit to credit pathways. Our ask in this category is for $6.3 million. This would allow us to impact about 4,625 students in the access category. In the category of student success, in the areas of completion and retention, we are requesting funding to support a core requisite instructional component because approximately 70% of CSN students require enrichment services, and we simply need to offer additional sections. We will need funding also to increase our student advisors to reach our 350-to-1 ratio. We need resources to increase support for our students in the mental health and wellness area. And then we also are proposing to increase the number of summer academies. Our total ask for this category is 1.2 million, and it will impact 12,425 students, much of that because of the advising function. In the category of closing the gaps, we're requesting funds for the OES, that's for the open resource component, and from minority male mentoring program. The ask for this category is $1 million, and it's to impact about 500 students. My computer's stuck, I'll be right with you. Sorry about that. And I'm also going to be skipping a slide or two. And I'm going to talk a little bit about our security request, which is one of our top priorities. And like our sister institutions at CSN, we have prioritized the need to address safety issue. And there are 3 areas that we've identified. And I also want to thank Pio Rejas for his input and guidance in this. Individually, he's been very concerned with the security issues. So first, we need to upgrade 978 cameras throughout our campuses. We need to standardize and secure door accesses to offices and classrooms. And we also need to secure our classrooms, including updating panic buttons and door access. The estimate by our CEO is about $4.2 million, and this does not include the cost for additional on-site officers to increase campus security. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the projects that we highlighted earlier in kind of the overview. But projects that are very important to us include dual credit. And this slide shows the comprehensive nature of our ask. Please note that in this slide, we're asking approximately $4.2 million to increase credit enrollments by almost 4,000 students. And this is how we would do it. First and foremost, we need to equalize our instructor stipends. We also would like to add 1,000 new enrollment opportunities for early college academies in the CT areas. And there's great opportunities for us to do further alignment with the CCSD system, especially in areas of high demand like IT and cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing and logistics, health careers, and the culinary arts area, amongst other opportunities that are yet to be explored. Our Jumpstart program can be increased easily by 2,000 slots. And this would allow, obviously, many of our CCSD students to graduate from high school with at least 1 semester under their belt. And finally, we would add 1,000 additional slots to our early college students or our CSN high schools. And in this space, obviously, the expectation is that students complete their associate and certificate degrees while still in high school. We've done a lot of work now to increase not just the FTE, the enrollment, but also the FT. They're taking more classes and they're completing more certificates of value as part of their curriculum experience. So the second big priority for us is student advising. And again, you've all seen the effect that student advising can have on student success. We're still at about 564 to 1. We need 30 advisors to reach our 350 to 1 goal. And so that would be embedded in our ask as well. In the workforce space, again, we want to focus primarily on the nursing cohort and on the teacher education pipelines. We want to be able to support these priorities that are not only statewide, but also very real in our marketplace. We also want to bring forth the issue of market hires, that in some of these areas, getting and attracting faculties is very difficult. And so we're going to have to be able to infuse into our budgeting an ability to be competitive in some of these high demand fields. So I won't spend a lot of time on the funding formula other than to say that I think this is really critical for community colleges. This slide simply documents our concern and request that equity be the cornerstone of any new funding formula. And I would suggest that we can no longer fail to provide funding to address the well-documented academic and financial needs of poor and disadvantaged students attending NSHE. especially attending our community college. Needless to say, we look forward to working with the NSHE and the Chancellor Higher Education Funding Committee on formalizing our recommendations. And again, equity can take many different forms. If you ask that question in every dimension of the funding formula, we're going to make some very good decisions. And finally, thanks to the support of Governor Lombardo and the 82nd State Legislative Session, CSN was appropriated a $4.5 million planning grant that will allow CSN to bring forward to the 83rd Legislative Session a funding request to build our first building on the Northwest Campus property so that we can address the workforce needs of our public safety sector, as well as to meet our federal BLM requirements to begin construction of our first building by June 2027. The proposed building will be an up to 90,000 square foot facility that will allow us to combine our existing police academy, EMS, and fire science programs into a center of excellence structure. The plan will save CSN approximately $415,000 annually in lease payments. Moreover, this approach will greatly enhance our ability to prepare new generations of public safety officers and will also position CSN to better address the higher education needs of the Northwest Corridor, one of the fastest growing areas of the city. As I mentioned during my President's report, the Department of Public Works is in the process of selecting the architect of record and general contractor to design and build a center of excellence in public safety. The Department of Public Works and CSN user committees are ready to engage in the programming design, which will determine the actual square footage and ultimately the cost of this project. Madam Chair, that constitutes my report, and I'm be willing to answer any questions.
Thank you, President Zaragoza. Questions or comments from the board? Oh, okay. Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho, sorry. President Zaragoza, I had a question about the dual credit slide you had. You mentioned if you can get 2,000 more slots, but you need the money. Is it for instructors from CSN to teach those classes, or are you utilizing the affiliate model where you have high school teachers teaching the classes?
Yeah, it's all of the above, and I'm going to ask James McCoy, I think he's in the room, to address kind of dual enrollment component. But it's really a comprehensive approach, and it covers the three types of dual enrollment programs that we have. So the Jump Start is basically when we're using the concurrent enrollment model. The academies are in a lot of cases where we're using our own instructors, dual enrollment type of scenarios. And then we've got kind of the Jump Start, which is a kind of a hybrid of both. But we're asking that we expend comprehensively all of the components. And I think James can add a lot more to that.
Thank you.
Sure. James McCoy, Vice President for Academic Affairs at CSN, for the record. Chair and Regent Downs, the short answer is the expansion of concurrent enrollment, particularly emphasis within the career and technical education space. No doubt there's a proliferation of opportunities for general education, concurrent enrollment, math, English, social science, et cetera, throughout the Nevada. We're not done yet, but there's a lot of institutions, all of us, in fact, can really move in that direction. And CSN has certainly been a big player in that space since the 1990s. But with the premise around articulated credit that's already, as you well are aware, established within the school districts across the country, and the move in that articulated CTE credit to go to a 2-year framework, that opportunity opens up then for concurrent enrollment as a bridge in their high school students' junior and senior year. And so for this fall, we anticipate going into 14 career technical education pathways in the concurrent enrollment model. And we expect to at least double that as the legislative conversation continues fiscally.
Okay, thank you. So I'm seeing, if you can help me to distinguish between the differences. So the CTE Academy, is that what you're talking about, is where you're going to increase for the workforce training component of it? Yes. And then the Core 15 Academy?
Indeed. James McCoy again for the record, CSN. Yes, the Core 15 Academy model is the general education requirements in English, math, social science, 15 credits essentially. This is a space that CSN has been in for quite some time, and this is also a space of emergence for a lot of our other institutions within NSHE. So although we'll continue to grow in that area to the extent that we can, we're putting most of our growth in the CTE space.
Tim said, if I could also add, the idea here is to be very intentional intentional, not just for students to take a dual credit course for college credit. We want them to get into the pathway. So the idea here, we block that first semester so they graduate with, from high school with that jump start into their college transfer.
Okay. And when you say that, that's both for, excuse me, standard academics and also for the CTE areas?
Absolutely. And in fact, there's plenty of models that we've already used where individuals are graduating from our CTE programs with a certificate. The Nevada Gold Mines, for example, would be one of the examples. But there's other areas where very much like our early college model, our CSN high schools, is the young people begin their career and technology programs at the high school, and then they graduate with the certificate, the college certificate, much like you would have graduated with an associate's degree. It's the same idea. We get them to the whole process of becoming college proven, and then being able to continue the journey either into the workplace or into the workforce.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Regent Cruz Crawford.
Regent Cruz Crawford for the record. This is probably for Dr. McCoy as well, sorry. My question is, also on that slide, is when there isn't, providing a CSN adjunct to teach high school when there isn't a qualified instructor available, what meets the qualifications?
Dr. Z, may I take Regent Cruz Crawford, James McCoy, for the record, great question. Each of our NSHE institutions, as you know, are required by the Northwest Commission to articulate those qualifications to be an instructor of record at the institution or otherwise, wherever the instruction is delivered and transcripted at the institution. So for CSN specifically, we have a course credentialing policy, and depending on the course, requires a different level of requirement. So for example, for a transferable level course, general education, to Regent Downs' question earlier around our Core 15, for example, in the concurrent enrollment space, that would be inclusive of a master's degree plus 18 graduate credit hours within the field of study. That transferable level course is being taught in the concurrent model. It's quite different, however, in many of the career and technical education spaces. Oftentimes, to be an instructor in welding, there's not a master's degree or even a baccalaureate degree option for that student. And so the experience and or the holding of industry recognized credentials in the context of, say, welding would be the driving force for those credential requirements.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I'm asking because, you know, we are expanding through the GoEd bill, the teaching and learning programs. We are going to be expanding nursing and mental health. And for a high school teacher to have a master's plus 18 within that field of study, it's a little different. Like I got my my bachelor's in mathematics and psychology, and traditionally you get your master's then in curriculum instruction. So are there these unicorns, or what are you doing to work in that space? Because there also is years of experience as well, and I'm worried that you're gonna work yourself out of that conversation and not fulfill the demand within that space. So.
Thank you, Regent Cruz Crawford. James McCoy again, CSN for the record. You're absolutely right. And be happy to provide a deeper overview of our CSN policies in this credentialing space, but it is very individualistic in that these are the criteria for a transfer level course in terms of instructor credential. And then there's a provision that allows the institution and the department subject matter experts to look at each individual applicant as it's commensurate with their experience and their education. So for example, if you have, a well-seasoned high school instructor who has a baccalaureate degree and perhaps in their field, and perhaps a master's degree, one of the common ones, instruction and curriculum, as you're well aware, and they have been teaching in their field for X number of years, well, that experience combined with their educational attainment is a consideration. And we put those decisions on our academic department leadership at each subject matter to be able to vet every applicant that comes forward.
Okay, now we'll continue to have, I know the slide is not about there, so I'll stop with that, but I did attend the National Conference for Concurrent Enrollment and shared the criteria of master's plus 18, and that was not the norm. That was the strictest measure. So I just want to make sure that we're mindful as we're opening up these opportunities. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you. Regent Boylan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we've got you up there, I'll just follow up on what Regent Crawford was saying, because to me, there's a big difference, between counselors and advisors. So what's happening there? I've been getting, which do you think would be better for the students, counselors or advisors? And why are we seeing, we've talked about this before, I know we've talked with Dr. Zaragoza, but why is this happening and why does it keep coming back to us?
Dr. Z, you want me to? Sure.
Run a roll.
Sure, James McCoy, CSN for the record. Regent Moylan, it's a great question and one that the institution is currently contemplating. As you recall from Dr. Zaragoza's remarks at previous meetings, the Northwest Commission has asked us to specifically look at that, to specifically define the role and obligations of an academic advisor versus those of a counselor. There is a task force that the President has established in response to that particular recommendation from the Northwest Commission to respond to that very recommendation. They're in the middle of their work. We are expecting a response by March 15th, in fact, is the deadline. So we're just a couple of short weeks away. Following the recommendation from the task force, we'll be able to provide a much deeper response.
Oh, that's great. Then we'll get that information and we'll see why it's happening and what we can do about it, right?
Absolutely. Certainly.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, and thanks, Dr. Z.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'll move on to GBC with Dr. Donnelly.
Good afternoon, Chair Carvalho, Regents, and Chair Charlton. Today, I am going to be representing Great Basin College's budget priorities. And so I'm going to start first off with our campus safety and security. We have multiple campuses. And in having multiple campuses, it means that we have to have multiple systems in place. That starts with our security system, particularly our camera system, which on our audit, we realized that we have two different systems. They don't talk to each other. So that's a problem for us. We have to identify how to align those. And so we estimate that cost to be around $60,000 in order to do that. We also need to move on to having our limited access, utilizing the door keypad and badging system. Our problem with that is that right now, everybody still has the metal keys. Again, having access at multiple campuses becomes a challenge. It becomes a challenge for us when we have part-time faculty. And so it's something that we recognize as an issue that needs to be addressed. We were fortunate enough to have Amanda Windus from UNR come and do our active assailant training in the fall. As part of that training, she also did an audit of our overall incident response, our continuity, and what we would do with the resilience and recovery if we had an incident. And what we found is that we are lacking, and it is an area that we truly need to focus on and make sure that we have something in place for all of our campuses. So as part of that, we have a committee together moving through all of our documents and her after actions report, which details where she sees areas of concern. Our cybersecurity is another area that we're updating and is going to end up being a focus for us because 76% of what we do is online. And so making sure that we're doing that safely is also a priority. It's not just keeping our campuses safe, it's also keeping our systems safe at our cyber level. Our GBC funding priorities are pretty similar to what everybody else is going to have when we're talking about fully funding the FY24-25, returning the COLA. You've seen those trends. For us specifically, that small institution factor has not been increased in many years. That's something that we would be asking the ad hoc committee to look at for funding formula as a request to potentially look at increasing that amount. We also are looking at implementation of a brand new website. We haven't had that for many years. We haven't had an update, and so we're in the process of commissioning an RFP for that to make sure that everything that we have on it is accessible for students and that it's more student-centered. And that goes along with our CRM, which I'm hoping will go live in the next 5 to 6 months. And that will give us a better opportunity to manage all of our student relationships as far as tracking students across courses, and it should give us a more streamlined approach to our institution. We have capital projects and deferred maintenance, and just like everybody else, you're going to hear me say that we have roofs that need repaired or replaced. We just did a big project, or HVAC. A lot of our buildings are old and dated, and because of that, when we ask for funding and we get it through capital projects, like we recently got $1.5 million for Berg Hall, instead of having a one-stop shop, like President Helens likes to call it, at Berg Hall, and remodeling that area, that funding is having to go to the infrastructure of that building. And unfortunately, the cost of infrastructure is pretty significant, so it leaves little left over for rehabbing, remodeling, when we have all these other areas that we have to focus on. Our capital projects, though, that we are focused on, and we are always trying to seek outside funding and looking for sources of support, whether it be through grants or additional funding from private donors. Our target projects for our transitioning our library to an innovation and technology center with a focus of STEM. We also want to look at updating our high-tech center. We share that with the Oakland County School District. They have half of the building, we have the other half, and we're looking at more of a collaborative effort with them, specifically as it relates to CTE programs and that concurrent enrollment model. We're still looking at different projects and ways that we can fund our Pahrump Valley land project. We have the land out there. We need to develop that within the next year. That comes at a cost of about $2.3 million. So we know we have that kind of hanging over us, and I think it's about a year and a half that we have to have some sort of process in place that we're moving forward with that. As far as student access and support, you can see from those numbers, a lot of our students are using that Millennial Scholarship, Silver State Opportunity Grant, and the Nevada Promise. For our Native American students, last year we only had 11 students. This year we did a really good job in the fall with our financial aid, really getting the message out. We have 5 different reservations around Great Basin College, and so with that came 44 students just in the fall. So when you see that number of 82,460, that is just for fall. Our nursing program is one of our focus areas. Obviously, we've got the SB 375. One of the reasons why we have this slide particularly in there, because we always like to say that we are #1 nursing program in the state of Nevada based on our testing results of about a 10-year pathway with that. So, but outside of that, we run 4 nursing programs in 4 different locations, which means we have to have 4 different labs. And in having 4 different labs, that means we have to have all of the equipment, all of the simulators that are the same for every single location to make sure that we have equity. And with that means, I know there was a question by Regent Arascata on differential fees, so I'll just address it here. The community colleges all charge $120 for that differential fee. But for us specifically, it just barely makes it. So with all of the simulation and the equipment, that's right around $130,000 to $140,000 in maintenance agreements to keep all those simulators. So that only leaves about $40,000 to $50,000 in what we have to buy in medical supplies. So I'm just putting that information out there for you guys to digest so that you understand that even though the program is smaller, it is costly. So our SB 375 expansion, we added a nursing director. We've added a nursing faculty position in Elko. We're still recruiting in Pahrump, which means that we're going to start leaning on our partners and our universities to say, hey, do you have any graduate nurses who want to work in education? Because we've had a really hard time recruiting. And then we also purchased 2 Lucina mannequins. Those are birthing mannequins. Again, in order to have the same mannequins and the same experience at every single location. We had to do that to show equity. We are bridging an LPN and paramedic program. We have a paramedic program, and we do have LPNs that work within our care centers, and so we've added that piece and a pathway in. We plan to start that in the fall, and we are planning for an overall increase of our enrollment by 18%. Our teacher pathways, if you're not familiar with Elko County School District, this year they went to a 4-day school week. It's difficult. They do not have enough teachers. They do not have enough substitute teachers. And so to accommodate that, they're doing longer hours during the week and taking Fridays off. They have some other rationale why they added that in there, but that's one of the largest reasons why. So these programs for a bachelor's in early education and those numbers that you're seeing, we started that program in fall of 22. The BA in elementary education is probably one of the biggest things that we did in adding in Pahrump and adding a position there with the enhancement money. We try and look at ways that we can grow our programs, specifically at all of our locations. So that's a big piece of doing that. Faculty are a big component of any of the cost of any of our programs. And so we have to look at multiple locations and where we think that that's going to benefit. We also have funding coming in, obviously the Teach Nevada Scholarship. And then our incentivizing pathways are literally paying for around 113 students between both of those programs. And that's a significant cost at $244,000. And then the one group of students are at $83,000. That incentivizing pathway is great because it pays for those internships. New things that we created at GBC over this last year that are making an impact in education are our Early Childhood Education Skills Certificate. We started with a cohort in fall of 23. We had 30 students, 29 of them completed, and I think that's pretty good. We also received a grant from Dieter for $298,000 over 2 years to help assist those students in paying for those courses. Our next education program that we just started is the paraprofessional. That just kicked off this spring. And so as you see, we have a brand new cohort of 33 students, and we also received $170,000 to help assist those students paying for that certification and pathway. And really, the hope is that these students will continue on out of these degrees into the larger associate and bachelor degrees. So our WIN funding, these are some of the projects that we're looking at. It's WIN funding season right now. Actually, I think most of those applications are due March 8th, so we're busy trying to pull and write things to make sure that we're going to hit our funding marks. But these are some of the target areas: the dispatcher certificate. Our very own Faculty Senate Chair, David Sexton, who is here today, will be leading the charge in developing that program and making it accessible throughout Nevada. Our Associate of Science in Data Science and Analytics, we take what we have from within, so we have 2 mathematics teachers who are building that program out, and we hope to start that in the fall. We decided to develop a technical writing certificate. We're hoping that high school students will be interested in that, and that it will assist them as they're transferring into our English courses. We have a joint venture project with a mining company and for mining skills certificates for around $300,000 that we're going to be asking GoEd for, and then a mobile training unit for our programs in Winnemucca. Winnemucca is a smaller campus, so we don't have access to additional building space, and so one of the ways for us to build out a new program is to have a mobile training lab. And then we've got some ongoing funding, which we've presented on previously. One-shot funding, I threw this in here because community colleges, specifically Great Basin, were really good at one-shot funding. We pull a lot of different money sources in. We use multiple sources for one project. For example, our respiratory therapy program, which we partnered with Renown. We are using private donor, Perkins, and also federal funding to stand that program up at a cost of nearly $2.5 million. So these one-shot funds, the downside of one-shot funds is that they're one shot. So our hope is really that we can get these programs going and that we can get the enrollment in them. But there's always that cliffhanger at the end, especially if you have faculty salaries tied to this. And it's always something that I'm conscious about and always thinking about. We have great ideas, we're developing skills certificates, and while we're able to employ people and hire people, what's that gonna look like at the end of that 1 or 2 shot time frame when we run out of the funding? So it's something that we definitely have our eye on, but I just wanted to give you guys a picture of what this looks like. And I'd like to close today with mental health resources at Great Basin College. Specifically, the funding that we got through SAMHSA. We used 2 of our professors at Great Basin College, Oscar Cita and Dr. Gerardo Wentz Munez, who also was awarded tenure yesterday, so congratulations to him. They trained, and we have 193 on there, but we are over 200. We have trained the largest amount of people. That includes GBC students, faculty, and alumni in mental health first aid training. And the significant part of this is really that that's a 6-hour training. It's real difficult to give up that time frame. So it really is a commitment and a culture change within our college to say this is important. And the majority of the people that attended that were students, and I think that's really telling. We also are doing things like suicide prevention. You can see those numbers on there. We have 24 NSHE and students and employees that are also doing and have completed the suicide prevention training. And lastly, we haven't really had mental health resources on our campus. If we have a student in crisis, ultimately we would take their name and we would reach out to UNLV and their graduate program to see if we could get a student in to meet somebody. Last year we had approximately 4 students in need. We knew that number was going to be low, and so we kind of doubled down on an idea of a company called Better Mind that allows for full-time counselors, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Students are going to be receiving up to 3 counseling sessions if they need them. We can allot up to 6. And so for the very first time, our students actually have these resources. And in order for us to finance this, we got a partner with Elko Federal Credit Union that gave us the $46,000. This will carry us for 2 years. But again, this has a cliffhanger. So we have mental health resources for 2 years for our students, and we really need to be looking at this as a system to say, how are we going to carry this forward? And so with that, I would just say thank you very much for the opportunity to present, and I would welcome any questions.
Chair
Thank you.
Carvalho, if I may, pardon
Yes,
me.
Mr. Wixom.
As some of you know, the governor has closed all state buildings in the Reno and Carson City area, which includes system office and SCS. And so fortunately, we have some experience with this, but we'll need a few minutes to make sure that we get all of the Zoom links out because we're still not sure if we have a connection with Regent Ariscata. So if I could respectfully request that we take just a few minutes to give Carrie a time to pull those matters together.
Sure, we
Okay.
can do that, unless something else,
So
if we need more
it looks
time.
like Regent Ariscata is there, so are we
I
set?
have
then?
you, I hear you. No, but looking outside, the snow is coming down sideways, and it is coming down.
If you could give us just a minute, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Regent Ariscata? Regent Ariscata?
Yes.
Shh. You should go home.
Sweet, all right. There are 4 other individuals in the
Nothing
room.
personal,
Office with-
but Carrie Parker is going to put a sign on the front with a Zoom link, and we'll be able to get you access that way. So if you can give Carrie just a few minutes, she's making those arrangements now.
We have 5 other people that are in the room with me. Should they all be departing also?
Yes.
you. Mr. Wixom, one other question, please, sir.
Pardon me? Shh, if
One
I
other
could
question,
bear
Mr.
everyone's
Wixom.
indulgence, please. Yes, Regent Ariscotta?
I have Provost Thompson from the University of Nevada, Reno, in front of us who has a planned presentation, a scheduled presentation. Will there be a contingency plan for that presentation, or how should we go about it?
We're working on it. Please go
Regent
ahead.
Ariscotta, I think what we are going to do in consideration of time with this meeting today and the situation in the north, I think what we will do right now is take item number 22, 26, and 27 off of the agenda. 22, 26, and 27.
Provost Thompson, was that you? Thank you, Chair Carvalho.
Yes, thank you, Regent Ariscotta.
Regent Ariscotta, if you could tell everyone there, Carrie Nikolajewski just informed me that everyone there will have access to the Zoom, to the Zoom link. So they'll continue to participate via Zoom. And then Carrie Parker will put the information on the door of the building as per the Nevada Attorney General's prior directives in this kind of a situation.
Thank you. We'll clear the building. Thank you, sir.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue with item 21. Dr. Dinelli from GBC just gave her presentation for the budget process. Are there any questions or comments for Dr. Dinelli regarding GBC? If not, I will move on to TMCC. President Hilgersom.
Hi, Karen Hilgersom, for the record, president of TMCC. The first thing I want to do is just take a minute and talk about this process, because it's one of the processes that NSHE goes through that I really, really like. I like it because it starts in January when the chancellor and her team came to all of the campuses, but came to TMCC, listened to us for at least 90 minutes, talk about who we are at our best and what's your legislative wish list, right? So what are the things that you don't have now or the things that you need some money to sustain? That process, after listening to all of that from all of the NSHE institutions, culminated into sort of an NSHE list. And what I'm going to present to you today is the points where the NSHE list perfectly aligns with the wish list of TMCC, along with a few other things that are somewhat unique to TMCC. Here's the beauty of this process. We're still about a year and a half away from the official beginning of the legislative session. So what that means is that once you as a board sort of determine and weigh in and hopefully provide some extra direction, but also hopefully reinforce the NSHE priorities that we've already agreed to with help from the NSHE staff, then we can seek an alignment with the legislators. We can share this priority list, our wish list, with legislators who are currently in office. And I would also suggest that for those who are running for office, this could be some talking points, if that makes sense, okay? So just kind of a reminder that this is such a cool time because this is the real planning. This is the real planning, this is the wish list. I wish we had all the money to fund these things, but obviously we don't, and that's why this work is hard. It's not easy. So TMCC, the vision and the mission, I'm going to skip over that. Review of the last budget session, we felt pretty good with how it ended up, considering the, the enrollment hit that we took, resulting largely from the pandemic. TMCC is a mid-sized community college with about 10,000 students, give or take a few hundred. $48 million is our state budget. And these are some of the things that reviewed of the last budget, which really were very, very helpful to us. So how do we move forward? How do we move forward? Well, here's where we really align with the other colleges, universities, and the DRI. I think we've all agreed that we need to ask legislator for money to close that COLA funding gap. I think we've all agreed that unfunded mandated fee waivers for TMCC, that total is 1.1 million. It's not sustainable. We need the state to start kicking in a reimbursement for those really great waivers that are helping so many people in Nevada access public higher education. We do want some more funding to sustain and to reimagine and to build upon our dual enrollment. Much like CSN, I could almost verbatim echo what Vice President McCoy said, that for us it's about using extra dollars to expand concurrent enrollment and to provide other discounts to grow the program in appropriate ways. We also have many waivers at TMCC for National Guard and Native Americans. These are great waivers, but the problem is it's hurting our budget, and it's hurting the budget for all of the students, and that's really not acceptable. So we really need to work with our state legislators to help them understand that. Renewal of WIN funding, that's huge for two-year colleges. Some of the best industry partnerships at TMCC were a result of the generosity of GoEd and WIN funds, so that's really, really key. Nursing expansion, you've heard that today, really key to talk to the legislators about re-upping the excellent extra money that we got in the last session. At the top of my head, I think it was 10 million, but I hope I'm not misrecalling that. Campus safety and deferred maintenance, it's very high on our list. It is with all the NSHE institutions. So these really are the areas where I think we're in agreement. And these are kind of the framework that we can go to our state legislatures and really seek sustaining these programs and building upon them. Budget celebrations, we've had a few the last couple of years. The COLA funding implementation strategy, my leadership team and I worked hard on that along with faculty senate leadership teams. I think it worked really well for us. Enrollment recovery, we were really happy with the base funding that was provided and the way that was calculated for the current biennium. But also at TMCC, we did our internal equity study, and that resulted in additional raises for a good number of our faculty and some administrative faculty as well. And it was time to do that. So between the COLAs and the equity study, we're in a good place, but there's always more we can do around salaries because the cost of living it continues to go up in Northern Nevada, and I'm sure that's true of Southern Nevada as well. Budget priorities and capital projects. Okay, so these are some of the formula budget priorities for 25-27 that are more specific to TMCC. And mind you that part of this is recognizing that there's a formula funding study committee that is occurring. So all of this is sort of in flux right now. And I don't know how the timing of it will work out. That'll be very interesting. If the formula funding committee says, okay, well, we have a whole new formula and here's what it's going to be like, what I'm saying today may no longer apply. So to some extent, I'll be sharing this, I'll be looking through a lens of the existing formula, but I'll also give some suggestions in the event that there is a new formula. So first of all, much like the other two-year colleges, if we're going to have the same formula structure, we need additional weights for allied health programs, CIP 51, from 2 to 4 million of additional revenue. The program costs for all of our nursing programs, our other allied health, for example, radiologic technician, I just had a real big blank on all of our programs. Oh, our emergency medical management programs, dental programs, these are all very expensive programs. And the weights of those programs, because remember, we're not funded on enrollment. We're only funded on credit hours that are completed with varying factors. And the factors for these areas are just unbelievably not correct, way too low. Also, if there is a new formula, consider separating two-year college from university funding formula, eliminate the hyper-competition that erodes academic excellence. Funding for non-credit workforce training, this one is really important, and I think you heard enough about that from the College of Southern Nevada, but this is really, really key. And then mission differentiation should be reflected in a fair formula. Of course, budget priorities. Let's keep those state-funded scholarships going, whether you're talking Nevada Promise, whether you're talking the Silver State Opportunity Grant, millennial funding, these are all really important. And of course, you've heard it several times today, restore the 80% COLA funding. Workforce Investment Fund, this is huge. Right, it's sort of at the whim of a particular legislator and legislative year. We need a continuous, stable force of a stable funding source so that new programs and projects that meet workforce needs can be invented, they can be sustained, they can really help buoy up some of the startup companies that are coming to this area. And it's just super important. And I think this is probably equally important to the knowledge fund that the universities need. The two-year colleges need workforce investment for training programs and industry partnerships. Instructional budget priorities. So this is really important. We struggle with positions in high demand instructional areas. And so we've got to figure out a way, areas like nursing, areas like computer science. In fact, those are probably the two best examples. Cybersecurity as a branch of computer science. It's really difficult to find faculty and pay the price to keep and retain those faculty. Classroom refreshes, we've done a lot of this, but we need to do so much more. We now know that the high flex classroom, really cool, really great, and now we just need a lot more money so that all of our classrooms can become high flex. Student access and success initiatives. At TMCC, we pride ourselves on innovations, pilot programs, sometimes programs that don't work that well, but you gotta try, right? I call that the pedagogy of risk. You've gotta try because the puzzle will be solved, and we will do much better if we can continue to try new things. Open educational resources stipends. I've talked about this many times at the board meetings. We have made enormous progress in saving students at TMCC thousands of dollars due to our efforts at open educational resources. But the efforts reached a new plateau when we gave stipends in the summer for faculty to take the time, and it takes a lot of time, to basically rebuild their reading materials from scratch so they could be free, right? Those stipends that we've been giving out really propelled the number of open educational resources, and we really want to do a lot more. Faculty budget priorities. Improve TMCC's full-time to part-time faculty ratio. Part-time faculty don't get paid enough to be the heart and soul of instruction. We really need to continue to have a robust showing of full-time faculty who are dedicated to our college. Develop and improve funding structure, and the NSHE committee is working on that. Resolve the COLA gap. By the way, this came from our faculty senate leaders, this slide. So this is where we're really in alignment. Collective bargaining agreement. Our faculty senate would like to see an agreement happen. Now, personally, what I would like to see is a collective bargaining agreement that is collaborated and agreed upon prior to the session opening between administration and faculty who are covered by that agreement. I think that's where we could come up with a win. Student budget priorities, more state funding for NSHE institutions. I love this, right? The students get right to it. We just need more money. Invest in public higher education. And food and housing insecurity. I love that our students thought about this because it shows their compassion and it shows their willingness to understand that the students that we serve sometimes need help with food and housing. And of course, I think we've talked about this really fabulous the idea for a shared facility. I will add that what we are asking for is $5 million of planning money. Oh wait, you know what? I forgot to do the fact that we also have some other project ideas. I will not discuss them today, so stay tuned when we have an opportunity later to focus a little more deeply on some of the capital projects. Okay. Campus safety. This is huge for us as well. I think you heard that theme today. We are working on it already. We received a $205,000 FEMA grant for access control, which is door codes, door controls. And so we're working on all of that, but we need so much more. So this is a legislative request that I think we can all galvanize around. These are concerns. Budget, mission, planning, budget implementation, all of that is interconnected. It's interconnected. And these are just some questions that my leadership team and I asked ourselves. And I hope the board, I hope you ask yourself some of these questions. Is hypercompetition working? That's kind of the current funding formula. Student success and completion numbers for special admission students. Is the college experience true with unqualified high school teachers as primary faculty? And by the way, some high school teachers are very well qualified according to the same standards that we use at TMCC, right? But unfortunately, many have different qualifications. And the faculty at TMCC and I agree that we want faculty who are qualified, right? Using some of the same standards that we would use if we hired them to teach at TMCC. Is budget volatility occurring due to the removal of service territories? Is anyone studying the outcomes of these expansions? We're aligned with the majority of NSHE goals, including COLA, unfunded fee waivers, nursing support, WIN funding, campus safety upgrades. We also need to upgrade classrooms, collaborate with NSHE on mission differentiation, and linkages to a fair funding distribution model. Questions? And thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Questions for President Hilgerson? Doesn't sound like there's any. Thank you so much for your presentation. Oh, I'm sorry, Regent Boylan.
Don, can you hear me now? All right. You mentioned the two areas like nursing and computer science that we can't get instructors, faculty, blah, blah, blah. Just an idea and a question, because I'm not sure. Is there a way that if any students who get those degrees and they've got funding from the state or the college or wherever, we have an agreement with them that they would stay after graduation and return the favor and teach those classes? How would that work? Maybe
Actually, I think it's a great question, and I've worked in states where there are programs like that set up particularly for teacher education.
Right.
So in other words, a student who's on a teacher education pathway gets a completely free ride from the state, but they also have to agree to teach for, usually it's 3 years, in a certain, in that state, or those monies could be clawed back, right? So I do think there are some interesting things that other states have done. But again, we better start now. We got a year and a half, and we'd want to, seek legislative support for those kinds of programs. But I think it's a great idea. I mean, especially from the standpoint of computer science and cybersecurity, this is a real issue, and it's not going to get better anytime soon. So I think the more creative approaches, I think that would be great.
So that would have to go through the state, not through NSHE?
There's probably many different ways to think through solutions to that or implement new ideas.
That's what I'm trying to look for, is a solution. Does NSHE
Right.
do that, or would we have to go to the state to do that? Does anybody know in your? So, no?
I think I need time to process this very complicated question.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you very
welcome.
much.
Thank you, President Hilgerson. So in regards to the affiliate program that you discussed, that lots of schools are using, what is the model you use to qualify the high school teachers to be part of the program?
So, again, I would echo almost verbatim what James McCoy said, and that is, to some extent, it does depend on the course and it depends on the department. But the conversation that the Faculty Senate at TMCC had, and I believe it was in fall of 2021 where we had this conversation, was that for most transfer courses, the standard would be at least 18 graduate credits in the discipline in addition to a master's degree. That would be the low bar. Of course, the high bar is you have a master's degree in the discipline. And we do everything. I mean, we still deploy some master's prepared or doctorally prepared part-time faculty to the high schools. We are doing some concurrent modeling, and we are also really trying to expand career tech ed concurrent models, because many of the career tech ed teachers at the high school level they're actually more qualified than some of our people, which is great, right? And there may be developmental ed might have a different standard. I think when there's any questions about that the department chair can weigh in, and that ultimately there might be a very particular exception to some of these things. So I would say it's part really using common sense, but the ultimate goal is the acknowledgement that a faculty member with graduate credits in a discipline is adding value. That a college course isn't just about the content, the reading materials, or the assessment. That at the heart and soul of a college course is a human being, a faculty member, and that faculty member has a passion and a love for a subject. That's why they got a master's degree or doctorate degree in that subject. And I think the goal here is that's kind of what college and university education is, that the faculty who are working closely with students and facilitating the learning, it's not just their expertise, but it's their true deep love for the discipline. That's really important to the faculty at TMCC. It's really important to me because I was a faculty member at a community college for so many years. And so we're just staying true to that standard. But we also know that there are some good exceptions to that. We just don't like the exceptions becoming the rule.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
The 18 graduate credits, I think tends to be somewhat of the standard or what's accepted. And I look at even graduate students, though, in many cases, at UNR, UNLV, they might be in a math field or English field and teaching as a TA,
Right.
and they're teaching those 100-level classes.
I did that too, but you know what? I did that because I had a passion for my field. I went to graduate school because I had a passion for my field, right? And I also had a close mentor. Professors would watch my work. I hit the ground running at the University of Oregon. You know, I had a bachelor's degree, but I was summa cum laude, so I went in there pretty prepared because I loved my field. And yes, I taught those courses, but I was assigned a full-blown tenured professor, us and a group of TAs. So I'm not sure that analogy is pure. I think it's still apples to oranges because I think the difference is graduate students love the discipline. I would not be permitted to teach in K-12. I do not have a teacher's license. I have a doctorate in educational policy, leadership, and management, but I will not pretend to know how to teach kids because I did not have courses on how to teach kids, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's the difference. I mean, it's interesting to me that licensure is so clear for teachers in K-12, right? And I would not qualify. I would not qualify. And I think we too have a standard in higher ed, it's just not as clear.
Yeah.
You don't need a license to teach in higher ed.
I don't think we
So-
disagree on this principle. I was just presenting some other options which are probably outside the scope of this discussion, so maybe it's for a future agendized item.
All right,
But thank you, I appreciate it.
thank you.
Thank you, President Hilgerson. Other questions, comments? Okay. WNC, President Dalby.
Good afternoon. Number 8 on your roster, number 1 in your hearts, I hope, Western Nevada College. I have to use a baseball joke because I do have a baseball field that I'm getting some text over here about why we don't have an athletic report, and that's because we no longer have a team. So we keep looking at that into the future. Interestingly enough, when I gave the budget presentation with my group to the system office staff, and I appreciate the chancellor putting that together, it was a snow day and we had to do it on Zoom. So to avoid that today, I decided to come in person. However, the rest of my group has abandoned me, so go easy with me on the questions. We did prepare a budget presentation, the biennial request. We did include our faculty senate, our student government. I appreciate Professor Rochelle Basson, who helped us with the faculty perspective on that. And you're seeing selected slides here, most of which are going to sound kind of similar to what's already been said, but I will put the Wildcat spin on it. So as we go into it, a lot of, I'm going to kind of skip into some things. The biggest thing we've talked about over the last year, a couple years, is safety and security. And so this is a chart that maps out our safety and security immediate needs on campus. Similar things that we talk about, the perimeter security notification system, blue lights, all of that, it's a $1.8 million price tag. I know my colleagues on either side of me have a larger price tag. Most of them have bigger campuses. We do have 3 campuses, but safety and security is one of those things that we continue to talk about all the time. And no matter how we talk about it, no matter how we map it out, get the advice, the trainings from the police services, the next thing that happens is something that we're thinking, were we ready for that? And having been through several different tragedies on campus in one form or another, I know that this needs to be at the top of our list. So we appreciate the support on this. I know the governor's office is looking at how we can keep our campuses safe. We're looking at it. This would be a piece of it. Some of these are already in motion, so we're not waiting for the funding. We're trying to find other ways to get it going. There's a couple recaps here. Our nursing expansion, I put up the Senate Bill $375. It's about a $1 million over the biennium ask. We'd like to keep that going into next session. We were very successful, and I appreciate the Business, Finance, and Facilities Committee for helping us extend our lease at our Fallon campus. We have a $2.3 million federal grant going into our Pinion building to expand nursing in Churchill County and beyond. That is good because that $2.3 million, I've been doing this for a long time in the state of Nevada, and I'm saying it out loud because I have said it out loud. It is easier to get money out of other sources than the state. I don't say that to slight the state, but the way the process works is not the most agreeable to how we build things. They do help with a lot of things, and we do those things too, but some of the times the federal money, the private money helps a lot faster. So we are able to get $2.3 million to put in there, and then the state helped us with $375, which is the way to staff it up and put equipment in the building. So we have paired that into a pretty significant rebuild of our Fallon campus, and we're looking forward to that. We would like to continue this funding as well going into the session. The WIN funds, which I have been using and writing grants for since day one when this all started. That's another program that community colleges we do. A couple quick stats to throw at you. 51% of the jobs in this state require more than a bachelor's degree, less than a bachelor's degree, but more than high school. That's the sweet spot that we fit in as community colleges. The training that employers come looking for when they move into the state, and we're looking at battery recycling now, and flashback 8 years, it was how to process 3,000 batteries a day off the gigafactory. They're looking at some new technology that needs the training. We can do that training. They expect us to do the training. We can't immediately ramp something out without funds, but the WIN funding is one of those ways that we can actually write a grant. The state will provide support of their employers that are diversifying the industry, and we will ramp up programs and move forward. Our big piece for WIN funding, which I'm glad to hear they had some money left over the other day when we met with them for this year, but it might be too soon, is we are continuing looking at battery recycling as we continue to do more and more battery recycling programs with the companies that are based in Carson City and in the industrial complex up outside of Fernley. And so the details are on there, and of course we have a larger grant proposal on that. Our prison education program, I appreciate those of you. I've lost track of who's actually come. I know there's a few in the crowd who have come to a prison education program because we've had so many, and that's good. We actually had to have the one for this year in December because the students in the prison will actually be released in February, so they won't be around for May commencement. And the prison education program, when they complete that, it puts them out, and I'm going to try to say that word. I'm not going to try to spell it. Recidivism, is that right? It reduces that likelihood that they will end up back. And so when we do a prison education commencement ceremony, we do it for the few graduates that are there. This time we had, I think, 9. And they bring in all the other students and they watch it, and it's all best behavior to watch it, and it's a really good program to help that keep going. We have built that for $120,000 a year for like the last 6 years. We are asking for a significant increase on this, $426,000 a year, to be able to continue to pay for the scale up that we've been doing and to scale it up some more and expand to different areas. I know the other colleges have programs in this space as well, so this is one of those that we can all partner together for a group ask for specifically like what we do, because our program teaches in the Carson prisons. When they get released, chances are they're going to Clark County or Washoe County. That's where CSN and TMCC can pick up a reentry component of the prison education program. So this is another good one that we can look at and put some group think behind it, and we appreciate the support of the system and the governor's office on this one. As we look at dual enrollment and fee waivers, I go straight to the numbers. There's, as you can see on the screen, we had used this as the impact for what it is costing us to do dual enrollment and provide fee waivers. And because that was asked for, and that's, you need to have that number. Our waivers are down below. The top 2 lines are, the first line is the discount that we are giving for using high school teachers in the classroom. if they are qualified to teach a class and they're teaching because that rate is different than the per credit rate, which is the second line, there's a reduction on the per credit rate. So it is costing us a certain amount of dollars, in this case, almost $1.1 million for the delivery of the dual enrollment program. Now, we do get the weighted student credit hours, but as you've been hearing, and I do have some side notes on the funding formula, the funding formula doesn't kick in for 2 years later. So right now, WNC is seeing an 11% increase in enrollment this spring, 17% last fall. A significant amount of that is in the dual enrollment space. And naturally, you would think if you're up in enrollment, you're getting more funding through registration fees, therefore you can hire more faculty, more staff now. We can't do that because of the reduction in the rates and the populations that are driving our enrollment increase. So we hope it comes in 2 years, but I don't know what 2 years is going to look like. Nobody knows. I don't know what, I don't even know if I'm going to make it home tonight, right? So we don't. So we're looking at the formula, and then on top of that, I'm in a very good place because I feel like we've kicked it with the funding formula. We're going to reap some awards in the 25 session, but we can't. That's not a guarantee. That's not the way the formula works. There might not be money. Everyone else might be up, and they might change it because there is this committee going. So we're acknowledging the cost that it is for those two programs, and then the remainder of the waiver programs, which of course we support all of this as my colleagues do. It's the piece of actually supporting the daily operations that go into making all of this happen. I'll answer questions if you have more on that as we get to the end. Capital projects. I am not here. I haven't been in this. I've been in this seat in multiple, whatever the title was, for almost 2.5 years now, but we have not asked for new buildings for a reason. 41% of our headcount is now dual enrollment. That scares me because there's going to be an enrollment cliff. We will now start diversifying into more workforce programs, which will bring the working adult to the construction programs, the roof repair people that we all need. All of that will be the latest. I say that lightly, but we need that. Okay, we all need that. But the other thing is that 30% of our students are taking classes online. I do have 3 campuses. We are maximizing our space, which means that I don't need capital projects that are new buildings right now. I'd love to have a dorm. I'd love to have a couple other things, and we might look at that down the road. What I need is money to fix the buildings that we've got, because our buildings, although not 150 plus years old, but they are dated now. The weather hit us hard last year. And so we have a number of things on our deferred maintenance, plus the remodels and pieces that you see on the slide here, which real quickly I'll talk. We will host the board meeting in September in our Aspen building. We have a nice new renovation of our Carson Nugget Hall. That is awesome. It looks great. We're doing our bookstore, which will old bookstore, which will function as the secondary room. But that whole front of that building, to expand it, there's an old cafeteria. We want to expand it. We want to look at a base level culinary program similar to other programs we've developed, and be able to have a working cafeteria in there. That's one piece. The second piece is our observatory. Several of you went to the Star Party we had in the fall. We will have more of those. There's some renovations that need to be up there. There's some safety that needs to be up there. Being on a college campus in quite literally the middle of the night without any lights on, okay, for a Star Party, that's one thing, but you still got to find your way to the car. You still have to be safe. We have to find ways to bring that up to speed. Plus, we are looking at doing STEM summer camps for students, K-12 students. They can come up, they can walk the trail. All of that needs to be something we're looking at. So that's an improvement. And then our Douglas campus, we're looking at doing a very similar project to like we did in Fallon, where the campus is somewhat underutilized because of the nature of the courses, a lot of it happening in Douglas County High School, a lot of it happening online. Let's put a program there that people will flock to, and that's going to be nursing. 12 students that we have in our nursing program come from Carson Valley, which is Minden-Gardnerville. They can take classes locally, continue to work locally. It frees up 12 seats somewhere else. So all of these we will continue to move forward for. We would like to hopefully put them into the package for the state. If not, we'll seek outside funding, however we can make it work for the projects. Deferred maintenance. As you can see, I was walking up the stairs and I fell and my phone went off. No, this is not what happened on this. We have several older buildings that need to have some deferred maintenance. This is our list of the immediate deferred maintenance. It came up earlier that the state gives us $15 million per biennium for deferred maintenance for the entire system. Western Nevada College alone, one of the 2 smaller institutions, has more than $25 million in deferred maintenance alone, 7.5 of which we consider critical, which is why it's on the screen. The $50 million shot in the arm we got last session helped us immensely. It will continue to help us, but those kind of things are what help us because it's based on square footage, and now there's a minimum threshold which keeps us at about $500,000 a year out of that $15 million pocket. But the things that you see on here are not things that donors flock to. I do not have a donor yet that's come in and said, "Let me do your HVAC retrofit." Right? They're not going to do that. They'll help us with other stuff, but we have an HVAC problem at one of the buildings in Fallon. We have boiler replacements in Carson, lighting upgrades, all kinds of different things that are deferred. Some of them relate to safety, ADA improvement, all of it. The price tag on that is $7.4 million. So anything on that is we're trying to figure out how to fund those and move those through one another. When you have old buildings, as I know the other presidents do, and the snow hits us like last year, not just like today up there, I mean, we are doing all kinds of things. We found every single roof leak on campus last year because once the snow melted, the stuff started to come in. So our priorities for the session are on this final slide. They do not include adjustments to the funding formula because that is a separate presentation. I'm going to mention a couple of those before we close out and go to questions. We, of course, would like to see the COLA restoration of the base budget. It affects us very differently than other institutions, but it does affect us, and we do want a common approach on that. So we're looking at the numbers there. We need that. Safety and security, the continuation of nursing, the renewal of the WIN funds, Prison education for us is an expansion, the fee waiver support, which is totaling almost $1.4 million each year for us, capital projects, and deferred maintenance. Real quick, before I go, I'm going to close out, and I think that's the last slide. Perfect. So we a couple things on the funding formula committee. I'm happy to serve on that as the from the presidential bench on that. I've gotten some feedbacks from colleagues. I've picked up the pieces that we were all talking about. The discussion that happened earlier on the mission differentiation focused around a facility project and scope of offerings, and I appreciate the three that are bringing that to the table as a discussion point. The mission differentiation piece that we've talked about in the past, it happened when I was in an acting president seat back in 2015 or 2016, and that's the last time I heard it brought up, so I appreciate that because mission differentiation in what we do at different types of institutions, whether you call them tiers, whether you call them community colleges, state universities, R1, however you term it, there are tiers, and all of that needs to be recognized. And when community colleges who do the work that when all of us look at what we do, we are the group that will take people that have chosen to or will not or cannot go somewhere else. And so that in and of itself is a differentiated mission. Doesn't mean that it's better, worse than. It doesn't. We're not in the mood of saying put all 8 of us in a room and let's hash it out. We're all on the same page. All of us on either side about that we all do something different, and that's what's acknowledged in the mission differentiation. And from my perspective, speaking for the whole group, that's the message I'll give when we get to do our presentations, as the other 3 will get to do in the meeting in next month, or this month now because it's March. But the other piece is that needs to be acknowledged in the mission. The fact that we've got community college students who, if they walk from the parking lot to an admissions office and can't find their way, will turn away and not do anything. If they walk into my office, like the time I had a student come in and say, I can't afford the book, I'm going to drop out, and I've got people overhearing it, running in with dollar bills to say, let's help pay for it so the student sticks around. That is a very different mission than an R1 or than DRI or obviously or any of the others. That has to be acknowledged in the funding formula. That has to be something we look at. And when you say that, then you differentiate the mission and say we're going to pay for more things related to mission. There's a price tag to that because you're not going to take away money from a research mission or any other component from the other schools. It all needs to be funded specific to the mission. So I appreciate it that the board's, obviously after the discussion we had earlier, going to entertain that discussion. I think all of us up here bring a lot to the table that we can bring with that. And then the final couple pieces on the formula, performance pool is not really a performance pool. It's a let's earn it twice and then give you the money you had, which is not a good practice. But I would love to see, because most of us up here have hit our performance pool at 100+%, but that +% doesn't give us any extra money to pay for anything going forward. So we need to do, if I'm at 110% of my performance pool goal, if I can get 10% more, anything would be great. All it's doing is giving me what we already earned. And then the second piece from my personal perspective, not personal, but my work at WNC, as well as soon to be, are you officially acting interim, you're interim in waiting, however it plays out. I'm gonna make it easy. Kyle and Amber, the way we see the 17, the counties that we represent, the 15 counties, and Joyce, and I know she's already got a head start on the weather. The way that we see the counties is we have a vast area as a rural community, rural serving institution. That is very different than metro areas, and so that small institution factor, that again is another funding piece specific to a mission, particular to a small college that needs to be maintained, because we have to have certain things. We cannot say you can't have this, you can't have a president, you can't have that. The accreditation requires us to have certain things, so that's another price tag. And so that all goes into that bucket of the ask, and I hope, I appreciate Chancellor Charlton having taken notes on that when I presented the first time, and I'm happy to give you more, but we get all that into the bucket and we'll come out with something that's comprehensible. So that's it. So that's WNC and a little bit of the funding formula all in one. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, President Dalby. Questions from Regents? Regent Cruz Crawford, then Regent Brown.
Regent Cruz Crawford for the record. I just wanted to thank you for the PRISM program that hits near and dear to my heart. My brother's incarcerated and on death row, so it's just really great to hear, because we do know that education, college and career pathways are the best rehabilitation, right? Why do we offend in the first place? So if you ever need any public comment when you're getting money from the legislators, I'll definitely
I appreciate
support
that.
with that. Thank you.
If I could respond one thing real quick, too, I just want to make everyone aware too, there are prisoners who have life sentences, maybe with or without parole, who we have actually trained up to serve as pretty much as similar to teaching assistants in the prison. And the Department of Corrections has, of course, they support the program, and I should do a shout out to them, because that actually helps the internal climate as well, because they're doing things, they're training, they're getting jobs within the prison that benefit. So if I have a feeling we will need some support in 2025 just to tell the story. So thank you.
Regent Brown for the record. I actually had a similar comment/question about the prison program. I looked on page 15, which was the NSHE specific slides that talked about the 2025-2027 system-wide operating priorities renewal of one-shot funds. And on that list was the prison expansion of $1 million. Now I know 3 of our institutions run programs in prisons, GBC, CSN, so maybe you guys want to weigh in on this as well. I'm curious, if we were to get this $1 million renewed this next legislature, how many students would that actually encompass?
So appreciate the question, Regent Brown. Kyle Dalby for the record. I'm gonna make, I'll wait over here if I hear chatter over here that I misstate this. My 426,000 is in that $1 million, I believe, like the similar question. So that's all in there. So the rest of it, so it's almost half. So what we're doing now is we have a part-time director that'll become a full-time director, and then the more important for staffing is we will put in place a navigator. So right now we fluctuate because if there's a behavior issue, a student gets pulled out of it, and so that's not on us. So we fluctuate in the number of students anywhere between 50 and I think at one point we had 120. We can easily start attracting almost upwards of another 50 students, would be my guess without doing deep research on it. One of the things to note, though, that we're struggling with right now is that it's similar to when we talk about community college mission and part-time students versus full-time students. It's very small numbers of students which still take the same amount of resources, because when a director goes in there or a faculty member goes in there, they could be in the prison for a 1.5-hour class for 4 hours by the time they park, check in, move in. And so it's very, very labor intensive to do that. So the expectation is not that we would double or triple numbers. It's that we would, if I say 50 more, that's actually on the high side, but we would slowly build and get more people into programs and add new programs. We just added automotive, which immediately added 6 students, because that's the capacity of the lab. So we can't say we're going to 100 students in there, but we could do multiple cohorts of that. Does that answer, is that too vague?
I understand that it is hard to quantify the actual number, but I thank you for the wraparound understanding of that teacher's time is also included in that, not just the actual instruction.
And the administrative time. And one of the, and I guess what I was trying to say, and we could have said it shorter, is we we have put a lot into this program. We appreciate the one-shot appropriation that gets renewed, but we are actually subsidizing it somehow with extra money because it is costing us a lot more than the $126,000 a year right now. So this would backfill a little bit and give us an option to expand.
I think, and I'm sure collectively, Regent Cruz Crawford, I'd also be willing to testify to this at the legislature. I'm part of Leadership Las Vegas here in Southern Nevada, and we just had our Criminal Justice Day. And Metro's captain came in, and he actually highlighted the fact that these prison education programs were reforming so many prisoners, and they highlighted it just on their own. So this is making a big impact across the system, and so I wanted to also just say that.
I appreciate that. We have also used our mobile lab, which was funded through GoEd, a WIN fund, at the prison, because we could bring the technology there, and that helps. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I want to thank you for your presentation because I think you were the only one that asked for all this money, and then your very last slide was everything you're asking for listed, because I was trying to figure out what the big ask is. So I'm going to ask that maybe Mr. Chris Vuitton could do for all the institutions, or you ask them to do it to send to you, to send us, do just like WNC did. And then I want to take those figures from each one and then how that correlates to what the NSHE ask was. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I think it would be really helpful. I'm a visual person, sort of. Where's Molly reminding me I like graphs? But I think it would really make sense. And if you could do it, maybe even like a matrix to where they all had the 80% formula, the funding, the COLA part that wasn't right. There's some similarities. Have those also, we can see by institution what that grand total is, and then their different things. I think that would be really helpful for us as we're building this budget. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Regent Del Carlo. I was hoping that you could form that as a motion. The agenda item asks for to take action, and it may give direction on further development and processes for determining budget priorities. So I would invite you to do that if you would like.
Gosh, I would have written this down, so let me go. I make a motion to accept the reports of the institutions and system administration and give direction to the CFO to put the information in a combined matrix by institution to determine our budget priorities for the 2025 biennial operating budget and capital improvement projects. Although I don't know if capital improvement projects should be part of this because that's not what we're doing today. So take out the capital improvement projects part. That's my motion. Will that work, Mr. Wixom?
I believe it will. Does that address all of your concerns?
Yes, it does. And just for the record, again, Interim Chancellor Charlton, so what we will be doing is capital will come back separately because there is a different time frame. So we're going to focus on operating. And again, what you've seen is those general themes. And so putting that together in the manner that was requested is not a problem at all. And actually, as we talk with the institutions, those numbers, I have a feeling, may increase across the board. Because we now have more information, for example, on one of the fee waivers that has grown significantly, and we expect the same next year.
My advice would be reach for the stars on this one, because they can always knock it down, but once you make an ask, they normally don't put it up. And my other comment is that after the legislature finished last year, they came up with a lot more money. I think they gave K through 12 like an extra $200 million. So I hope our institutions, if that were to happen, that we have those asks ready too.
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion from Regent Del Carlo, a second from Regent McMichael. I'm going to go to Regent Goodman for a comment.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make just a general statement. Our COLA funding needs to get back to 80% instead of 80% of 80%. We need to fund GME funding. That number was embarrassing, $200 million for Texas and $20 million that we're begging for Nevada. We're talking about facility issues, old buildings, old labs. There's just so much that is needed. And I keep hearing how education is a priority for this state. Okay, just across the board, I keep hearing education's a priority. It sounds really good, but we need to start making education a priority. And my issue is that as of January 31st of this year, the treasurer reported a $10 billion amount in our general portfolio, 10 billion with a B, okay? That's a lot of money for this state to be sitting on, and I'm just putting on record that if education is a priority, then we really need to act like education is a priority. We are doing great things here in this system, and this board, I think, has come together. We have great leadership, and we have incredible presidents. And I'm putting on record, if education's going to be a priority, we have $10 billion in our coffers that's just sitting there, and I would really be anxious and thrilled and more than happy to work with the legislature so that we can get funded on some of these very important pieces. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Goodman. So at this time, we will take a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We will move on now to item number 23, co-requisite mathematics and English update. Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Daniel Archer.
There we go. Thank you very much. So this is Daniel Archer for the record here. Just want to kind of give you a little snapshot preview of what we're going to get into today. Brandon Protus from Complete College America is going to start us off and provide some background information, talk about some of the outcomes that we've achieved. And then Dr. Laura Decker is going to provide perspective from an English faculty member, and then Chris King is going to provide perspective from a math faculty member, and then I will wrap us up. So I'm going to turn over to Brandon to get us started.
Dr. Brandon Protus, Assistant Vice President of Alliance Engagement at Complete College America, for the record. Madam Chair, Regents, and Chancellor Charlton, thank you for inviting me here. I'd like to talk to you about the move to scale co-requisite support here across all of the public institutions in Nevada. What you see here on your screen on the left is the traditional prerequisite remediation model that was done in the past. So when a college has a student take a placement test and they are deemed not college ready, they don't have access to the college class. Instead, they may take 1, 2, 3, or more prerequisite remediation classes before they ever have access to the college class. What you see on the right is the model for co-requisite support. And I want to point out that the default class is not the co-requisite support class. Rather, the default class is the college gateway course. That means all incoming students go directly into the English or math college level gateway course. Those who the college deems as college ready go directly into that as a standalone. Those who require more support still go into the college level course, but they're offered co-requisite support in that same semester. What I will say is it's more than just how those courses are scheduled. It is a deeper philosophical and paradigm shift for how colleges see and serve students, because the prerequisite model is based off of a deficit approach. Students have to show what they can do before they have access, whereas the co-requisite support is based off an asset-based approach that students are coming with funds of knowledge that they can tap into and activate. It also utilizes a different pedagogical just-in-time model with active learning. So in 2019, NSHE commissioned a white paper to look into the move. They had this idea that they wanted to do some reform around developmental education practices in the state. And what they found was, quite simply, the traditional prerequisite remediation does not work. Too many students are placed into remediation Notice the students don't place themselves. It's the colleges that place students. Too many students are placed into remediation, and very few, 1 or 2 out of 10, make it to and through the college level course, let alone onto graduation. The psychological factors, if you think about it, you sign up for college and then you're told, you're not really in college yet. Wait a semester, a year and a half, 2 years before you can really take the college level course. And it has a disproportionate impact on students of color, specifically Black students, Native American students, and Hispanic students who are overly placed in remedial coursework. I'll show you in a second that what we had seen nationally is that co-requisite support has significantly better outcomes for students getting to and through that college level course. And we were already seeing pilot programs at UNR and Nevada State University that was showing this. And sometimes there was a belief that co-requisite support only works for students who are right there on the bubble, who are placing right near that threshold. But there was research that showed it benefits students at all levels of academic preparation. So with this white paper, NSHE showed some of the national data. This is from the 2014 cohort of Complete College America on the left. In the green is for all students that were placed into remediation, and then broken down by various demographic groups. What we hear quite frequently is, but our state is different. And so I commend NSHE on this. They looked at the state data, and in fact, they found 2 things. On the one hand, the data mirrored that of the nation, but in some ways it was worse. So while in Nevada, 38% of students were being placed into prerequisite remediation, 61% of students in the 2016 Gateway cohort were of American Indian or Native students were being placed into remediation. 56% of Black students and 45% of Hispanic students, seeing that this becomes an equity issue. Co-requisite support is for that initial momentum. If students stop out or drop out before they ever get to that college level gateway course, they're not going to go on to completion. And we see this on the data. On the left is the 2014 cohort, on the right is the 2015 cohort, and I've circled and put the arrows to highlight those students that were starting the college level course have significant better outcomes for degree completion than those who are starting at a high school level or in remedial courses. So I referenced the national data before, and what you see in front of you is from a report that Complete College America put out. It's from the University System of Georgia, and the reason why we showcase them is it's comprised of 26 institutions, big, small, rural, urban, predominantly white, HBCUs, HSIs, R1, community college. It has every institutional type. And what they found is when they started, this is looking at throughput, which is different than pass rate, because you can have a good pass rate, but if students either don't pass, or if they do pass, but say it's a long road and they stop out, they never make it to the college level course. So throughput is the percent of students who would start in remediation who passed that college level course within 2 semesters. Traditional prerequisite remediation, 20% of their math students throughput rate. They went to a foundations course, which was a 1 semester compressed course. They saw some increase, but when they fully scaled co-requisite support, that 20% throughput rate went up 47 percentage points to 67%, more than tripling of success. For English, it started at a higher rate of 45%, went up 26 percentage points to 71% throughput. And I can't think of another student success measure, strategy, that has this kind of results. And I talked about equity of the overplacement of students into remediation. Co-requisite solves for that. So what we saw in Georgia was, you see here Latinx, white, Black, Pell eligible or low income, and first generation students, math on top, English below, all had a throughput either just above, at, or just below the average for all students, erasing that equity or institutional performance gap. So I commend NSHE and I commend this board because of the foresight that they had to go through with policy. So they started with the white paper, and in 2019 they developed statewide policy that made co-requisite support the norm and got rid of prerequisite remediation. That's the grass tops approach. The grassroots approach is saying there's 2 years now for the faculty to own this, not buy into somebody else's vision, but to own it, develop the curriculum, do the professional development that they needed to make this a success, and you're going to hear about that in just a second. 2021, full implementation of the policy, And what we're seeing moving on from that point further is a cycle of continuous improvement. What works? What are the pieces of the model that we need to tweak? It's not a one and done, but it's something that you need to revisit, and that's something you're going to hear about. So we had high expectations. We thought we knew what was going to happen, but I'd like to share the results with you because we were blown away. This is math, that throughput rate that I spoke about, so passing with a C or better, students who would otherwise start in remediation, going through to that Gateway College course. With traditional remediation from the fall 2015 cohort, 16% of students, remember I said 1 or 2 out of every 10? It was 16% overall. After full co-requisite implementation in math, 58%, that's more than a tripling of that pass rate. And we're here about changing lives of students, that's 2,032 more students. We talked about the impact on racial equity, and here we have the starting percentages from prerequisite remediation and the impact across racial and minoritized groups. This is 172 more students who had the throughput passed within 2 semesters of math course, Black students who passed, and 869 Hispanic students. So when we think about the population of Nevada, this is what policy and implementation and practice do. In English, higher start rate of 34%, moved to a 58% after full co-requisite support implementation. And that's a difference of 1,334 students. And when it's broken down by race, we see similar huge impacts. 130 more Black students who passed the English course within 2 semesters because of co-requisite support, and 664 Hispanic students. So with that, thank you. I would like to now turn it over to Chris King, who's going to talk about it from a faculty perspective. As I mentioned, this is the grassroots approach of making sure that faculty are driving the co-requisite support. Chris?
All right, for the record, my name is Chris King, professor of mathematics at CSN. So I'm going to talk about the experience of teaching co-rec courses. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so kind of the positive experience for this. Basically, we dealt with that students are taking fewer courses before their college level course, which is great for students in that they're not stuck in the developmental loophole trying to get there to their college level course for their major. For the case of CSN, class sizes are a lot smaller. We typically try to run our co-rec courses maxed out, capped at 25 students. I know it may be different at different institutions, but this actually helps us out greatly in that we're able to be able to provide more individual instructions for students. Next, ability to provide just-in-time remediation for students in courses. This is very important in that we are able to provide, we're able to basically teach prereq topics for courses and then all of a sudden teach the actual topic for the college level course at the same time and not having to do a heavy load of front loading of material for students. And last, students' determination is higher to complete the course. For many of our students, they feel like that, hey, this is my only class that I have to complete, and they have a lot more determination in order to try to put the effort forward in order to complete the course. Some concerns over the co-rec. One, difficult teaching multiple levels of math in one course. This is predominantly true in the co-rec course for college algebra and also for pre-calculus. For many of our students at CSN, they come in with a variety of abilities and everything, and for many of these students, if we're trying to start at basic math and then trying to get them up to the college level, it's a lot of work. Students' lack of skills. And what I mean by this is that for many students, a lot of them don't really understand how to be a student, how to study. I have experienced that for many students who are high school students who are taking our co-rec courses. A big thing is that they don't want to come to class. So they feel that they really don't have to, and then they're surprised. Next, students' ability to retain a large amount of material. This is especially key is for the pre-calculus, the expanded course. It's covering a lot of material in that course, and for a lot of those students, when you're in class for 6 hours a week for that course, them being able to retain material and actually utilize that knowledge for their next course is a concern. And then finally, students retaining information in sequential courses. I do teach a wide variety of courses, and I see that for many students who have come through the new co-rec model and everything, that their skills were good when they were in the course. But as they move up, those skills are not there anymore. So this is now creating kind of a domino effect of things that are happening in our courses that are sequential later. Okay, thank you. Okay, next, English faculty perspective.
Laura Decker, Assistant Professor of English and Coordinator of First Year Composition at Nevada State University, for the record. First of all, thank you all for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my colleagues across the state. You saw the promising data in Brandon's presentation from Complete College America. And I want to just continue building on some of the wonderful news of co-requisite English implementation across the state. Our faculty continue to work together across institutions. And that's in part to NSHE building some really dynamic opportunities, as Brandon mentioned, for faculty to own that scaling process. And we continue to own that process. As an example of this, some of our colleagues, Maureen McBride from UNR and Dean Strait from GBC, have created and are organizing some community of practice events for our co-requisite composition faculty. We started in August with an English co-requisite symposium where faculty from across the state could get together, share best practices, and build assignments together. And then those conversations have continued through virtual co-requisite chats. We've tackled issues such as open educational resources, AI and large language learning models, and DFWI rates in co-requisite composition. We're looking forward to our final meeting for the year in March, where we will be playing with dashboards, and the third annual NSHE co-requisite conference, where we will have an English track. I want to share the words of one of my faculty members and colleagues, Emily Hoover. She's a lecturer of English at Nevada State University, and she's also one of the Nevada State University co-requisite leads. And of all these community of practice events, she said, learning about the different approaches, assignments, resources, and infrastructures at other institutions has impacted how I view our programs and current infrastructure for supporting co-requisite learners. Also, Emily's creative writing, so she's not even in composition typically, but she's learned to be part of that group. In short, there's much enthusiasm across the state for co-requisite composition, and we all view that institutional crosstalk as a boon for our students and faculty. However, in those conversations, we've also identified some shared challenges. One of them is that online co-requisite pathways are very popular, but they have much higher DFWI rates for our students. At our last community of practice conversation, we talked about some ideas for addressing that, including increasing opportunities for building belonging in those courses, accountability tools to teach our students, and then also working with advising to make sure that students get a transparent message about what taking an online class will mean for co-requisite. TMCC is working on embedding some online writing tutors. They'll be running a pilot in the fall, and they hope to engage all of their online co-requisite students with these tutors. They're going to be sharing some data after that fall pilot. The second challenge we identified is around those embedded tutors. We know that embedded tutors are a high impact practice, and we also learned that faculty across institutions really want them in their co-requisite classes, but many programs noted that they lacked the funding or appropriate models for their co-requisite classes. Some of these faculty have sort of cobbled together what they could to address the issue, but we know that funding's needed to support and sustain embedded tutoring. Two more challenges we noticed. One is that with this increased attention to co-requisite sections, co-requisite composition, we increased co-requisite sections, and these have been really hard to schedule, especially with our full-time faculty who are trained in co-requisite pedagogies. And so it's clear that we need more faculty in this critical area. And then finally, we noticed that not all students engage in self-placement or have the metrics needed to place them appropriately, which leads to some students being misplaced into co-requisite courses, but also increased sections that are hard to staff. And so we'll be working with advising, particularly at my institution, to make sure that all students engage with our self-placement survey or have the appropriate metrics and opt into or have a demonstrated need for co-requisite education. In short, the challenges are real, but we look forward to continued collaboration across the state and hope for continued support from NSHE to address those challenges. Thank you.
This is Daniel Archer again for the record here, just to wrap everything up here. And just want to take a moment here and express gratitude to the faculty for their time, effort, preparation that's gone into this. This was a huge lift. So definitely appreciate them. I want to thank Complete College America for being a really good collaborator and partner. Obviously, I was not here for this project, but I've worked with them in other states, and they've always been great to work with, so appreciate them. And lastly, I do want to certainly pay respect to the board members who were serving back in 2019. I think there's two of you all that were serving back when this policy was approved in 2019 here. And you know, when you think back to why you wanted to become a regent, you didn't do it for notoriety. I'm sure you didn't do it for money. You did it because you want to have an impact. And this is a clear case in point where the board took bold action that had a positive impact on thousands and thousands of students. So thank you for the work you did there. You really established the foundation for these changes here and for this work. So we've definitely taken some very positive steps here. I think the big question is our work over? And the answer is no. I would argue that this is more of a journey than it is a destination. We're continually trying to improve. I would say that the co-requisite journey really mirrors a lot of the common themes. If you've seen the movie Moneyball, that's always what I think of when I think about co-requisite. If you haven't seen that movie, it's about the Oakland A's baseball team, which may be aware they're going to be playing about 2.5 miles away from here in the next 3 or 4 years. That's kind of exciting. But the A's essentially challenge the status quo by implementing all these data-informed baseball strategies. They drastically increase their wins, and they break all these records. And there's a scene where they're implementing all these big changes, and Brad Pitt, who plays the general manager, Billy Beane, is sitting with the team, and he's talking to them, and he says, this is a process, this is a process, this is a process. That's exactly what co-requisite remediation is. It's a process. And there's opportunity for growth and improvement here. So in terms of what we're going to be looking at going forward here, a lot of this work is going to take place in the math space here. So we have created a math task force comprised of math faculty from across the state. So each institution has a representative there. So they're going to help guide some of the direction of our work here going forward here. And so one of the big things that we want to look at the outset here is to create a general education option for a statistics course, to have a stat pathway. There's several disciplines where taking a stats course is far more relevant than taking, say, a college algebra. As an example, if someone's majoring in political science, they're going to gain a lot more out of taking a stat course than they would a college algebra course. So we want to be pragmatic here and prepare students for the most relevant math skills that are needed for their academic and career field of choice. And we feel like having a stat pathway will allow us to do that more effectively. And this has been done probably in about 20 to 25 states at this point here, so we can absolutely do it. It'll be a huge lift, but it's something that's absolutely doable. Second big thing is we want to look at the use of multiple measures that are used for course placement purposes. We still have, in some cases, an over-reliance on standardized testing. Data shows that a high school GPA and grades in certain high school courses is a far better predictor of success. That's been proven in multiple data sets from multiple states across the country here. Certainly, that is more reflective of students' heart and grit compared to looking at one test on one day. So does that mean that standardized testing goes away? No. There's still a place for it. What we're really trying to do here is really enhance the process and have multiple measures. It's really all about predicting success here and using predictive measures to ensure that students are placed appropriately. So we want to improve that process. We really want to get to a point where we have common standards beyond an ACT and SAT. We have that right now. We have a requisite score for ACT that allows you to enroll in a college math class or do an English class, which is great. We have ACT, we have SAT, but we really want to expand that and have some sort of high school performance metric, a grade point average, or maybe grades in certain high school courses. So we're going to be looking at that here with this group, and obviously bringing some English folks in as well to talk about the English side of that here. Third thing we want to do is revisit the co-requisite pre-calculus track here. And Professor King talked a little bit about this here. The outcomes in this particular course have not been as good, so there hasn't been the performance there, obviously. So we may need to revisit the entry point here that what allows someone to qualify for this course here. Different states have handled this in different ways, so I think we definitely want to look at what's been done and some of the outcomes. So we could possibly mirror some things that have gone on elsewhere, so we want to look at that here. The other thing is we have a college algebra track and we have a pre-calculus track, and the reality is there is some overlap there. Most states only have one of those courses, so we may only need to have one, so obviously there'll be some discussions in that space here. And an additional piece that we are starting to look at in some discussions with Regent Downs is looking at a boot camp option for underprepared math students. This would be set up in such a way where a student who isn't ready to go into the college math class, they would take a 1 to 2 week boot camp and really refresh and hone their skills, and then they'd be positioned to go in and take the college course. So this would be, I think, really tailor-made for a student. This is Regent Down, just kind of repeating what he had told us in some conversations, but you have students sometimes that come in and they were really good at math in high school, but now they're 40 and they haven't had a math class in 22 years. So having a really intensive 1 week refresher is really going to put that student in a position to refresh, review, and then be well positioned to go into the course and perform well. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Archer. Do I have questions? I'll take the first with Vice Chair Downs, then Regent Boylan, then Regent Cruz Crawford.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Archer. Appreciate the presentation and the acknowledgement of the areas that we're working on for the boot camp. I look forward to that coming to the board in June, so we can hopefully pass something and make that available to the schools for the fall semester if that's what they'd like to do. Just I would like clarification, since you acknowledged that there are regions here who were not on the board when it passed. And you mentioned what got us on the board, and this is actually one of those things that got me on the board, but probably not because I was in favor of it. It was more of when you have all the faculty in the system against it and it gets pushed through, I thought there needed to be a voice. So I just want to talk a little bit about this. One of the misunderstandings I've talked to people about is they have the impression that when students take a math or English co-requisite, it's no additional cost or load to their schedule. So what is the typical load of if they're doing a math and an English co-requisite, what does that look like? I mean, how many credits is that they're having to pay for? Instead of the 3 and 3, now they might have in that one semester, how much of their schedule is being occupied by co-rec math and co-rec English?
Right, it's so the additional kind of supplemental instruction that's the co-requisite is 1 to 3 credit hours.
Okay. And so if you have, and the way I've seen it play out, like Math 120 or 126, or 120 might be 2, 126 and 124 might be a 3 additional. So you're talking 5 credits of math, 6 credits for 124 and 126. And on the English side, it might be a 5 credit. But right there, you're seeing in the minimum 10 credits of someone's load being just math and just English. And I appreciate Professor King when you described the students being in class for that long period of time, absorbing that much material, how that can be a challenge. And I do also appreciate the acknowledgement that teaching 126 in this matter could also be a challenge for students to get that much material in. I mean, I'll still express what I expressed in 2019. Having someone come in who can't add 1/4 and 1/3, and then expecting them in the same class session to master adding rational functions, it's quite a big leap. And you lack that depth of knowledge that you would have gotten if they had more time to do it. I'll say there are probably pros to the co-requisite model, but for me, the biggest negative is the choice. That the board at the time chose to take away choice from students and schools. So students have to do this program. They can't choose to do 1 or 2 semesters of remediation. So there's my concern about it. Ultimately, I want students to be successful and to get through the process. And I understand that factor of, is it half for each remediation course they have to take? I understand that that's a reality, but it's about students having the ability to make that choice for themselves, how they want to pursue their academic preparation. So I'll let other people talk and ask questions. I would like to get some input. Do we have any other math or English faculty here? I'd like to get their input on how it's working. We can do that after other regents have had a chance to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chancellor Archer, these charts that you showed us, there's no suggestion from anybody that this is built-in inherent racism, that these races are doing the way they're doing. That there's so many people from this race and this race and this race, and the white race is only like 25% who need these courses. Is somebody suggesting that this is done on the basis of racism? Or is that just the qualifications of the different races?
I think it's more to show that this is something that brings everybody up. When you look at each individual race ethnicity group, each one demonstrates significant gains. So I think it's just something that really moves the needle in every group, and that's really what we, at the end of the day, we want student success for all students, and this is something that puts us in a better position to do that.
Thank you. I have one more thing, though. That's a very politically correct answer, and I'll accept it. But Professor Downs just mentioned having other math professors talk, and I have this question for them, is what issues do you see and what fixes do we, suggest or do we get going forward? And that would be for Professor King, Professor Wheeler, because I spoke to him earlier, and maybe also for Professor Down here. What are the fixes? We know the problem now, so this prerequisite thing and pushing people into prerequisites, what are the fixes?
Yeah, I think a couple of pieces just to kind of go back to what I touched on here. I think part of it is we don't have a statistics pathway, and if we do that, that will probably put some students in a different track where they're more likely to be successful. So I think that's one piece in this. I think the other thing I mentioned there is that the pre-calculus track in particular has been very problematic. The students who have gone into that particular course and the co-requisite model have not performed well. And so we may need to revisit that. There's different ways of placing students. University System of Georgia was mentioned earlier in the presentation, and they have a little bit more of a rigorous standard to get into more of the college algebra or pre-calculus type tracks. So we may want to adopt something similar here. And certainly I think we're open to any feedback that comes my way and discussions with the chief academic officers and obviously with you all as the board.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Regent Cruz Crawford.
Regent Cruz Crawford for the record. Regent Boylan, you can look at the college readiness data dashboard to see some of the historically gaps, equity gaps with readiness. I wanted to share the K through 12 kind of perspective. I appreciate this work. I appreciate that it's not dumbing down education. It's holding a standard and providing a pathway at the same time holding the standard. What I wanted to share were just a few things in the K through 12 space. The difference between Math 96 entry and Math 120 entry is 1 ACT point. Our kids take their ACT in their junior year. They just took it last week. My son just took it last week. And so a difference of 1. So if he got a 21, he bypasses a year of math. If he got a 20, and additionally, Math 122 is 22. So that 1 point, I know that we have some of those Jumpstart ACT courses that guarantee 3 to 4 points. I see this as something that is very similar, but at the college level. If the research shows that 11th graders can get a Jumpstart weekend course and bring up their ACT score 1, this makes logistical sense. Another thing that I would like to share, our state as a whole has students their senior year of high school graduating right now with a 19.6 math percent proficiency. That means 2 out of 10 students within the state of Nevada are graduating on ready for college. And so as we look at these co-requisite courses, what we're really doing is we're creating a bridge from the problems that are existing in that K through 12 space. I see it as a necessity, and I appreciate the work that's being done because this is going to continue to become a sadder and sadder percentage rate as we don't have licensed teachers within the classroom. And so getting them through this program, I think is the co-requisite courses is actually really helping, and it's not lowering the standard. It's really keeping the standard there and giving those scaffolds, which we have to do all the time in the K through 12 space. So I appreciate the forward thinking of the committee, and I look forward to supporting any way that I can as a K through 12 educator in helping giving feedback on those pieces. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Cruz Crawford. I'm going to go to Regent Del Carlo next.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I'm really glad to see this on our agenda today, and I'm really, really pleased with results. I was one of 4 regents that was on the board in 2019, in addition to my colleagues, Regent Carvalho and McMichael
so
and
sorry.
Perkins. That's okay.
Okay.
You're new. How would you know that?
Well,
So there was
thank you to the
4 of
4
us,
then, yes.
and I was really, really pleased we did this because what we were doing wasn't working. And you're right, 5 students out of 100 would even finish. And that's a terrible statistic. And we haven't said this, but for those that are new, when you take the remedial, you're not eligible for Pell. It doesn't count for any credit. And then the student gets, I think, very, very discouraged because here they've taken, you mentioned in your remarks, year or 2 of these remedial classes, and what do they have to show for it? They have nothing. So I really applauded our ARSA department at the time. They brought that in. They brought national experts in, because this is a trend around the United States, and this is what we're supposed to be doing as a board. We go out and seek the best, see what the trends are out there and what's working. So bringing this in was a gamble. Well, no, I wouldn't say a gamble because the data was there, but it did come with a lot of resistance. There's no doubt about that, what Regent Downs said. There was resistance. It was strong. And I just equate that to change. People don't normally like change, but we've got enough time and data now, and I think the fact that the ARSA department works so well with this is my view. I'm not down on the ground with the rest of you guys, but from my view, you all work so well together, that shared governance, listening to each other, And maybe it wasn't perfect, and that's why we're looking at it today, how we can enhance. But the numbers are just astounding. I mean, you told me when we talked about this and we met earlier that I would really be pleased with the numbers, and I'm thrilled with the numbers. I'm really thrilled with the numbers.
As someone who just got here, I'll take all the credit, by the way.
That's okay. And to Regent Cruz Crawford's point, if our students came out of K through 12 prepared, we wouldn't be needing to do this, but we're public institutions, and that's a bigger problem too. One of my questions to you is, are we sharing these results with anybody with, say, in Clark County School District or the Washoe County School District or the state superintendent, Joan Ebert, letting her know that this is what we're doing and this is why we're doing it and future? I mean, that's one question I have, and I have a couple.
I think that's a terrific point, and we have not done that. I think I'm sure some avenue that we can do that, for sure.
Okay.
So I think that'd be great.
Okay, because sometimes people don't know they have a problem until they're shown the problem. And to me, you're showing data. So, I mean, that would be great. To Regent Boylan's point on the slide, one of our main goals is to close the achievement gap. So whatever it is you're measuring, you measure it against whatever group is the best. And you can pick lots of different categories, but that one slide, if the white student's the highest, then it's our job as the board to close that gap and bring up anybody that's below that. I know Western Nevada College did that with their cohort of Hispanic students by putting the proper resources and wraparounds to it. And now, if I may be mistaken, but are the Hispanic students continuing to outperform the white students, President Dalpi?
Yes, thank you, Regent DiCarlo. Kyle Dalby for the record. The Latino cohort is at a higher graduation rate by 3 or 4 percentage points than the overall college population.
Okay, so I mean, my point is that that's why they measure it that, because we want to close those gaps. Every student has the right to a great education and to have what everybody else has. I want to see if I got it all. I was making notes as you guys were talking, but I think I've got it all, my points, but I'm really pleased, and I just want this improved, and I hope this board never doesn't do this until we change or, completely equalize those gaps. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up. I see that there might be a few of our faculty members from Faculty Senate who might be interested in chiming in. I have Molly Apple.
Thank you so much, Chair Carvalho. I did just want to respond to Regent Downs' invitation for other English faculty to speak. I put that hat on. Thank you so much, Regent Downs, for your thoughtful concerns, and I'm glad to be able to have this conversation. I'll share in my role as assistant professor of English at Nevada State. I don't personally teach co-requisite courses, but I work very closely with my colleagues and students who do. And one of the things I want to really underscore the importance of is how co-requisite college credits are college credits as opposed to remedial courses which students essentially end up dumping money into without advancing degrees. And I can't underscore the importance of that when you're looking at these small differences in time to degree completion and the impact that can have. But I really hear and feel deeply as an educator your concern for sort of the challenge of trying to differentiate to such what can be widely different needs in student classrooms. And I want to emphasize the way the program doesn't leave faculty alone to do that. I think our I'm sorry, I forgot your title, Vice Chancellor Archer mentioned the embedded support models and the tutoring opportunities that are really a crucial part of our program. And I can't underscore how impactful those peer mentors and that system is in enhancing that kind of differentiation and support, as well as the excellent pedagogical approaches that our faculty take. And I think that a number of the workshops that Dr. Decker, my colleague, mentioned have played an important impact on faculty's sense of confidence and ability to meet those different needs along with those other supports. And so I think that the scaffolding really is important here. I'm going to echo Regent Cruz Crawford and say that I do think this is an example of how higher ed can be and is learning from a lot of the excellent pedagogical practices that K-12, PK-12 has, and it can be a good model looking forward of our investment in that PK-20 mindset for the students of Nevada. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak again, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Villa.
Patrick Villa, V-I-L-L-A for the record, and in addition to being the CSN Faculty Senate Chair, I'm also a math professor. I have the unique experience where I was on the original task force way before, about 12, 13 years ago, and we changed some things. We got rid of a couple remedial classes, we made some rules, and then I was on it again when they decided to implement what they did. The first thing that I echo what Vice Chair Downs said, it worried me a lot, it bothered me a lot, was that many times we're told we are the subject matter expertise people. And when every single math faculty in every single institution was not happy with this, it was done anyway. I was literally told before that one board meeting when I first ever spoke to the board, it doesn't matter what you say, this is passing today, Patrick, is what I was told. We still talked, but you know, I knew it was a dead issue. There's a couple things I still worry about. You know, I do believe there are some great things on it. For the Math 120 class, the students that are not doing anything that's STEM at all, I think it's great. They don't need to waste their time with 3, 4 classes when they have no desire to be in math. It's those other classes we worry about. And the thing that we were most vocal about was literally Math 126E. As we've heard, changes need to be made. And then this is what we foresaw, and this is what we worried about. Other things, this one-size-fit-all is an issue. You know, treating all the classes, they had to be the same makeup. Everybody had to get into the first gateway class no matter where you stood. And the other issue, it's important that no one talks about, is community colleges versus the 4 years. Same rules, same everything. Remember, 4 years have standards to get in. They have to be accepted. They have to meet certain criteria. And sad to say, community colleges, you pretty much just need a little bit of a pulse and you're in. And I'm not knocking our students, but I'm saying there are students that come from all walks of life. We have students who cannot, as Vice Chair Downs said, I have students who cannot add or subtract signed numbers. And I have to get them through pre-calculus in 16 weeks, 6 hours a week. That is the equation. And what's the matter is I can maybe do that, but what about the students who already have all these abilities? They get bored, they get tired, they drop. And that's one of the sad things. And it's literally like, I won't pick on anybody, but how many of you hate math on the board? I bet you there's a few of you. You don't have to raise your hands, but a few of you hate it, haven't had it in years. It's like me having you and Dr. Downs in a class, and I'm saying we're all gonna learn the same thing. One of you is gonna be way behind, or one of you is gonna be bored out of your mind. And this, again, you have to do everything the same. It's just something that we tried to get people to look at, and Vice Chair Downs said it, options are always good to me. Some students really did thrive on taking multiple prereqs. I agree that it was hurting a lot of students, and this is a great path, but did we have to pick one or the other? Could we have not have said, hey, CSN, start offering a few of these co-req courses, let's ramp them up, let's see how it goes, and then do the other ones, and we can get a true sample comparison. But no, we were told, kill all these, go to these, people will figure it out. And it's that process there. There's a ton, I mean, I'm worried about that. I'm gonna talk about two things. The data we saw from 16% to 58%, that one graph, great numbers, but if you look at it carefully, it's completion of gateway math within the first year. Well, by the old model of 16%, realize some of them had to take 2 to 3 to 4 prerequisites. It was darn near impossible to mathematically get, even if you were doing an A work, you can't finish in 1 year when you have to take 5 classes in succession. versus one class. I agree, like I said, it's good, but it's not as off, it wasn't that much of an improvement in what we're talking about. You also have to look at, it's not enough just to pass the class. I care the most about how do they do in the next class? Are they truly ready? When I get them in pre-calc, Calc 1, Calc 2, Calc 3, and you talk to our professors, that's our biggest complaint. When they get to Calc 1, they can't do a lot of stuff. And this is, again, studying all semester for the final exam is the old way, and it's the hard way. Studying the day before and cramming. You may pass the final, you're not going to remember it next semester. You're not going to get it retained in your brain. And again, I'm going back to the choices. My only last thing I'll say, am I complaining here? I'm sorry. Multiple measures. I like the idea to an extent. When it says, and I'm not picking on you, Vice Chancellor, sorry. When there's someone saying, it's been proven around national numbers that GPA has an effect. Is it the same GPA as Nevada, as Clark County, where everybody starts at 50%, where you get to make up tests as many times as you want? I worry about looking at that GPA to place a student in one of our calculus pre-calc courses. And I also am going to say philosophically, I'm not sure how taking, no offense, Molly, an English class, a history class, and you get all A's in those and you fail math, you're going to have still a decent GPA. Doesn't mean I actually look at that as you're hurting in math. If the multiple measures went both ways, like maybe certain GPAs would pump us up and let them in, that's good. But also if I see red flags in the GPA, like they failed algebra, even though their GPA was 3.7, I might say, you can't. You're actually going to go down. So I think it's got to work both ways, not just only going to benefit. And I apologize for being so long, but that's my talk.
Thank you. Regent Breaker.
I guess what bothers me the most is that this has been going on 20, 30 years. It's not like it just came on in 2019 or 25 or whatever. And it's, to me, and I don't want to be negative, it's not going to change until our public schools change. And unless we align ourselves better and work with them, we're going to keep having this conversation. So I'm in real estate. I do math. I'm going to call it basic math, day in and day out, doing net sheets, letting people know what they're going to get, doing interest rates. So I have that. When I went to school, if you were a business major, you took business 1, business 2, math, basic math. You took bookkeeping 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what helped me create the career technical academies, is I came from that type of education and I knew it would work here. But saying that, the other thing that bothers me is a remedial word. And I think why a lot of people don't want to do this is because you've categorized them. It's the kid that had to go to, and I worked for the school district in elementary schools, the kid that had to go to resource room. What did he feel like, he or she, when they pulled them out? I don't think we're being realistic. I think we're being academia. I'm not academia, and I don't apologize for it. I've done very well in life. But I think we need to look at this broader. I think that we, as Regents or educated academia, cannot solve this if the CCSD or the WASHOs or our state does not do what they need to K through 12. And I sat here thinking I wouldn't say anything, but I think that's the problem. And getting rid of the remedial word. There has to be a better way to get people to be comfortable. And sometimes, and I said this in the UNLV Senate meeting, I think academia forgets when you are in it so long that there's regular people out there, hardworking plumbers, electricians, gardeners. I won't go on, but it's one of my passions that all people are important. I'd rather the chancellor didn't come to work versus the custodian. Okay? I worked in a school. If the principal is gone for a week, who ran the school? Myself and the other staff member in the office. I didn't have that. And you know that. So, I know, but and I don't mean that, that's not a slam, but I have done that for weeks on end, bus duty, everything. So it's not about how smart you are with your degree, it's how you use it. And sometimes people have degrees and I'm not trying to slam degrees. As you all know, I do not have a college degree, and I'm quite proud of what I've done in life, but it was a different generation for me. Anyway, I think the remedial word, I think working more strongly with, I don't want to just say CCSD, but our public education system is what will change our system. That's it.
Good deal. Well, and I will give Crystal Abba and Renee and the other folks that worked on the policy nomenclature, because they were really explicit. I may have said remediation because the state I was in, we were still saying that word, but they have explicitly called it co-requisite support. So I think that was certainly a concerted effort there to not use that language. Appreciate the thought, though. And I would say the other thing, we have our math task force. I mentioned that we have representation across the state. We do have some K-12 folks on there as well. So I think we're hoping to have some cross-pollination and some overlap there. And I'm sure some things have gone on and at the local level here, but we want to have more, maybe a coordinated effort.
So I was on the school board 30 years ago. Things have not changed. I've been gone for 12 on the commission and 5 afterwards, and now 2 years here. Please, I just find it, every time a superintendent speaks, I feel like I need to leave the room. No disrespect. But and I went to school here. And so do my kids, grandkids, and now great-grandkids. We need to quit talking about it, and we need to make sure that either legislatively or CCSD really gets their act, or I don't mean to just pick on them, that public schools really get their act together. So I appreciate you, but I'm not going to quit preaching this. I'm not here because I needed to be. I want to be.
Chancellor Charlton.
Thank you. For the record, Patty Charlton, interim chancellor. So I wanted to just say that one of the things that we are doing, Daniel and Renee, as well as myself, is we are working with the state superintendent, because it's not a blame game. It's just a problem that needs to be solved, and we recognize it. It's not just at the high school level. We're seeing this in English, in reading, the fact that we have low percentage of third grade children that can read by that level. There's challenges in math. We actually need to reach down further to solve this challenge, particularly with math, more along the middle school level to help build that success pathway forward. We are very much working together. In fact, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but the state superintendent is participating in some of the work that you are doing.
She's on the task force, yeah.
She's on the task force.
She's
And
a
so
math person,
this
yeah.
is a challenge for all of us to solve, as well as getting our education faculty together. In fact, President Pollard has a representative on a committee working with the state superintendent in, I think it's literacy right now, and that will continue to work. And so, or we're going to continue to expand that, but it's a challenge for all of us to solve, and we're committed to working together.
Thank you. I'll just say that I feel that the board took a bold, innovative approach when we did this, and I think there's always room for improvement and new ways of doing things, and I hear that with everyone who's spoken on this. But I'm proud of the direction that we're moving forward with this. So thank you, Vice Chancellor Archer, for this presentation. One more thing, yes.
I'll be brief. I do appreciate you working with me and some other ideas to make things different. I realize bringing this forward wasn't you. You just came into the role. So I don't put all my feelings about what transpired on you. But I also appreciate Professor Villa, am I saying it right? Villa, for your comments and your analysis. And I forget your last name. Sorry. And Professor Apple. So, and I would appreciate any inclusion of faculty in any future developments of this program. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to item number 24, personnel session, employment agreement, President Keith E. Whitfield, UNLV. So as part of the process of evaluation and continued relationship with President Whitfield, it's now time for us to consider his next employment contract, which will go from August 24th, 2024 to August 25th, 2028. You all have the contract and the term sheet. I'll entertain a motion or questions or comments. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I'd like to make a motion to approve a new employment agreement with UNLV President Keith E. Whitfield, which includes the contract terms and conditions as provided in our briefing paper.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo, and then I have a second from Regent Boylan.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll open up for discussion. Regent Brooks.
Do you have anything, because you made the motion?
No, I'm good. Thank you for asking.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. I just wanted to, there are a couple things regarding the contract that are not reflective of my interest in seeing President Whitfield continue on in this capacity as we voted on accepting the surveys yesterday unanimously. But in the contract itself, here's where I'm getting stuck. In Article 4, it's Section 4.4, when it comes to the reporting process of how things work for presidents. And what I would say is this is something that I would imagine would be in the contract for all presidents. There's a clause there where the reporting is very specifically outlined to the chancellor. And what I can tell you is it was in November of 2022, there was a ad hoc committee put together, and there were certainly a lot of conversations that took place in this ad hoc committee concerning roles, executive roles, and what they would look like. And so I'm going to read something that...
If I can, I need to interrupt you, Regent Brooks. The reporting line is according to board policy, and if you're going to talk about reporting lines, that needs to be agendized separately. That's a separate issue that has not been agendized and should not be discussed. If you did, it would be a violation of the open meeting law. So the reporting lines that are in the contract are reporting lines that are consistent with board policy as they exist at this time.
You know, I appreciate that observation. However, this is a contract that's coming forward.
You can discuss this contract. You
so,
cannot discuss policies relative to reporting lines because those are a matter of board policy. So if, to the extent that the contract reflects board policy, that's a board policy. And if you want to change board policy, you can agendize a separate item to talk about board policy, but the contract as written reflects board policy.
Yeah. Here's where I'm going to be a little bit, I'm interested then, if there is a piece of this contract that is, in my opinion, not reflective of communications this board had regarding executive positions, what you're simply suggesting is I should not bring that up.
I'm suggesting exactly that.
Even though this is the contract that we have to approve.
That's exactly right. Board communications are different than board policy. If you want to change board policy, you agendize board policy and change board policy. Communications amongst board members about their desires for board policy are not changes to board policy. And to the extent that you're going to discuss changes to board policy as to reporting lines, that has to be agendized separately.
Well, this isn't really a discussion about changing board policy as much as it is a clear observation that the board was moving in a direction, and it's very possible that things slipped through the crack regarding implementation of things that would have happened during that meeting.
To implement those changes, they would have to be agendized and noticed. And what I'm saying is any discussion of board reporting lines in this meeting at this time in this way is a violation of the open meeting law. If you'd like to discuss reporting lines, you can agendize that separately, and we can certainly do that, and the board can do that, and you can create a separate agenda item. But if you continue to discuss reporting lines, that has not been agendized. This contract and the reporting lines in the contract reflect present board policy. That has not been amended.
So it's a little frustrating to not present something to this board that is part of a vote on a contract where my concern as a regent is both the protection of the board and the protection of presidents.
I can understand your frustration, but if you want to address that as a matter of board policy, it's an agenda item that needs to be agendized. Now, board policy, as exists right now, it calls for the presidents to report to the chancellor. That's a board policy decision that's reflected in written board policies. This contract reflects that reporting line. Any discussion about that reporting line would be a violation of the open meeting law.
Just so that we're clear, President Whitfield and the rest of the board, I'm not going to be able to approve the contract as it is written. There are obvious concerns that I have regarding language of the contract, and that is the only reason that, that for me, I won't be able to approve the contract, but I certainly approve and am happy to see you continue on at UNLV. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Regent Ariscotta.
I'm going to be careful also. After reviewing the contract, what I noticed is that according to the very first page of the briefing material, this is not a 4-year contract. This is a 6-month contract. And that voices great concern, or not just for President Whitfield's sustainability on campus, but we need to give the assurance that when a president agrees to a contract of this sort, that they could not be terminated without cause and just pretty much asked to put down their keys and to walk out. And that's concerning for me, because the 6-month contract on the very first page, it does not make sense. That's number 1 item for me. Number 2 item is the COLA. President Whitfield, according to 5.1B on the supplement material, will only receive approximately 60% of the COLA, while every other system employee will receive 100% of the COLA. So what I'm saying is that other NSHE presidents who are in the middle of their contracts right now will receive the full COLA. My question is, while President Whitfield will only receive approximately 60%. So the Regents, we approved full COLA for all NSHE employees. So why is it changing now for just one person? I'm going to forward that over to Mr. Martinez, I'm guessing.
Thank you for that question, Regent Ariscotta. I think that it's probably, if, with your permission, might be more appropriate for Mr. Gilliland, who is our Chief Human Resources Officer.
Sure.
Thank you. They're deliberating, and he's coming to the podium now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Eric Gillen, NSHE Chief Human Resources Officer. If I heard correctly, the first question was around the 6-month?
Correct.
So that provision of the contract is specific to the board. Should the board take action to terminate without cause, the president would receive a 6-month buyout in addition to 6 months of COBRA premiums. That would be separate. The contract is for 4 years. That is a separate provision that would only be enacted if this board took action to terminate without cause. The second question was around the COLA piece. And I'm going to look.
Yeah, it's exactly why is President Whitfield only receiving approximately 60% of the COLA? Well, we approved full COLAs for all NSHE employees in December. Why is he the only one person in the system, now the only person not receiving the COLA with this new contract?
So I believe the COLA piece would apply not to the upcoming fiscal year 25. I got to do my math. It's late in the afternoon. I'm not great at math, so adding, I apologize, back to the previous. He would receive the full 11% COLA. This contract would take effect in August, so he would receive the full 11%. That COLA language would apply to any future COLAs should they be authorized by the legislature.
So what you're saying, sir, is that we will be rewriting the contract because that's not what it says in the contract.
The contract language would be for the future COLAs. His current contract that's in place now, which would be in place when the COLAs become effective, while we're delaying the payment of COLAs, they're effective July 1, we're delaying the payments to October 1. He would receive the full 11%. The language in the current contract would apply to any future COLAs should they be approved by the legislature.
And if I could, for the record, just Chancellor Charlton, that would also address the consideration, should we not have restoration of the COLA at the future percentage that, or the past percentage, as what has been advocated by this board as a priority moving forward with the legislature. So that would be for FY26 and beyond. And so it is our desire for everyone, because I know that the board did have some conversation previously, but that we will be able to restore back to the full amount of COLA.
Okay. Because this contract's going to be commencing on August the 24th. Therefore, President Whitfield would be eligible to receive the full COLA, correct?
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay. So going back to the first page, my first question, on the first page of the provided documentation, why the 6 month? You say that's for our coverage, but it's a no cause. So we can say, President Whitfield, you wear squeaky shoes, your jackets are too big, your glasses are not matching, your cologne is horrendous. Albeit that's not true. President Whitfield, you're a handsome man, you do everything right. Well, what I'm getting at is, if it's no cause, 6 months is not going to give other presidents down the road any sort of a willingness to agree to a contract.
So
for no cause, 6 months?
So for the record, again, Eric Gillen, if you would note in, and I want to keep it on President Whitfield's contract language specifically, I'm looking, Mr. Wixom's got his hand up, I'm going to pause.
Yes, I'm just going to go to Mr. Wixom for a
Thank you,
moment.
Michael Wixom, for the record, and thank you for your patience. Regent Arascott, I just want to clarify one point. And certainly the contract may be written. I didn't negotiate the contract, so I'm not familiar with the terms on a granular level, but any termination of a president would require that the parties involved, the chancellor, the board chair, and the board follow board policy. And so while certainly it can provide a no-cause termination, any termination still has to go through the processes set forth in the policies of the Board of Regents. So the Board of Regents would participate in any process. So for whatever reason, as you said, maybe President Whitfield didn't shine his shoes one particular day and it made somebody aggravated. So in that case, if somebody said, I'm going to exercise my right to terminate this contract, you would still have to go through board policy. So there's that protection in place. Does that provide any guidance and help in that regard?
Yes, but it's not something that I accept because the board policy is a majority vote. It's not a 2/3 vote. We looked up that board policy also.
I understand and I appreciate that. I just wanted to clarify for the record that it's not, anything that happens would have to happen with the board involvement.
And I would add, again, Eric Gillen for the record, the current contract for President Whitfield actually includes a clause termination without cause. The reason that we now have the new provision is the previous clause essentially removed the presidential duties. In that case, removed housing, car allowance, but kept the president as an employee receiving monthly payments of their base salary. Quite frankly, that's awkward. If we have a president who we say, we don't want you to be president anymore, but we're going to keep you as an employee until such time as you find another job, because there is a mitigation clause that once a job is found, that payment stops. That's awkward. So to clean up that process and to allow for a clean separation in those cases, we revised that provision. It's not a new provision section, but it is a new approach to it in terms of a 6-month lump sum payment as opposed to keeping them on the payroll month to month until they find another job. So it's not new to the contract for President Whitfield or for many of the other presidents. That does exist currently.
So what if we happen to have a president who doesn't have the credentials or certifications to teach a college class?
And I think you want to make sure I understand, I think you're speaking to the presidential transition process, the post-presidency process. In that case, then they would not be eligible for that provision. There's not a requirement that they be allowed to transition unless it's specified in the contract. In President Whitfield's, that is not a requirement specified, it is an option. In that case, they would receive the lump sum payment and they would pursue other career options that were available to them. It is our hope that we'd never have to implement this clause. Sorry.
And the lump sum payment you're referring to is the 6-month note without cause termination.
Correct.
There is not a carrot being dangled enough in front of anybody to agree to this contract. And I don't know why someone would agree to a 6-month no cause.
I would offer that the current contracts have that not for cause language, and actually under the current contract language could be less than 6 months that they would receive that monthly base salary because they have to work diligently to find other employment. If that were to occur under the current contract within 30 days, they would only get a one payment, 30-day payment of their base salary. In this new contract, they are getting a full 6 months base salary plus coverage payment for their COBRA premiums for that 6-month period as well. I guess I would offer that it's consistent with best practices when you are looking at a termination not for cause to provide that clean separation and is an enhancement of the existing provision. I would also note, and we're going to be talking about the other contract, we do have contracts that don't offer even at a minimum.
If I need to caution everyone, we're not here to talk about other contracts. That would be a violation of the open meeting law.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you, appreciate that. You're on it, I love it.
So, and Mr. Wixom, I know we're not here to talk about other contracts, but so from the sound of it, each individual contract from now on will be written independently to suit that one president. So, I'm going to stop here and let other regents discuss, but I want nothing but the best for President Whitfield. He so rightfully deserves all of this, but I think it's insulting to state that he can be terminated without cause. He is a fine man. He's a great leader on that campus. He's one of the best that's been on that campus. And we need to do everything to retain him. However, making the statement of terminating him without cause in 6 months of compensation is insulting to him and embarrassed for me for the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Arascata. I'll just echo what Mr. Gilliland has said, that clause is in the contracts now in some form or another. So this was not new. There was an attempt to make the language more clear. I also believe that it also falls in line with other administrators within our system as well. I don't think that this is meant in any way to be an insult to our presidents, and like I said, it's part of the current contracts as well. So I appreciate your concern. I I personally don't think it is, it is in any way insulting to President Whitfield in this case. Are there any other questions or concerns regarding this? We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Yes, Regent McMichael.
Looking at the base salary, I just was wanting to know how that was calculated. Is that a high, mid-range, or low figure?
For the record, Eric Gillen, so the base salary that's in the new contract is consistent with President Whitfield's current base salary. So there's not a change in that. I don't have the market data readily available for where that falls based on looking at just generic data the other day. It's above the median for comparable positions. So I would say it's competitive. It's matching. When you're at the meeting, you're matching the market. So we continue to match the market with the base salary by keeping it the same.
So can we give him more?
I guess that could have been negotiated, but as of what's been presented for approval today, it's the existing base salary.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we will go to a vote. I think that it's probably appropriate to do a roll call vote. Carrie, are you ready?
I'm ready, thank you.
Thank you.
That's right.
Regent Brooks, you're up first for the vote.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a no based on the way this contract's written.
Regent Brown,
Yes.
Chair Carvalho,
Yes.
Regent Cruz Crawford,
Yes, and I appreciate you, Dr. Whitfield.
Regent Del Carlo,
Absolutely, yes.
Vice Chair Downs,
Yes.
Regent Goodman,
Yes.
Regent McMichael,
Yes.
Regent Perkins, Regent Tarkanian,
Yes.
Regent Arascata,
I don't like this contract, but yes.
Regent Boylan,
Aye.
Regent Breaker.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Carrie. Congratulations, President Whitfield.
I know we're short on time. I tried to cut my presentation of budget stuff down a little bit, unlike others, so I'm going to take just a minute just to say, first and foremost, thank you all very much for the confidence that you have offered in terms of your confidence in renewing me. I've told people this before, this is the best job I've ever had, and I've had a lot of jobs. And as difficult of a job as it is, you all make it better by making sure that you actually talk to me about the things that are going on our campus, in our state. I love having conversations about higher ed philosophy, leadership, thoughts. All of those conversations are extremely valuable to me. Second, I'd like to thank the faculty and staff at UNLV. The review is so interesting. So another piece, and I'd kind of like to offer this as a gentle aside to Regent Arascata's point. I am a little bit of a different fish anyway. I'm a tenured professor in 2 different departments, so basically you can't get rid of me. And so just keep that in mind. You know, you can do all of that. I'll take the 6 months and go somewhere, and then I'm going to be right back here. But the review that was provided, the process that was provided, did give me some points to be able to think about my leadership. I push my leadership team to constantly try to improve themselves, and I hold myself to the same standard. And so I want to thank everyone who participated in that. There are some valuable gems in that information that I'll go and have a few drinks and then I'll start working on a little bit later. And then lastly, I'd like to say that I'd like to thank the students at UNLV, and even the ones throughout the system who I get to meet at these meetings and get so impressed by. I'll just say, believe it or not, I'm even still a funded researcher. I don't have to be a president. Many are very surprised that I'm a president because they've known how I've done my career, which is a bit rebellious, a bit non-traditional, but interestingly enough, I feel like that's what helps me to fit in this particular position. But honestly, it's been the students who I've seen, who have done amazing things. Did you know we graduated one of the Blue Man Group at December? I mean, what other job in the world do you get to say that that's what you did as you were walking this guy across the stage? But it is seeing the amazing things that our students do. I really appreciated the earlier conversation about how we can try to maximize their student success. That should be and should always remain top priority for us. It is what I go to sleep and wake up every morning thinking about. And I think that that is part of what creates the camaraderie that we have amongst the system. Particularly, I'd also like to thank my fellow presidents that you all see it. You have a really good, I've heard stories that have happened over time. You have an excellent group of presidents that are here. And I want to say that as you're looking for a replacement, which I don't even know if you can call it a replacement because no one replaces this man. This is going to be one of the most significant losses that we have, that we will see here recently. And we have to figure out how we can find somebody that can try to fit those shoes. But it's people like him that actually have made me better. Today's March 1st. On March 2nd, I'm going to start the next 4 years worth of trying to be the kind of exemplary leader that you're looking for. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you, President Whitfield. We look forward to your next 4 years. Next is item number 25, personnel session, employment agreement, President Kamudacharya. So we have all of the information in front of us again, and I will open it up for comments or questions. Regent Goodman.
I move to approve.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion from Regent Goodman and a second from Regent Brown. Is there any other discussion? Yes, Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. President Charya, you and I spoke about this earlier, and I am concerned about the way some of this contract language is. You know, it's unfortunate that this is where it's landed. At least I find this unfortunate. I am certainly a yes to you. As you know, I'm a huge supporter of the things you have going on, as well as the things that President Whitfield have going on. But I'm really uncomfortable with some of the language in this contract. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments before we take the vote? Yes, Regent Boylan.
Comment?
Yeah, it's a comment, actually. Thanks for your hospitality, Dr. Acharya. I think I like you a wee bit more today because yesterday you gave us all pen knives in the thing. That always goes well with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Arascata.
To echo my previous comments, I just feel that, you know, according to the first page, this is not a 4-year contract, it's a 6-month contract. President Acharya has done amazing work and has taken DRI to the next level. And everything that they are producing is positive and positivity for the state of Nevada, the United States, and globally. I just feel that it is somewhat disingenuous about, on the first page, number 6, of the termination without cause. But President Acharya is good. He's absolutely fantastic. And I will be in support of this contract.
Thank you. We'll do roll call vote again. Please, Carrie.
Regent Brown,
Yes.
Chair Carvalho,
Yes.
Regent Cruz Crawford,
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo,
Yes.
Vice Chair Downs,
Yes.
Regent Goodman,
An enthusiastic yes.
Regent McMichael,
More money, yes.
Regent Perkins, Regent Tarkanian,
Yes.
Regent Arascata,
Yes.
Regent Boylan,
Aye.
Regent Brager,
Yes.
Regent Brooks.
No, because of the contract.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Congratulations, President Acharya.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the board for the support you've shown me. It means a lot for our faculty. I have a tremendous leadership team around me, and so I have to thank them for who I am. I mean, they make me look good every day. Also, the hard work of our DRI faculty and staff. I think without them, I wouldn't be able to, I don't write proposals for them, they write proposals. My job is to just facilitate and be the leader that I am. So I think that it means a lot for DRI and your support and our team. And I think I tell them my evaluation is your evaluation. So you're being evaluated here. And so I think I'm just proud of the team that I have, and thank you for all your support. I look forward to the next 4 years.
Thank you. We're very proud of you and your team as well.
Chair, can I make a quick comment to Regent Arascata? Regent Arascata, I was a faculty member before I became president, and I have a clause in my contract. If I'm fired without cause, I'm going back to being a faculty as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item number 27, Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision I'm sorry, we're not going to do item number 27. We will move on to item number 28. I'm sorry. In the interest of time, we'll move that one. Item number 28, Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision FY25 Tuition and Fees, UNLV William S. Boyd School of Law.
Motion.
President Whitfield.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Regents. For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. Due to the cost of living adjustments approved at the last quarterly meeting, the UNLV William S. Boyd School of Law is requesting approval to amend the Procedures and Guidelines Manual to increase the registration and tuition by an additional 5% for fiscal year 2025. The law school is also experiencing extreme budgetary circumstances due to the cost of living adjustments, and this proposed increase will not only alleviate the circumstances, but will provide additional funding for student scholarships. This request is the same increase as was already approved for UNLV, including the Graduate College. And the student government representatives from the Boyd School of Law have reviewed, as you heard earlier, and agreed with the proposed registration and tuition increase for fiscal year 2025. With this in mind, I offer this for your consideration and ask that Dean Leah Chan Grinvald come forward just in case there's any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from Regents? Regent McMichael?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion from Regent McMichael and a second from Regent Tarkanian. Any discussion or comments? Regent Brown?
Thank you. I will keep this short. Regent Brown, for the record, I just want to say the fact that you had a handful of your college students coming in today to testify on this, the importance of this, speaks volumes to the type of programming that you guys created. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so we have a motion from Regent McMichael and a second from Regent Tarkanian. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 29, Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision FY25 Tuition and Fees, UNLV School of Dental Medicine. President Whitfield.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and Regents. For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. Similar to the budgetary restraints of the law school, the UNLV School of Dental Medicine is requesting approval to increase the registration and tuition by 5% for fiscal year 2025 to reflect rising costs. Initially, operational funds were diverted to fund the salaries, but this required the school to enact austerity measures to sustain fiscal health. With the upcoming 11% cost of living adjustment and major equipment maintenance contracts costs also increasing, diverting operational funds will no longer be feasible. Because of this, I'm requesting approval to amend the Procedures and Guidelines Manual to increase the registration and tuition by 5%. Student government representatives from the dental school have reviewed this proposal increase and have approved and agree with its necessity. With this in mind, I offer this for your consideration.
Thank you.
And excuse me, and Dean James Ma is here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, President Whitfield. Questions or comments from Regents? Regent McMichael?
Motion to approve?
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor.
Second.
Second from Regent Goodman. Any other discussion? Yes, Regent Cruz Crawford.
Regent Cruz Crawford for the record. Do we have any students that could weigh in since we didn't have any? I didn't know if we had any in the audience.
Do we have any dental school students here?
Oh,
Doesn't
on this
a-
one. Sorry, I missed it.
Okay.
Regent Goodman reminded me that we had student government weigh in on this item.
Okay. You're saying someone from student government is going to weigh in on this? Okay. Okay. Okay, it looks like we don't have okay. President Thomas?
Hi, Nicole Thomas, UNLV GPSA. So we do represent our dental, medical, and law student, professional students as well. I haven't heard any opposition to this fee. Not to say that there's, groundbreaking support or anything like that, but a lot of our dental students do take out loans and things like that. So I know they face and struggle with increased cost of living. But like I said, I haven't gotten anything in terms of students protesting or being upset or anything like that, and we usually have a pretty good pulse on what's going on. I wish I had more information for you than that, but we do have a dental representative and they haven't contacted me about it.
Thank you for that information. All right, then with that, I will call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 30, Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision 2025 to 2027 Tuition and Fees, UNLV William S. Boyd School of Law. President Whitfield.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and Regents. For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. As requested by the handbook, presented here for information is the proposed 25-26 and 26-27 biennium tuition and fees for the UNLV William S. Boyd School of Law. This proposal reflects an increase in tuition and fees of approximately 5.2% in fiscal year 2026 and an additional 5.2% in fiscal year 2027. While this increased tuition, the proposal will also provide additional funding for student scholarships, student success, and program activities such as experiential skill building. The student government representatives from the law school have reviewed and agree with the proposed increases, and with all of this in mind, I respectfully offer it for your discussion.
Thank you. Discussion from Regents. Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I just draw everyone's attention to slide number 7. And, we should be very proud of what is charged there because, it's really, it's low in comparison to the other schools, and it's a fine school. I was really happy to attend their, I think it was the 25th or the 20th, 25th, wasn't it? Anniversary dinner in December after the last board meeting. And you look at our state government, and there's so many people in our assembly, in our Senate, and in our constitutional officers that have come through the Boyd School of Law. It's a fine school and has a great reputation, and I appreciate every year when you send out I think you're always number, like really low number or high number, but it's a good, low number, but it's a good number for, I think it's the writing.
Writing.
Could you just brag just a little bit on that? Because I'm happy for that. Thank you.
Leah Chan Greenwald, for the record, yes, we have been for the last 10 years in the top 3. And so this year we were top 2 in legal writing. We were number 9, top 9 for dispute resolution. And our part-time JD program, which I am really just so proud of, because that is giving an opportunity to those who wouldn't otherwise be able to take off work and go to school full-time. Our part-time program was ranked number 8 in the country. And so, for a little school that was just, established 25 years ago, which, in the grand scheme of academic life, UNR, right, 100+ years, I am really proud, and I think we all have so much to be proud of Boyd School of Law. So thank you for that, Regent.
Thank you. I'm very proud of the school, too.
Thank you. So I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Oh, I'm sorry, this is information only. Okay, that was easy. Okay, thank you for that. Item number 31, Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision to the 2025-27 Tuition and Fees, UNLV School of Dental Medicine. President Keith Whitfield, and this is for information only as well.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and Regents. As I told you, you're not going to get rid of me, I guess. So this one is now for the School of Dental Medicine. As per the Board of Regents Handbook, here for information is the proposed 25-26 and 26-27 biennium tuition and fees for the UNLV Dental School. The dental school's previous agenda item presented some of the financial strains that the school has faced, and these effects are reflected in the biennium proposal. This proposal reflects an increase in tuition and fees of approximately 5% in 2025 if the proposed FY25 increase is approved, and 5% in 2026, including the summer term tuition and fees. I respectfully offer this for your consideration.
Thank you, President Whitfield. I see Dean Ma coming up in case there are any other questions or comments. Yes, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I just will make the same comment with slide number 4 in the briefing paper, how the average tuition is $72,433. You're at $68,920. The lowest is $67,996, and the highest $145,598. So again, I think this Las Vegas community is very blessed to have this dental school, and is there ever going to be any plans to expand it? Or is that even on the horizon in the next, say, 5 years or something?
Yes, James Ma, Interim Dean, UNLV Dental Medicine, for the record. Yes, we do have plans. In fact, we have great news. Yesterday, we have our approval from the accrediting body for our dental anesthesiology program. So while we understand there's need for general dentists, in Nevada, we are terribly short of other dental specialists that take care of very specific populations. The next one we're looking at is oral surgery and expertise in geriatric dental care. So we are expanding, but in specialties instead of the general dentist.
Thank you, and keep it up. Keep up the
Thank
good
you.
work. Proud of your school.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would echo that as well. Any other questions or comments? Thank you so much. Item number 32, Procedures and Guidelines Manual, Revision 2025-27, Tuition and Fees, UNLV Kirk-Kerkorian School of Medicine. President Whitfield.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and Regents. For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. As per the handbook, presented here for information is the proposed 25-26 and 26-27 biennium tuition and fees for the UNLV Kirk-Kerkorian School of Medicine. This proposal reflects a 3% tuition and fees increase each academic year for the next biennium, which is unchanged from the previous biennium and is lower than the rate of inflation. This increase will still place the School of Medicine as a highly affordable option for medical school in the Western region, and particularly the Western Region Coalition of Higher Education, or WSHE. Student government representatives have reviewed this proposal, the proposed tuition and registration fee changes, and agree and approve with its necessity. I present this for your discussion.
Thank you, President Whitfield. Discussion from Regents. Yes, Regent Del Carlo.
I'm sorry, but I just have to say, again, it's a wonderful value that we have. And on the chart, it's slide number 8. It's the second lowest tuition of all the schools you've given. So that's an access, which is our first strategic goal. So thank you.
Thank you, Regent. For the record, Mark Kahn. Our average student debt places us in the lowest 20th percentile, and I know you're about to hear from my colleague, but both of us feel very strongly that we need to make our medical schools as affordable as possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Dean Kahn. Anything more from Regents? Seeing none, I will move on to item number 33, Procedures and Guidelines Manual, Revision 2025-27, Tuition and Fees, University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine. And I see our dean there, and I'll just hand it over to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Paul Hauptman, Dean at UNR Med. Similar to the request from UNLV, we are proposing a 3% increase. We followed all procedures. We included a number of students from the classes of 27 and 28 who will be most affected by this tuition increase. And we received approval for the 3%. I'll highlight what Dr. Kahn said at UNR Med. If you look at public medical schools, UNR Med now ranks 15th out of 18th for tuition. And if you include fees, we rank 16th out of 18. So it is a great value. We obviously want to keep our tuition and fees as low as possible. We are very concerned about student debt, even by being in the lowest tercile. And that's where scholarship money and other avenues to help our students come into play.
Thank you, Dean Hauptman. Any questions or comments from Regents? Regent Del Carlo.
I say the same thing that I said for UNLV, so thank you very much. And I will just say publicly again, I'm so pleased both of you deans are working so well together. It just bodes so well for our state, and I can't wait to see down the road what you guys come up with and to advance. Thank you.
Thank you. I would echo that
Thank
as
you.
well. I would also say that it's almost unique in a small state like ours that we have 2 medical schools, and everywhere I can, I brag about both of you, and I'm just proud that we have both of these medical schools here. Thank you so much for all of the work that you do and providing the next generation of healthcare workers in the state. All right. With that, we will move on to committee reports. I would like to take them all in one motion, except for BFF, which is, I'll take that separately, only because Vice Chair Downs has disclosures that he'd like to make. So item 34, 35, 36, and 37, we can take those together unless any regents would like to take any of those out.
Regent Cruz Crawford, sorry, I have something in my mouth. I believe I had a disclosure for what committee was it? Academic Research, Student Affairs. Is that where the UNR Cooperative Extension was? Yeah, so if we could do that one as separate as well.
Okay, so then we will take 34, 35, and 36 all together in one motion then and pull out the other 2.
I move to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion from Regent Goodman and a second from Regent Boylan.
Yes, ma'am.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, item number 37, Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. Regent Cruz Crawford.
I do not have the disclosure statement. Does someone have it for me? Okay.
Madam Chair, I believe that it was the Audit, Compliance, and Title IX Committee where Regent Cruz Crawford disclosed. It was item number 4.
Audit. Well, we've already approved.
Well, then I'll just do it
that.
after the fact. Regent Cruz Crawford, for the record, pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose that my school does receive UNR Cooperative Extension nutrition lessons because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person, I would not be, right? Materially affected by my situation, and I did vote on this matter. Thank you.
Madam Chair? I
Yes.
apologize. Can I just add one more thing? Just for the benefit of the record, that disclosure was also included in the committee report that was distributed to the board.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Wixom, did you want to add?
Just one thing. Thank you, Michael Wixom, for the record. Given the fact that Regent Cruz Crawford made the disclosure and in fact went ahead and voted in accordance with her disclosure and made the disclosure again, we don't need to reopen the item. It's fine as it is.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I just wanted to make sure that was clear for the record in case there was a question in the future.
Okay, thank you. Then we will now approve the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee committee report then.
Move to approve?
Thank you. I have a motion from, Vice Chair Downs. Is there a second? Second from Regent Del Carlo. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carries. I will move to item number 38, Business, Finance, and Facilities Committee, and I'll go to Vice Chair Downs.
Okay, just guidance from Special Counsel Wixom. Am I going for both agenda items 8 and 9? Because 9, okay. So for agenda item 8, pursuant to NRS Chapter 281, I hereby disclose that I am the parent of a future student in the UNR College of Agriculture. I said it wrong before, and present, he's gone now. It's agriculture, biotech, and natural resources. The proceeds for this is regarding the sale of a property. The proceeds from the sale of the property are intended to be used for scholarships for students in the Cabner. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would be materially affected by my situation, I will abstain from voting on this one. And for the agenda number 9, this is regarding the WC property lease. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose that I am an employee of WNC. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on that. But I guess I don't vote on the whole thing because it's all-inclusive.
For purposes of the record, you would vote on, I would pull the one item where you did not, where you did not vote, where you recused and did not vote.
Okay.
We need to vote on that item, or you need to vote on that item as a board, and then the balance you can vote. Am I making sense? So
Yes, so we should have the.
So when you vote as a body, we need to make sure that Regent Downs does not vote on the item that he's recused himself on. So you should pull that sub-item out, vote on it separately, and then you can vote on the balance because you've already made that disclosure.
I apologize for the complication, and it's not because I'm an employee, it's because I'm a parent.
The whole process is not intuitive, so I apologize, but anyway.
Thank you. So I will entertain a motion to approve the committee report for Business, Finance, and Facilities with the proper disclosure that was made, right?
Motion to approve.
Yes, Madam Chair, with the exception of BFF 8.
With the exception of BFF 8. So you can
Okay.
entertain a motion for
Okay.
approval of the BFF committee agenda with the exception of item 8, and then we'll have a separate vote on item 8.
Okay.
Where Regent Downs will not vote.
Okay, thank you. So that is that a motion to accept the report without item 8, Regent McMichael?
Yes.
Thank you. And is there a second? Second. Second from Regent Del Carlo. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, so now we will go to item number 8 of the BFF committee report. And so I will ask for a motion to approve that item.
I make a motion to approve item number 8 of that Business Finance Committee.
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion from Regent Brager and a second from Regent McMichael. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain?
Abstain.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, now we can move on to item 39, new business. Before I get to that, I just do want to say in new business, today we covered 5 items. There were 5 items on the new business item log that were on this agenda. So I just wanted to make that point. And also, I wanted to say that in recognition of the building that we're in, the Atomic Testing Museum, I'd like to say that I'm going to neutralize that nuclear option that was expressed earlier and say that it is my intention that, that there will be discussion at the June meeting on mission differentiation. And with that, I do have one other item that I'd like to say before I open it up to new business for Regents. As a reminder for all Regents, when requesting items for new business, please note that under the Nevada Open Meeting Law, NRS Section 241.015, the term deliberate means to examine, weigh, and reflect upon the reasons for or against the action. The term includes without limitation the collection, discussion, or exchange of facts preliminary to the ultimate decision. Any discussion of any proposed items of new business, including the exchanging of facts, would fall under the Nevada Open Meeting Law prohibitions against a Nevada public body, including the Board of Regents, deliberating upon a matter without the required public notice. Therefore, when proposing an item of new business, you must limit yourself to identifying the matter or item without any discussion, exchange of facts, or rationale for the proposed item. Any regent's failure to follow this directive may result in that regent being charged with a violation of the Nevada Open Meeting Law. So with that, I will open it up to new business. Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 2 quick items. An agenda item under new business for policy revisions regarding board evaluations and surveys, particularly when it comes to the alignment of board goals and objectives. And the second one is an agenda item regarding presidential contracts that make it clear that a dual reporting system exists in which the president's report to both the board and the chancellor or interim chancellor, and that the president's may, and I'll just leave it at that. So that be an agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. New business from Regent Goodman.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to put on our next agenda for this board to receive a presentation and take a position on question 1. I think we can.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, and thank you for not having me do the nuclear option. I appreciate being heard that we're going to have that mission differentiation and service area on the June agenda. We've needed that for a long time, but my new business item is we, as a board, a long time ago, got rid of the athletic committee. And so that report that we had today used to come, I think, in December, and we changed it to the March meeting, but I don't feel like we had a really proper discussion on the finances of the athletic departments at UNLV, UNR, and CSN. And I asked that it come back within 2 meetings to get more information. And I would also request that the 3 institutions and also TMCC, the 4 schools get together, and I want the same format for all 4 of them, so we know what we're looking at. One has a lot more detail than the other one, but it should all be the same. The easier you guys make it for us as regents, because I sat down and we had over almost 2,000 pages of material today to prepare for this meeting. It was 1,900 and some of it are slides, yeah, but there's a lot of reading there, so help us too. We'll be better regents if you help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other new business? Yes, Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I would like to see, I think it's already going to be on the next agenda after speaking with Vice Chancellor Archer and Associate Vice Chancellor, Assistant Vice Chancellor Davis, but I think I just would like to see coming to the June agenda the boot camp possibility for schools to use if they choose to implement that. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent McMichael.
Yes, for new business, I would like to see if there's any way that we can introduce a screening for dyslexia when students first register for college courses. I think we might be having a large problem and we're just not noticing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I move to public comment, I think it's important to say thank you where thanks is due. So first, I'd like to say thank you to President Acharya and DRI for hosting us. This includes Iris Stewart, Britt Chapman, Tracy Bauer, Paul Pate, Myra Sanchez, Ryan McGonigal, Charles Greenstein, Steve Sweet, Jerry Derby, and Grant Bowler. And also with our audio visual, which they were really put to the test today, I think, Rick Romero, Claudio Osinaga, Ben Labrador, and Tim Anderson. And from SCS, Brian Anzalone, James Unfried, Bentley Holmes Gull, Paul Gilbert Deoka, Ed Boog, Gar Casal, and Tim Shupp. And for catering, we had some wonderful food, and I really appreciate the work that Carrie did to find them. Lori Magna and her team with Irresistible Events. We couldn't go without having UPD here. Thank you so much for what you do for us and what you have done for us. Thank you. And last, but certainly not least, the board team of Angela, Winter, Juliana, and especially Carrie. I really appreciate you had my back to these few days. Thank you so much. And with that, I will move to public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 928-4944-5069 and passcode 555555. I'll ask for public comment from the meeting sites first. Is there any public comment in GBC?
No public comment from Elko.
Thank you. There is no public comment in the Reno office. Is there public comment here in Las Vegas?
Dr. Bill Robinson, Chair of the UNLV Faculty Senate. You know I'm not going anywhere, so you're going to have to listen to me for a long time. Number one, periodic review. We talked to the Chancellor about that. We absolutely want it done and revised before the next president has to put up with that process. It's got to be fixed. I agree with you 1,000%. Two, when NSHE was founded, it was NSCH. It was always intended to be a multi-campus system that spanned the whole state. 2 years in, they took the H off because there wasn't going to be anything else for a while, but it's always been intended to be a multi-campus system that spanned the state, always. And you can go back and look at the founding documents and you can see that in them. There's supposed to be 6 or 7 of them. I've said this before, I'll say it again, and I've talked to Regent Carvalho about this. Before she was Chair Carvalho, the exit of that thing at Nevada State, there's got to be coordination with the city council, and the board has to get with the city council to make that happen. I've worked with NSC and I've worked with city staff to try to make that happen, and it's a city council that doesn't want it to happen. And you guys have to work with them. Athletics, absolutely. I'm a sports economist. I'm more than happy to help deal with how to make those athletic reports better. And then lastly, every time you see anyone in my senior administration, ask them when the new door locks are going in, ask them when the new lighting is going in, ask them when the new blue poles are going in, ask them when we're going to upgrade the mental health infrastructure for the students, ask them when. We cannot wait. One of the presidents kept saying it's 1.5 years till the legislature meets. It's only 9 months. But it's a year and a half before we get any money out of it. All that stuff has to get done now, and I don't care where they get the money from. If they have to clean out their foundation accounts, it's got to get done. And I'm counting on all of you to make sure that it gets done, and it gets done before school starts in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Piorejas, Piorejas, and pardon me, I know most of you and probably us wants to go. I'll continue. I'm the student body president at CSN, and this is my last Board of Regents meeting, as this is my last term as president and student of CSN. Unfortunately or fortunately, I'm transferring to another NSHE institution. Anyways, I want to speak on the record, and if we are able, or if we can recognize my president, Dr. Federico Zaragoza, or Dr. C. I can't really speak for the board, but I'm pretty sure many of you were there when Dr. C or Dr. Zaragoza received many and different awards and nomination for his incredible work and job. And I would truly appreciate a round of applause for Dr. C, please. He truly embodies what serving a student is, and he is my president, and he will always be my president. Thank you.
Thank you, Pio.
Hello, everyone. Matthew Hahn, for the record, Hahn, H-A-W-N. I've served as the GSA president for the last 3 years, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you, all of the regents today. I've had the incredible opportunity to really work with a lot of you. You've come to a lot of our events at the university, and you've really helped us feel that we're involved and listened to, so I wanted to say thank you to all of the regents. And I also wanted to say thank you to President Sandoval and the rest of the board staff. Tarina Caserto, who has helped out significantly with the Nevada Student Alliance, has been an incredible member to work with. And I will miss being the GSA president, and I will miss being involved with the Nevada system of higher education. This will be a chapter in my life that I will truly remember. So thank you for all that you've done. And I wish you the best of luck in the future, and we'll always be watching in some way or another, so thank you.
Thank you, Matthew.
Patrick Villa, V-I-L-L-A, CSN Faculty Senate Chair. In my long rant earlier, the one thing I forgot to say was I am happy that everyone's open moving forward. It seems Vice Chancellor Archer, where he went over there, he's not, we're doing this and that's it. It is a much more collaborative thing, so I'm happy to see that part. Most of what I was saying was for the past. That's all, and I want to say also, not my last meeting, sorry, but I do appreciate, I have an appreciation for the work you all do. This is a difficult job. I see that you guys get frustrated. You got people like me yelling, you got people arguing, you got people telling you what you can and can't say and do. I get your frustration, and I feel it sometimes too. So I know you get paid a lot for doing what you do, but I have an appreciation for what you do. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Regent Cruz Crawford for the record. I would just like to make public comment as the chair of the IDEA committee earlier today. Someone mentioned a man masquerading as a woman, and I just want to stand firmly and let you know that there was a 2020 Supreme Court ruling that clearly underlines federal law that protects our LGBTQ AI+ students, and that we'll continue to work to have conversations, because I know that individual statements do not define a whole person, and I look forward to working with this institution to create a safe space for everybody to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jim New, NEW, President of the Nevada Faculty Alliance, and I realize I'm standing between you and dinner, so I'll be brief. I'd like to thank Faculty Senate Chair Peter Reed for his comments earlier this morning about the differences between the Faculty Senate and the NFA. I really appreciate that we're having this conversation, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to share our perspective. The first NFA chapters were established over 40 years ago. They were affiliates of the American Association of University Professors, as we are today. By defining such bedrock principles as academic freedom and shared governance and the role of the Faculty Senate, the AAUP became the definitive authority on modern higher education governance. The principles they established decades ago played a considerable role in elevating American higher education to the global gold standard. The AAUP established the independence of the Faculty Senate as a deliberative and legislative body. And under these same guidelines, the NFA chapter is the advocate, which can serve to fortify the Senate and address faculty professional concerns beyond the Senate's jurisdiction, including areas such as political action. As Chair Reed pointed out, we are passionate, and we take our obligation to work on behalf of all faculty very seriously. The NFA is enjoying unprecedented growth, the most robust in over a decade, and we will continue to prioritize communication, collaboration, and cooperation with our Senate colleagues. Chairman Reed didn't identify the regent who asked him to make his comments, but if that regent or any of you other regents ever want to chat about NFA's role, I'm available. Please let me know you want to talk. And for those of you who are traveling, safe journeys home, and I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for your work on behalf of Nevada.
Thank you.
For the record, Kevin Osorio Hernandez, proud president of the Nevada State Student Alliance and vice chair of the Nevada Student Alliance. I would like to really talk about some language that has been used within the Regents meeting today. And my regent is very honored to be represented by Patrick Boylan. But as my regent, I find it disheartening to hear a regent express abhorrent views towards our diverse set of students, including our transgender students in sports. It's essential for educational leaders to foster inclusivity and support all students, creating an environment where everyone feels respected and valued. Regent Boylan, as my regent, I hope you expand and change your paradigm. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. No, there can be no comment or back and forth in public comment. That's acceptable.
Go there. I'll sit here and do it. Talking about respect and having all students involved, it doesn't matter what race, sex, anything you are. There's something known as the First Amendment, and it's the freedom of speech. I see it as a man masquerading as a woman. If he has not had his, cut off or anything, he's still a man. So I will say a man masquerading as a woman, no matter what. Anybody says that to me or not, it's got nothing to be racist or anything against anybody. That's the way I see it. That's the way I'll say it. So if any of you think, like the regent and the student, that'll shut me up or keep me from saying things again, no, it won't. I'll speak the truth as I see the truth. And that's my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any, okay, Regent Brown.
Thank you. Regent Brown for the record. I would also like to enter into the public comment. Just a matter of fact, freedom of speech means that the government cannot regulate your speech. Doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. And I'm sorry, but as an elected official, I feel like we should hold ourselves above what is legally allowed and have some decency. So I want to apologize on behalf of those comments earlier, these comments that were just right now. And I want every student in this system to know that there are people who genuinely care about you, who want to do things for this system that will move us forward as a state. And excuse me for being upset, but I am tired of people treating people poorly because they feel like they can't. It's not okay. And as Regents, we have to hold ourselves more accountable. And I will do that for this board, even if I stand alone. I know I don't, but I will. Thank you.
Thank you. SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
Yes, Madam Chair, we do have one caller. Caller with the number ending in 8853. Please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Doug Unger, D-O-U-G-U-N-G-E-R, Nevada Faculty Alliance, but I'm calling on behalf of the Nevada Prison Education Project, hoping to close the meeting on a happier note and to augment President Dalby's impassioned review of the prison education program at Western Nevada College. I've served on the Nevada Prison Education Project for more than 2 years. We presented to the Interim Standing Committee on the Judiciary last Friday. We're an independent advocacy organization that includes faculty and administrators from colleges and universities in NSHE, representatives from nonprofits, community organizations, and the Nevada Department of Corrections and justice-impacted students. So far, NPEB has provided more than $80,000 in donor-funded tuition scholarships and instructor support for incarcerated students, and books and resources from national organizations such as Penn. We are coordinating with the established NSHE programs and the Nevada Department of Corrections to help with improving access and outcomes and to support adding more college degree and workforce pathway choices for the incarcerated. We aspire to helping expand prison education in our state through established NSHE degree and certificate programs. We would very much like to offer a presentation to the Board of Regents, which would provide an overview of prison education in our state in response to Regent Cruz Crawford, and I know Regent Perkins's interest, and to really go over numbers and aspirations and what we will be asking the legislature for in the 83rd session. So please do ask us to present, since we're the bridge organization that includes some of the most devoted teachers I've ever seen in the NSHE system who are going into our prisons on a daily basis and working with our programs. This is one of the most worthy programs I think NSHE can expand and work on, and we'd very much like the opportunity to present more about it to you in the future. Thanks to President Dalby and to everyone who's working for prison education in our state.
Thank you. Is there any?
There's no other callers at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to open up public comment here in Las Vegas again.
My name is Piorejas, P-I-O-R-E-J-A-S. I feel really to talk about today for some reason. I'm really a quiet guy, to be honest. Anyways, I just want to acknowledge the leadership in NSA. I just wanted to say real quick, acknowledge NSA Chair Susana Stancude, that unfortunately is not here with us, but she's absolutely remarkable. And our Vice Chair, President Kevin Osorio Hernandez, right there, who drafted the resolution that we passed yesterday. And our Secretary, Bordios Guerra, which is not present in the room. It's just quite tough to hear from a student some language from Regents, a region that, after all, represent us as students. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Just my public comment. I wanted to thank the students also for the leadership of the students, and especially to you, Matt Hahn. I've never seen anybody serve 3 years consecutively. That's a heavy lift when you're working on another master's degree. I believe you'll be graduating this spring. But I have to say, you exemplified what it takes to be a student leader and the advocacy you did on behalf of your constituents. I know you didn't get the you didn't want us to raise the $50 for the student married housing at UNR, but we did anyway. But you really did the big lift on the graduate student stipends, and you got it. Everybody respected you for doing that, and it's part of our budget request too. So, I mean, that's a beautiful example. And to all the students, governor leaders, and especially Susanna, she's not here. At 17, she's a remarkable person. I really think she's going to be, as I said yesterday, she's not going to just be here. She's going to be on Mountain Street or at the White House someday. She's just remarkable. But I just think it's important to end this meeting on a positive note. I have said this before publicly. My eyes have been open since I became a regent. And I didn't just do that because I opened them wider. I opened up my heart, and I went to lots of seminars. I don't think I have missed a diversity summit, north or south, since I've been on the board. I get so much wonderful information, and I look at things in a different lens. So it's really helped me as a person, and I think those of you, sometimes people that need it most don't go, and I would just encourage all my colleagues to take the time to go to these things that are offered to us. The session on mental health at UNLV was worth my coming down a day early. It's a huge problem in our country, and with that, I hope everybody has a safe time going home. Our group that left a little earlier made it safely, although it was very windy, they said on the plane, and I may not get home till Monday with the snow I'm getting. Thank you, everyone. Have a good one.
Thank you. At this time, I'll close public comment. I just want to add my voice to the conversation here and say that I hope that we all leave this room with showing kindness and heart to other people. You don't always know what somebody else is going through, and it's very important to show kindness and love to everybody around you. So with that, I will close the meeting. We'll adjourn at 5:24. Thank you.